city. I'm 1,000 miles away, but girl, tonight you look so pretty. Yes, you do. Times Square can shine as bright as you. I swear it's true. Hey there, Delilah, don't you worry about the distance. I'm right there. If you get lonely, give this song another listen. Close your eyes. Listen to my voice, it's my disguise. I'm by your side. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 What you do to me. Hey there, Delilah, I know times are getting hard, but just believe me, girl, someday I'll pay the bills with this guitar. We'll have it good. We'll have the life we knew we would. My word is good. There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Oh, those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, reminded me of a friend. Upon a hill across
Mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Yeah, I do. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check, mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Good morning. We're live at the Best You EXPO, day 2. Day 2. How exciting is this? How exciting is it? Day 2 at the Best You EXPO at the LA Convention Center. And, well, yesterday was a phenomenal day. We had so many great speakers, so many great spotlights on the main stage, and we're just very excited to be back. Well, we had Patrick Porter. We had Greg Reiter. We had Greg Reid and his friends, Lee Steinberg. So today is going to be a phenomenal day as well, because this is what the Best You EXPO is all about. The Best You EXPO is about bringing you world leaders, speakers, coaches, authors, trainers, mentors that are here to inspire you. Now, a lot of you that are watching from home, and we have thousands of people connected watching us from home. They're watching us on Facebook. They're watching us on YouTube. They're watching us on our TV apps, the Best You TV, which is on Roku, Apple, Amazon, Google Play. So we're very excited to have thousands of people. We had so much interaction with you guys. Make sure that you carry on engaging and connecting. Now, if you're watching this live from home, well, the challenge you're having is, or what you're missing out is on another 8 stages. And that's the masters, mentors, and influencers, the empowering women, the best for business, the passion to profit, the inspiration zone. And all these stages have so many phenomenal speakers. We've got around 150. And a lot of you that are watching this from home, you're probably seeing the schedule, but that's all you can see. But you're lucky enough to be able to see the main stage. But all those talks that are happening at the stages are then going to be uploaded onto the Best You TV. Now, those that have already got a premium ticket, they're going to be watching those recorded sooner. Because a lot of you did sign up for the premium tickets, so you can get access to all the recordings. And you really want to do that. You really want to have that, because what it is, it just gives you an opportunity to see all the phenomenal speakers that we have. And we've got, as I said, so many great inspirational stories in all these different rooms, different experts sharing all sorts of different expertise. So we're expecting an amazing lineup. We're expecting a lot of people to attend today as well on day 2. It normally happens. Friday's a build-up. Saturday gets busier, and Sunday it gets even busier. So we're very excited to be back. So today we have Marisa Peer joining us later on today. We also have Kim Serafini, and we have Deborah Reid also joining us today. We have a very close friend of mine, my sister from another mother, Michelle Patterson, from the Women Conference here in California. But she's very close to my heart because she's such an inspiration, Michelle Patterson. She's a lady that's been battling with cancer for the last 4 years. They gave her 90 days to live, and she's still an inspiration. And for a lot of you that are not here, well, and for those that are watching, we're going to have a gala tonight. We've got a gala and award ceremony that's happening at the Sheraton Grand tonight. And we've got a phenomenal lineup of people that are coming, a lot of press. We've got a lot of media. We're doing a red carpet. We've got some great guests, and we're doing some awards. We're going to be recognizing and acknowledging a lot of the great people that are doing so many great things for the world. And that's one of the things that we're excited about, is doing this gala and award ceremony, which we're going to build on in the coming months and years. So today, once again, I want to thank a lot of the people that have made this event happen. I want to thank all my team. I want to thank every single person in my team who's worked very, very hard to make this happen. From normally we put these events together and we plan it within a year. This one we turned it around in around 6 months. But it's just very exciting for us to be able to make this happen. But I couldn't make it happen without my team. I want to thank obviously all the speakers, the sponsors, the partners, everyone that's contributed with their love, effort, energy, and money in order for them to be present here and for them to provide you free tickets. Remember, this is an event that's free tickets. And a lot of people may choose to go to the shopping mall today and buy themselves another handbag because that's important to them. Let me just remind each and every one of you, you can't take anything away, and you won't take anything away. The only thing you can take away is the memories that you leave, and obviously the love that you leave in the world and the legacy that you leave. That's what the Best You is all about. And again, I understand it might be around priorities, but at the end of your life, you want to make sure that you have a little checklist. And did you make a difference? That should be on one of it. We're all here for a reason. We're all here to make sure that we leave the planet in a better place than how we found it. And that's what all the speakers bring. So there's priorities, and although it's been challenging with these last 3 years and making sure that we can bring this event back to life and continue where we left it, we believe that it's necessary. And we believe that now more than ever, it's a time for all of us to get together to elevate consciousness. And that's one of the things that the Best You will continue to do. Technically, we'll be back in 2024. And I'm saying technically because we can't do it without the support of our speakers, our sponsors, and partners. But we're planning on being back next year from the 15th to 17th of March. We're going to be back in LA. And we are hoping and planning and playing around with the idea of also maybe taking the Best You Expo back to London. So if you're a speaker, if you're an exhibitor, if you're a sponsor, if you're a partner, and you're watching this and you want to get involved, take action, apply today. You've got all the information on the webpage, okay? Apply today. The world needs leaders. The world doesn't need more people sitting on their sofa at home. No. We need more leaders, and it only happens when you step up and you take action. That's what a lot of the speakers are doing here today. So you're very lucky to be able to see the streaming for free. You're very lucky for all of those of you that are attending here and seeing it for free. And I want you to appreciate and understand the work and effort and energy that goes into this, because it's not easy. I share this story many times, but I had loads of hair before I started. I've lost it all of it. I have none, just around the beard, and it's grey, very grey. And people ask me, well, why do you do this event? And my ultimate answer is always, I don't know. But I do it because, like yesterday, there were speakers walking around the hall saying, hey, Bernardo, thank you so much for making this happen. And it was a great opportunity. And maybe there's only 20 people on their stage. Thank you for giving me a platform. Thank you for bringing it together. Thank you. So, it's those thank yous. That's why I do it. So it keeps me going. And because I know that, at some point, someone will feel inspired throughout these 3 days and it will change their life. So that's why we do this event. So if you are watching this from home and you have a story to share, share it. They're saying that the cemetery is full of books that were never written, songs that were never made, and adventures that people never lived, So what do you want to do? I want my kids to think that I was the lunatic that just kept pushing forward in order to try and bring these events together because I think they're necessary. So I'm very excited and grateful to bring it back to LA. And although it's been a challenge, like now, I'm chilled. Within reason, okay? It's all good. Anyway, guys, so one of the key people that I've had supporting me over the years, who's been involved over the years, who has really helped create a platform, bring people, who is very authentic and is very genuine and very, very well known in the industry, is Mr. Bill Walsh. Okay, so it's a name. Yes, come. So Bill Walsh is someone that if anyone's in the industry will know and have heard of. For me, in particular, he's probably one of the best speakers that you'll ever listen to, you'll ever engage with. He's trained thousands of coaches, speakers, trainers. He's helped thousands of businesses to really raise the level in anything and everything that they do from a business point of view. But he's a very authentic kind of guy too. So I'm very proud and honored to have Bill Walsh as Empower Team International as one of our sponsors and partners. And I hope that continues to happen for many years. So what I will say is that a lot of people that know that when Bill gets in a room, he gets everyone's attention because he's really up to date and he's on point with everything that he brings. So if you are watching this from home, and you are, and I know thousands of you are watching this from home live and thousands of you are watching this recordings, and you're watching it at different times, or you're watching it from all over the world. We have people from all over the world. I want you to make sure that you make some notes and listen to a master at action. And there's going to be opportunities for you to be able to connect with him, with the messages, the QR codes that we put on the screen. So if you're looking to find someone that can coach you, that can mentor you, that can help you, well, that would be in my church, would be Dr. He's not a doctor yet, but I'm going to make sure he gets a doctorate, is Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh. Big round of applause, everyone. Bill Walsh on stage, ladies and gentlemen. So, a lot of you, if you're watching this live, please make sure that you take as much notice as possible because you're about to learn a lot of things, even with ChatGPT. We were talking about it the other day. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Thank you, man.
How's everyone doing? Good? Well, for all you guys at home, I hope you guys got a lot of notes and have some fun today. Could you guys do me a favor, give a round of applause for all the sponsors and folks that made this event possible? I know so often we forget to give them the love, but without them, it doesn't happen. So we're going to do something kind of new today because I know once again when things change, be flexible. Write down flexibility is power. Flexibility is what? So what I'd like to do right now is I'm going to bring a few guests on stage that are super awesome, that are speaking throughout the day here in the Best for Business stage. So I have a number of speakers that are being the Best for Business stage. Please stand up. I'll bring you guys up on stage. Come on, guys. Come on stage. Let's go. I know that's like half the audience. That's okay. Come on, you guys. Let's go. It's all good. Don't worry. So first of all, also, I would like to thank Bernardo. Give Bernardo some round of applause. Come on. And also all the vendors. Give the vendors here a big round of applause. They deserve it. Everyone thinks it's easy to run events until you got to fill the events, and it's not so easy. But I like to do is, if you guys have your cameras, take a little photos. These are great photos to have. Come on up. I also have a very special guest from Solera Bank. Where's Creighton at? Creighton, come on stage. Come on, let's go. Come on stage. And if you guys are just walking around out there, we're going to give away some money in here. So come grab a seat in the front row. These are always the best seats in the front row. If you guys are in the back, come sit in the front row or you'll get no money. If I decide to give out some hundreds, I want you guys to sit in the front row. So come sit in the front row. Let's bring all these guys on stage. Let's go. We got a big party here. Come on, let's go. You got to sit in the front row. Mark McCool's in the house, man. Switch is here, baby. Let's go. Hey, guys, if you're walking around, come in and grab a seat. I want you guys to meet some of these amazing speakers. I want you to take 30 seconds or less. Tell us your name and tell us what you speak about.
My name is Christine Harding. I am a medical exercise specialist and a health and wellness expert. I help people to use their breath and their body and movement and mindset to live happier and healthier lives.
Give it up. Come on, give it up. Woo! Best for business stage. Let's go.
Hi, my name is Esperanza Ray. I'm an expert, transformational expert. I'm a divine mystic. I'm a published author and a global speaker, and I help people to connect with their divine consciousness and overcome limiting beliefs.
Give it up. She'll be in the best for business stage. Let's go.
Yes.
All day today. All speakers all day today. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Jessica Liston. I am the swagger specialist. I'm speaking today in the Best for Business at 2 p.m. What I do is help entrepreneurs own every layer of who they are and really stand out on social media so that you can bring more profit to your business.
Hey, guys, if you're walking around, come on and grab a seat. I want you to hear from these speakers. If you're walking around in the thing, come on and grab a seat up front. Let's go. Come on,
Hi.
Dr. Maylee. Let's go.
Hello, I'm Dr. May Lee. I'm the breakthrough specialist, and I'm going to talk today at noontime about how to empower women through a wealth mindset.
Come on, give it up. She deserves some love. Let's go.
What's up, LA? My name is Craig Bruce. I'm a high performance lifestyle consultant, and I'm going to be speaking today at 1 o'clock and 4:30 on winning at the game of life, relationships, and business.
Come on, give it up. Craig Bruce in the house, local.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Larry Steinhaus, and I own the #1 financial literacy center in North America, brick and mortar. Guess what? I also wrote a book called Money Hacks, because everything you think you know about money is wrong. You don't know it. You don't know it. You don't know it. Read the book. My name is Larry Steinhaus. I'm speaking tomorrow when?
Tomorrow in the Best for Business stage.
Awesome.
2:30, I believe. Let's go. Hey, guys, if you're standing around there, come and grab seats. Bernardo, tell those guys come and grab some seats. If you guys are walking around, come and grab some seats out there. Let's go.
Hey, everybody. My name is Michelle Jewsbury. I want to say thank you to Bernardo. I know he's walking right now.
Bernardo.
Woo!
We're giving you some love, brother. Let's go.
And thank you to Bill Walsh, my mentor and coach, which I'm sure we'll be hearing from him a little later, too.
Hey, guys, come sit up front. Come sit up front. Don't sit in the back. Come sit up front. All the money's in the front. Let's go.
So I'm a global breakthrough specialist and CEO and founder of a nonprofit called Unsilenced Voices that is one of the charity recipients of the Best You Expo. So make sure to get your tickets for the gala if you haven't done so. I'll be speaking today at 3 p.m. about how to build a lasting legacy by using your story.
Give it up. Jose, tell them to grab some seats. Jose, Michael Silvers, tell them to grab some seats. Don't just sit there and talk to each other. Have all the folks out there come grab some seats. Let's go.
All right. Welcome, 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 everybody here to the Best You Expo. My name is...
Come on, give it up. Hey, guys, sit in the center over here.
I'm Donna Campbell, and I am
Janine McCool's
known
in the house.
as a mind whisperer. So what does that really mean? I have an international healing practice, a best-selling author and speaker. So what I do is really help you, heart-centered business owners and entrepreneurs, to step into your infinite power, step into that prosperity, and increase your bottom line revenue. Get this, at least 25% or more consistently.
Best for Business stage all day today.
At 1:30.
Austin, come on stage for a second, would you? Austin, let's go. Austin and Michael Silvers on stage. Austin and Michael Silvers on stage. Let's go.
My name is Creighton Reid. I'm an executive at Solera Bank, and we help our customers unlock all that money that's in the stock market in their IRA or 401k and buy interesting things like Airbnbs in Belize or orange orchards down in Guatemala. You can also invest in crypto in your IRA and real estate.
Hey, guys, once again, how many guys would like to work with one of the coolest banks in the country to help you guys get some more money? Would that be okay, yes or no? Take out your phone right now. Take out your phone. Text the word Solera, S-O-L-E-R-A, Solera, to 26786. If you want to get access to leveraging using self-directed IRAs, solo 401ks, or non-recourse business loans, this would be a good time to text in and go see their booth, Solera, right outside, right out there by the main stage there. Give them a big round of applause. Michael Silvers, come on.
All right, everybody. My name is Michael Silvers, Executive Vice President of Power Team. We're actually building local masterminds. It's something that you'd be interested in. We're taking mastermind groups around the world. We have local masterminds of business people getting together. We're also working on a whole podcasting area. Any podcasters here, raise your hand. Anybody ever want to be a podcaster, raise your hand. There you go. So you talk to me about that too. I'll be presenting on stage, I think at 2:30. I'll take a look, but I'm here all day. I'll be at the Power Team booth. And if you want to run something local and have us behind you, we're there for you and look forward to it.
Give Michael Silvers a round of applause. Hey, guys, come grab some seats. If you're in the hall just walking around, and the next 20 minutes, I will share with you over 20 great business hacks. Launch, grow, build a better business. Come on now, give it up. Mr. Austin Walsh is in the house.
How you guys doing today? Say hello. Good, good, good. My name is Austin Walsh. Been doing online marketing for the better part of the last 10 years. Currently working on our awesome, amazing product called Mobex Pro, which handles all your funnel sales process when it comes to the mobile side. So all your text message marketing, if you've texted into any campaigns, probably at this event, it's through us. And here today to help you guys and serve you guys when it comes to any of your mobile processes. All right, now let's have some fun today.
So, guys, we sponsor the VIP Lounge. We also sponsor the Best for Business stage today, your app, if you guys are using the app for sure. And you know what? I want to make sure that we do one thing today as well. If you guys could spend time and go to every booth, talk to all these vendors, figure out ways you can create some wins together. Roosevelt, come on stage. Get up here. I want you to say hello for a second. Say to Mark McCool. Mark McCool, come here for a second. Come on. Get up here, Mark McCool. I'll put you on the spot. Hey, guys, if you're walking around out there, stop walking around and come in here. All the action's right in the front here, right? Come on, let's go. This is my good friend, Mark McCool, for nearly 30 years. He has one of the most innovative health products you've ever seen in your life called Switch. Write down Switch. But, Mark, maybe just tell him your name and tell him what you do.
Hey guys, Mark McCool, Sarasota, Florida. Just rolled into town, so thanks for having me, Bill. But yeah, we invented some new nanotechnology. We basically embed nanotechnology on an oral strip that you put on your tongue, dissolves instantly, and gets immediate penetration into your bloodstream right to the cells. So we got energy, sleep, and immune, and lots of other things coming. So if you're looking for a little boost, let me know.
And you also have free samples, right?
Free samples. Let me know. We'll get you some. We got some right here. These part of my team here, Janine, Dave, and Sam.
Come on, guys, give Mark McCool some love. Let's go. All right, let's go, Roosevelt. You're on the mic now, baby. Let's go.
All right, everybody, get excited. Get excited.
Come on, turn it up. Let's
get excited. Happy to be here. Get involved. Get connected. I'm here shaking hands. We have a BizCon coming up. Come say hello.
What's the date for BizCon?
April 5th and April 6th in San Diego, California, at the San Diego Convention Center.
So can we give away a few complimentary tickets today, yes or no?
Absolutely.
So if you guys want to go, April 5 and 6, come join the San Diego Convention Center. They also have a VIP experience. You got to talk to Roosevelt about that, but do not miss that opportunity. Sound good?
Absolutely,
you guys
Bill.
Ready for some more fun? Say, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Turn left, right, and tell someone you look good. Now do it one more time and say, but I look better. All right, guys, give these guys a round of applause. Come on, let's go. Let's get started. Good? All right, so listen, I've got about 25 minutes. Would that be okay with you guys? And in 25 minutes, I'd like to give you guys some really cool tools. I'll invite 4 people here today to work with our team for a whole year. Would that be okay? So if you guys are in the back, Carlos, come grab some seats, buddy. Come on, man. Come sit up front. Don't sit in the back. There's no magic out there in the hallway. Shit, get in the game, brother. Come on. So once again, if you don't know, we run a venture fund. We do business courses, speaker courses, mastermind events all over the world. We're very honored to be here today and sponsor this event. I believe in Bernardo. I believe in what they do. I know it's tough because, you know, when you come to these events, you can always have all kinds of bad attitudes, right? You start to see, well, there's nobody here in the room. There's nobody here there. Write this down. One person, how many? Can change your life forever. So I know that it doesn't always have to be perfect. It doesn't always have to look like it's supposed to look. Now, if I get this little thing to work here, just click the slide is fine. My team over there, just click the slide because this is not moving very fast. There we go. My background's very simple, guys. Born and raised in Chicago. Out of high school and college, became a trader. I did turnarounds for a decade. I teamed up in 2002 with a young company called GoDaddy as a marketing partner. Another company called Franklin Covey's a channel partner. We launched a product called Successfolio, a little business in a box. And within 2 or 3 years, we're in 20 countries. 2005, we launched a business course called Rainmaker. The idea was very simple. Take a group of entrepreneurs, meet 4 times a year, 4 days at a time, to help you work on your vision, your mission, your path, your purpose, help you guys with your grants, write your books, become better public speakers, and make sure you have the best chance to win in business. And I share this with you because I want you to know that 18 years later, we still teach that same course all over the world. And we make sure that people understand, have access to a great group, give you access to country club memberships all over the country, fly you in for the weekend, put you up. And then we challenge you to become a better entrepreneur. How many people here, by a show of hands, are really serious about growing their businesses? Hands up high and say, that's me. Who would like to be part of an incubator group right here in LA County? Say, that's me also. Say this loud so they hear you in the back. Say, I have. No, loud. Say, I have. Big things to do. Now turn left, right, and say, you don't know who you're sitting next to. And if you're online at home, I got you guys too. Don't worry about it. Once again, I'll tell you that in life and business, one of the greatest things in life is really about your family and your kids. So on the photo, you'll see my kids pretty much grown up now. My son, Austin. My daughter, Marisa, is now 29. She's a PA in dermatology in Chicago. Just got married a few months ago. My youngest son, Evan, produces beats and makes music. I will tell you, all the deals I've done in my life, none compare to watching your kids grow up and become your heroes. Yes or no? Nothing. So if that resonated with you, this is super important today. When it comes to business, write this down: family, faith, and fun. Family, faith, and fun. So I'm going to share with you guys some tips that'll give you ideas to grow your businesses. I will tell you, in business, if you don't have these things down, it gets really hard to win. So first of all, how many here like the idea of having more leads, more fun, more profits? Say, that's me. Okay, so I'm going to put up 4 quadrants on the screen. Can you just go to the next slide? This is all the stuff we do today. We started back then, 07, the Venture Fund, 08, Masterminds, 09, Inspiration Conference, 2010, Platinum Speaker Programs, 2012, the Small Business Expos. More than 100,000 folks were coming out a year. We then, of course, moved into local events, mastermind events, local mastermind events, book writing courses, and now, of course, we run summits all over the world. We produce just over 300 live events a year. So I don't care if there's 5 people in the room here today or 500, I'd show up for you guys. Does that make sense? Show up. I don't care how many are in the room. It doesn't matter. I know people will bitch and moan, oh, the room wasn't full. It wasn't that. Well, there's a lot of folks on the stream. So if you're at home and you're watching, I'm talking to you right now too. So stay tuned in with me as well and get ready to take some notes. Those cards in front of you are designed to take notes. When we go back to 05, go to the next slide, we looked at a simple idea. Everyone tells you how much money you're going to make. I'm going to tell you today that when you focus only on the money, you're not going to get it. But in 05, we launched Rainmaker, and our goal was to make an extra $1 million. Teach 4 weekends a year, make $1 million. How many of you guys will be okay with that? So we figured out we bundle our entire program for you plus 4 people, $5,000 for the whole year. Because I know for a fact you got to get outside your comfort zone. So what it really came down to, it's changed the whole game, was all we had to do, write this down, was serve 200 clients. Think about today how many clients you have to serve to get to your number. Don't focus on the money. From this day forward, focus how many clients you got to serve. Does that make sense? It was a game changer for our business. It meant that we had to, once again, serve 50 clients a quarter. It meant we had to serve 17 clients a month. How many guys like the idea of serving 17 clients a month and make an extra $1 million a year? Yes or no? Sounds better, doesn't it? See, if your whole team is focused on clients you serve versus money you make, the money starts to flow at you. How many here like the idea of having some more money flow to your bank account every day? Then get really laser focused on serving more clients, which really means more qualified leads. We figured if we can get 170 people a month to talk to, just 170, 45 people a week, we could convert 17 new clients and make the extra $1 million a year. I want you to write down that sheet of paper that you're probably sitting on or next to you, how many clients you have to serve to get to your revenue number. And once you have this down, it's a game changer, yes or no? So let me take you through how to do that. Would that be okay? Quadrant 1 to your top left is called the expert quadrant. These are things you have to have. Write these down. An influencer site. We use a service called Mingle, MINGL.no. It's free. You can literally build an influencer site in 5 minutes today. Upload your photo, upload your websites, all your QR code. It's all built in, all for free. It gives you global text messaging, all for free. Now, once you've done this, now you've got an influencer site, not your corporate website. This is an influencer site. They buy from you before they buy from the business, yes or no? Now, once that's up, write this down. Go to Canva. Get a book cover done. It's also free. Once your book cover's done, you're going to go out to this other website called Facebook and launch a free community. What kind of community? Free community. Once you set this up, You put the book cover saying your book's going to come out 2 years from today, Q2 of 2025. Would that be okay? Yes or no? But I'm telling you, no buzz, no business. Now, the minute that's all done, you're all going to become podcasters. Become what? I'm not talking about trying to be a soapbox podcaster. You're going to do 2 podcasts a month. How many? You're only going to interview top people. 2 interviews a month, top people only. The interviews are always about them, not about you. There's an app called Anchor. It's free. It's owned by a company called Spotify. Go to GoDaddy, pay the $8, point it to your podcast. The minute this is up, you're all going to list yourself on a service called Haro. Write down help a reporter out. Help a reporter out. It's also free. If you're not on these tools, please do not spend one dime in marketing because you're wasting all the marketing dollars. Believe me when I tell you that business today is relationship business, yes or no? Take the time to let them get to know who you are, then they'll buy from your brand. Now, once this is set up, there's a service called Pingler. Write down Pingler. It's $3 a month. Pingler is so easy to use. Anytime you're posted on Facebook, more than 50 comments or likes, anytime you're published by a third-party source, news story, anything, Haro gets all that, opens up all the doors for you. Help a reporter out. But anytime they list you as a story expert, whatever it's going to be, you ping it. It'll help you get on page 1 organically, yes or no? In addition, for the expert category, write this down. Build a better plan. Guys, you have to build a better business plan. Today, we'll give you what's called Success Track, then Success Plan when you come to the Rainmaker program. We have it coming up in Dallas in a few weeks. Then it'll be in Chicago. Then it's in Orlando. Then it's back in Vegas. Part of our program, you get to come all 4 times and bring 4 people with you. And your kids get to come if you want. They come for free. Now, when you attend, we fly you in the first time. We don't fly you on Spirit. We don't fly you on a private jet. Is that okay? Yes or no? But it's only for you, not for your whole team. And these kids that get to come for free, they're not your kids that are 35. Is that clear? These are kids under 21. Yes or no? Just so we're clear. Now, once the plan is done, write this down. You got to start applying for grants. We're going to give you 60 resources for grants. You only apply for grants, write this down, under 100 grand. Guys, if you're not applying for grants, that means you're giving away money every time. What's the good thing about grants? Who can tell me? You never have to what? Never got to pay them back. Yet most business owners never even apply for them. $500 billion every year gets unused in grant money. How many guys want to learn how to get some grant money? Say, that's me. What if you only got an extra 50 grand? Would that be okay, yes or no? When do you think it'd be a good time to apply for it? Today. Now, once the grant is done, write this down, guys. No more business cards, only gift cards. No more business cards, only gift cards. The gift to your intellectual property. Go to a website called, write it down, guys, Upwork. They'll make the cards for you, gift cards. Another company right here in town called Next Day Flyers will make the cards. 5,000 cards, $40. Please don't skimp on your marketing. It is non-negotiable. Could somebody also bring up one of my marketing kits and also bring me one of my books, right? I'm going to show you guys some cool stuff. How many guys could use help with, just put on the chair. How many guys could use help with all these things so far? Hands up high and say, that's me. When do you think will be a good time to get this stuff rolling? Because if you don't do it now, write this down. Your competitors will. And they will kick your ass. Trust me when I tell you that business is war. You got to learn to be in business like you play chess, not checkers. Too many folks play checkers. Most entrepreneurs, they burn out. You've seen it. They go from Busyville to Brokeville to Burnoutville. Then they become what's called a BMW. They want to bitch, moan, and whine, yes or no? I know you guys have seen this, yes or no? See, because if you're having success, negative people want to drag you down. Does that make sense? But the second category is so important. It's called the empowered quadrant. In the empowered quadrant, 2 parts. Time, write this down, teams and systems. Teams and systems. I know I'm going really fast. But the teams you have to have, write these down. Number 1, super important, outsourcing. Number 2, and I know we don't think this, we got to have what's called a board of advisors. Get 3 people to help you. They work on one thing, relationship capital. The third part of the equation, masterminds. There's always a virtual mastermind. Always leverage virtual masterminds. Always get 4 people you look up to, talk once a month. We'll teach you guys how to run this stuff. The next group you got to have, you make more than 100 grand, write this down. Start joining masterminds. We run them twice a year, goes to the Bahamas, goes to Mexico, except now you're the speaker. And you got to pitch everyone in the room what you're working on, what your challenges are, what help you need. And the third group, when you make more than $250 a year, run a local mastermind. Begin to give back and teach others. You will get so much value by serving other people. Does that make sense? Please do not miss the give back. If you guys are at home, I hope you're taking a lot of great notes. Don't miss this stuff. And of course, we're going to show you guys a QR code. We'll take 5 people online that want to be part of our team. We're with you guys for a whole year online. You can come to the program live or take it. It's already all recorded. I recommend you come live. But once you get this part down, this is so important, you guys. We missed this in our team building. We need influencers. You've got to have people with big database get behind your products and services. Please do not miss the opportunity to get people with a database, get behind your stuff. I didn't know Les Brown or Brian Tracy or Mark Victor Hansen. I didn't know Sharon Lecter. But I knew if I helped them and they talked about that, it helped our brand, yes or no. Begin to write down right now who's in your Fab 10. Who's in your Fab 10 that if they got behind your brand, your sales would what? Please understand, write this down. Everyone's approachable. I'll teach you how to talk to anyone, anywhere, anytime. Go to YouTube today. Type in Bill Walsh and Michael Jordan. You'll see our video together. An hour before the video, I didn't know Michael Jordan. He didn't know me. An hour after the video, he's giving my kids tips on playing basketball. Does that make sense? So please do not fear the most successful. Put yourself in the right room all the time, yes or no. And of course, once you get the mastermind done, this is important, you guys. You start to get the influencers in place. Build a good core team. You don't build a core team, write this down. You attract a core team. Be so good at what you do, you attract the right people. Now, the flip side of teams, write this down, is called systems. What's it called? Here's the systems you got to have. Do not miss on any of these things. Create a good loyalty program. When you're part of our group, we give you access to Wyndham hotels. Give away those little 3-day, 4-night vacations all day long. You pay $10 a month, use as many as you want. On top of that, referral program. Please build a referral program on your website. There should be a button that says referral program. 10 to 14% increase in gross revenue by simply adding a button to your website. Does that make sense, you guys? Yes or no? Third part of the equation, have a good sales process. Learn how to ask for the sale. Learn how to ask for someone to buy your products and services. Know the value of your offer. Always have what's called a Bugatti offer. Have some outrageous offer. I don't care if you're a coach, if you own a spa, you run a business, create some crazy offer. If you look up Formula F1 for the first time ever, you can now get a room at the Bellagio for $1 million. That's their Bugatti crazy offer, right? You don't get a Bugatti, you get a room and a couple tickets to the race. Does that make sense? For $1 million. You know they've already sold a bunch of them? You know why people buy those things? Because they can what? They can talk about it, yes or no. I'm one of the $1 million F1 persons. You know why they spend $1 million on it? Who can tell me? Write this down. Because they can, yes or no. They don't care. It's the play, and I'm telling you right now, create some crazy offers for your clients. They'll take advantage of it. Always get on page 1 of Google organically. We'll teach you organic SEO linking, how to do this, right? On top of that, so important, you guys, because I know we missed some of this stuff. Make your websites 3 clicks to buy. Get rid of all the pop-ups on your websites. Put landing pages before they ever hit your website. Now, in addition to this stuff, you got to have a good marketing strategy. On marketing, write this down. Everything, and I'm telling you right now, everything is, please understand, you got to invest in your customers. I recommend really nice folders. There's a company called Vistaprint. 50 cents a piece for these folders. Please do not be cheap on your marketing stuff, yes or no. The same thing, if you're going to get yourself featured in stories, I highly recommend that you take that and buy what are called reprint rights. What are they called? If you get featured in any magazine, get the reprint rights. The company's called M13 Graphics. M13 Graphics. We'll teach you all this stuff, you guys. How many guys could use help to get an extra 100 qualified leads a month, yes or no? Please write this down. Stop talking to broke people. They're going to burn you out, yes or no? But if you're not using some of these tools, what are you doing? You're missing out. And of course, in addition to all that, you're starting to say, wow, I got to have all this stuff done. We'll teach you how to do it step by step. Because if you're not doing it, it's costing you money every day. Now, on top of these, once you get some of this stuff in motion, please write this down too. Social media is here to stay. If you guys use LinkedIn, write this down. Use Linked Helper. If you guys use Instagram, follow me, Bill Walsh 360. Bill Walsh 360. More than 400,000 followers. Let's connect. But this is important, you guys. If you're going to do that, use Reels. Reels are the short videos. I only post once or twice a week. Good content. Always put good content. Get organic likes on your post. Get rid of the hashtags. Get rid of the website links. Add those later. In addition to this, if you're doing these things, once again, if you guys are using Facebook at all, write this down. Learn to build what are called lookalike audiences. Learn to build what are called polyagonal marketing plans. Polyagonal marketing plans. So you're only marketing to who? Perfect customers. If not, it's costing you money. And please get this and get this clear. Everything's going to that cell phone. What's going to the cell phone? Take out your phones, you guys. Look at your phones. That phone is a marketing machine. It's a what? It's either using it to market yourself or it's being used against you, yes or no? How many guys want to use that phone to really drive a whole lot more leads? This is one of the most important things you guys can do. When you get that phone rolling properly, you want to do a complete online sales funnel. It's called Mobex Pro. It's an all-in-one mobile sales funnel, all for $100 a month. It comes with a 500-person Zoom account. Go see Austin Walsh in the VIP lounge or the power team table over here. Get your account running today. If you're not doing mobile opt-ins, I don't know how you compete. We get a 90% open rate, 30% click rate. You get maybe a fifth of that with email. How many guys like the idea of automating your sales process 100%, all through mobile? I'll tell you the last couple buttons here, write down exposure. And I'm going fast because I got about 10 minutes left. You guys having fun so far, yes or no? Who would like to be part of this incubator group right here in LA? Hands up high, let me see. What if it was hard work? What if you would hate the first 3 months? Would that be okay? But you'd love us for the rest of your life. Now, on the exposure side, write this down. You got to learn to get your public speaking down to a science. Our program includes 4 one-day workshops just on public speaking. How to get paid, how to launch your digital products, how to get online traffic, how to fill your events, all is part of our program. But these are the events you want to go to. If you want to speak to millionaires in this town, write down Vistage, V-I-S-T-A-G, Vistage. Want to speak to successful entrepreneurs, BNI, Rotary, Chambers, civic groups, ethnic groups, corporate groups, women's groups, personal development groups. There's a website called Eventbrite. You can find them all. Learn how to speak at those events just for 5 minutes. How long? 5 or 10 minutes is all you ever need to speak. We'll teach you to get that message down to a science. But Eventbrite can also do all your marketing. Eventbrite can actually run what are called, write this down, moderated Zooms. Moderated Zooms actually teams up with Eventbrite. So now they're connected. You can run events in any city you want digitally, and it invites all of your people from the city all for free, all through Eventbrite. You can have affiliates all through Eventbrite. I know you want to pay all this money to all these experts. I'm telling you right now, use some of the free software. Would that be okay? Once you get this down to a science, step up your game. Go to YouTube. Everyone has to have a YouTube channel. Begin to post all your customer stories on YouTube. Get bigger than that, there's a service called Twitch. Twitch is one of the coolest platforms. It's owned by Amazon. You get your own free TV station. When do you think it's a good time to have a free TV station? Today. If you're not doing it, it's costing you customers every day. If you want to go one step further, write this down. It's called StreamYard. You guys can now launch your own TV network for $1 a day. And we'll teach you all this stuff. We're going to meet 4 times a year, 4 days at a time. We're going to throw in 2 digital marketing events on all influencer partnerships, all as part of the program. But I have room for 4 here and then 5 online. So if you're online, you're going to see a QR code. Hit that QR code right now and reserve your seat. Even though it might show you just get 1 ticket online, we're going to give you all the perks everyone that's here live gets as well. Would that be okay? You guys cool with that, yes or no? So when you start to understand the exposure game, believe me when I tell you, we're going to help you change the game dramatically. Who's ever seen the movie called The Secret? I'm going to teach you guys how to network from the front of the room. Would that be okay? Yes or no? Who's ever seen the movie called The Secret? Hands up high. Let me see. I wrote a best-selling book called The Obvious. Now, who would like a copy of my book today? I only have 1 copy. Who would like it? You were the first one. No, back there. She was the first one to stand up. Come here. You were close, but she was first. There you go. Give her a round of applause. Yes or no? Now, who else would like a copy of our book? Who would also like, if you're okay with this, our newsletter free for the whole year? And who would like to win a ticket to our digital marketing conference this summer in Chicago? Take out your phones. Let's see how fast you are. Take out your phones quickly. Take out your phones quickly. Let's see how fast you are with your fingers. The first one, online as well. We'll check both online or live. Text the word win. What's the word? Text the word win right now to 26786. Text the word win to 26786. Now let's see how fast you are, right? What you just learned was how to network from the front of the room. Stop doing spray and pray with your business cards. Learn to speak for 5 or 10 minutes, give out good free content, let the systems work for you. And we'll show you how to do all this stuff. Now, if you got just an extra 100 leads a month, 100 qualified leads a month, how much would that be to your bottom line? 5 grand, 10 grand, 100 grand? Whatever that number is, let's work together on that. Let's figure there's ways we can make some money together because we love this, right? We built an empire by building joint ventures and partnerships. We have so many speakers here and people have activations and booths. You know, and this next week we'll have another 6,000 or 8,000 down in Florida. But if you're serious about it, I'd like to talk with you guys one-on-one. I'll be here all day long. I'm with you guys, talk about your businesses, your ideas. But I'm going to take 4 people out of this whole group today. Work with you guys for a whole year. But I only want the ones that are serious. Does that make sense? I want the ones that'll put the work into it. You got some big goals and dreams. Maybe you're starting over. That's okay. Maybe you're trying to scale something. That's okay. Wherever you're at, that's fine. But the last quadrant is called execution. It's the most important quadrant on the screen. People have dreams. They've got goals. They've got ideas. But they get stuck because somebody told you you're not good enough. Somebody told you you're not supposed to make it. See, I want you to write this down. Build your legacy first. Start with your legacy. Don't focus on success. Focus on a legacy and settle for success. Once you have that, build your vision. Where are you going to go with the business? You're going to be number 1 in the country, number 1 in the state. What's your plan? Then what's your why? We make you make a why movie of your life at the class. Turn off the TV for 90 days. Turn on your why. Your friends will think you've lost your mind. Would that be okay? Yes or no? How many guys know for a fact you're already crazy? Say it loud so they can hear you at home. I am. No, I am a little crazy. Now turn left, right, and say it's the crazy ones that make all the money. It's true, yes or no? And I know your family thinks you're nuts. If your family thinks you're nuts, you're on the right path as an entrepreneur. Give it up for sure. No doubt. Now, in addition to all these things, we give you what's called a success planner. We mail it to your house. You fill it out. There's 3 things that go in the planner. Write this down. Family, faith, and fun. Family, faith, and fun. Fill in your whole year with things you want to do with your kids or your church or your own fun stuff. And then we make every entrepreneur be a part of a charitable group. We would ask you to attend 1 charity event per month. Local, regional, or national. Fill in the blanks for the whole year and invite your tribe to go with you. Don't go alone. Never go to charitable events on your own, and don't show up fashionably late. Show up early. Meet the people that run the event. Stay late. Figure out, once again, how can you add more value to their events? You will meet the most dynamic entrepreneurs at charitable events you've ever found in your whole life. Look up a guy named Nito Cobain. He runs a group called High Point University. He wrote a whole paper on how to get to the top through charitable contribution. And if you're online at home, once again, don't forget, I've seen a bunch of guys have already texted WIN to 26786. We will not miss you. Don't worry. You'll all start to get links in your thing. You'll get my phone. You'll get my book. You got our connections. You'll get access to our no social media group called Global Business Network, all free. Get plugged into people doing epic things, yes or no? Now, once all this is done, you got to build something called KPIs. There's team scoreboards and CEO scoreboards. Write this down, LPC. Leads, presentations, and customers. Cut the bullshit. Does it make sense? You want to feel good? Write this down. Elevate your bank account, yes or no? Only way to do that, serve more customers. Serve more customers, and you'll win a whole lot more. And we want to challenge entrepreneurs today to build a daily method of operation, to build a better plan, have better teams, have better systems. The results are simple. Better plans, better teams, better systems, more focus. Now, I can't ever tell people what business to do. We just help you do it better. Does that make sense? But if you love the idea of a challenge, this is our 18th year doing the program. We deliver the course in more than 30 countries. And I still love it more today than when we started. Because I know for a fact some of tomorrow's top entrepreneurs, they haven't even started their companies yet. But if you've ever thought about being a part of a team and a family that will just simply outwork most people, that's what we built the Power Team. We have so many great speakers today on the Best for Business stage all day long, half-hour segments. Many of the speakers speak twice. So if you can't catch them one time, go back for another one. I want you to see other speakers too. But there's no doubt we've had very powerful women and men that have flown in to be a part of just this event to lecture in that hall over there. I don't want you to miss that. But I'd like to invite you guys right now. Let me share with you exactly what's in the program. Can we go to the next slide, please? Could my team pass out the Power Team, the little red sheets that explain the program? Yeah, pass those out quickly. And then pass out some order forms. I want the ones that are serious. Does that make sense? Go to the next slide. That's your gift. You've already got that today. Just text obvious. You've already got that. Go ahead. One more. You got that? One more. There's all our calendar now for the year, so you can see that we don't slow down. Tomorrow we take a group on a 600-foot mega yacht. So in case you got a little getaway plan, we're going to Miami in the morning. One more slide. There's our all 3 days of the program. You'll see the little red sheet they're passing out. I love to work with the ones that are most serious about growing their companies. The entire package is $5,000. So you know it's pretty affordable for a small business, but I want the ones that are really serious. So if you know for a fact you're serious about this stuff, I'd love to talk with you guys. At this one, we'll talk about ChatGPT. We'll talk now about more on AI, of course, TikTok marketing. We'll talk about barter and grants and bring all your business stuff to the class and spend 4 days with our team 4 times a year. You'll get my direct number. How do we create something together? Does that make sense? Go to one more slide, please. One more after that one. There you go. That'll show you the entire program for the entire year. Does that make sense? This lays out the entire, everything. Take a picture of that, you guys. Take a picture. That entire program, number 1, we're going to fly you and put you up for the weekend. Number 2, you get to come 4 times a year with 4 other people. They can't change. Once you have your team in place, let's go. We'll give you actually another 5 tickets to our, once again, our big digital conference, UWC. You'll get 5 tickets for the Icon speaker training, all inclusive in the package. And you'll get access to Club Corp. Over 200 country clubs you can use for your own business and for your luncheons and for your events. The entire bundle is $5,000. If you buy it online, not you guys right now, you'll have a special link online, but after today, you'll get 1 ticket for the $5,000. No flights, no hotels, no Club Corp, no team, no public speaker training. So I love people to take action. But I want to know by a show of hands, how many of you guys would like to make the next year one of your best years ever? Let me see hands up high. Not your best year, one of your best years. If that's you, stand up. If you want to make the next year one of your best years ever, stand up. Stand up. Listen, if you stay in your chair, it's okay, but karma's a bitch. Listen, if you don't believe your next year's going to be even better, I promise you the universe will give you more of what you don't want, yes or no. Now, I want to know the ones that are really serious that would also like to maybe have a JV with us somehow. How many of you guys are serious about growing your companies? If that's you, come up front. Come right up here. Come on, walk up front. It's free. It costs nothing to walk up here. It's funny. Come on up front. It's okay. I just want the ones that are most serious about growing their businesses. If that's you, come up here. It's free. Free to walk up here. I want the ones that are serious about growing their business. Come up front here. I love entrepreneurs that are serious. That makes sense. Now, your commitment here, of course, is that for the next 90 days, you're going to hate me. Would that be okay? You will, because everybody wants to get in shape. Nobody wants to go where? To the gym. It's the same thing here with business. If you're not willing to put the work into it, don't come. I'm not a life coach. I'm not a fitness coach. I'm not a relationship coach. I can't cook it all, but I'm a damn good business coach. Does that make sense? 8 years in a row by Guru Magazine, top 30. And I know for a fact if you're being challenged in your business right now, this would be a perfect time to say, Bill, get me on the flight to Dallas. I can't wait. My business is too important. Or I'm going to come to Chicago for all 6 days. It's too important. Or I'm going to come to Vegas. The homework starts when? Today. But I love entrepreneurs that say, Bill, I'll put the work into it. And you might say, Bill, I don't got $5,000 sitting around. I get that. I brought an extra $5,000 for you. Would that be okay? Just for you. Because I'm telling you, this should be a joke, yes or no? You've got to be so serious about your business. I need you to think like breathing when you think about success. Would that be okay? Because when you start to think that way, you know what? No negative people can stop you. No energy-sucking vampires can stop you. But if you're open to that conversation, I'd love to work with you guys. You do finance, but we do financing too, so don't worry about that. But I know this for a fact. I've created some really cool bonuses for you guys today. It's $5,000 for the whole year for you plus 4 people. But I only want the ones that are dead serious. That makes sense? Is there an opening over there, guys? Can we use one of those tables over there, Cheryl? Can you open up that drape right there? Can you guys open that drape for me, please? You see where Cheryl's at right there? You see where Missy's at? I want to talk to this whole group. Who? This group, go right through over there. Go right through there to the table right there. I'm going to talk to you guys. The whole group. Go right over there. Go and actually talk with Cheryl. Just walk right over there. It's okay. Come on, let's go, because I'm going to finish right now. We got to bring up Bernardo. I'm just about done. But I want to talk to that group that has an interest. If you guys are thinking about, once again, growing your companies, Michael, could you go over there and give them a hand, please? We got a team that's over to talk about your business. Roosevelt, you should go over there too. If you're thinking about, once again, teaming up with a group to help you launch, grow, and build a better business, Go and see my team right now over there. I'll be there in less than 30 seconds. I also want to thank you guys for playing full out. I want to thank Mark McCool and some of the guys that came out. I also want to thank the entire team from Kiss the Monkeys right up here. Raquel and Alex are some of the best people in the country, what the work they're doing to give back. Once again, if you think it might be a good fit, go see our team over there. They'll have forms for you. We'll have a conversation. I want to say thank you guys. I love you so much. If you're online, click that little link right there and get yourself registered. I love you guys. I'll see you guys at the top. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. As always, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bill Walsh, as always, bringing so much value to everything that he does. So I hope you took action, those people that are watching from home. I hope you got that QR code. I hope you got all the information necessary to be able to work with Bill. If you're interested in looking for a business coach, you should definitely take action. So, okay, so I've got Marisa Peer coming up very, very soon, literally within 10, 15 minutes. So for those of you that are watching at home, stay tuned. Now, I've got a couple of people that I want to bring on stage just to highlight, and this is some of the people that we have involved in the event, which are speakers, which are partners, which are going to be talking and sharing their expertise here live, but they're also going to be doing it on stage. So I want to invite Peter Vekselman, who's from the company called Partner Driven. You've got all the information on the webpage. You've got all the information on the app. And we're going to be talking a little bit about his journey, what he's done. So, Peter, when you're ready, let's come up and let's just have a quick chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Great. So how are you guys from home? All good? Just give us some thumbs up. Share. Please make sure you share this. It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. Get this to as many people as possible. And if you're in the room here now at the Best You Expo, if you are in the proximity of the main stage, well, we're going to have Marisa Peer coming joining us very, very quickly. Peter, let's have a seat. I want to talk a little bit more about kind of what you're doing and what you're bringing to the Best You Expo. Thank you. So Peter Vekselman, big round of applause for him. Thank you. Peter, tell us a little bit about what you do and what are you sharing here at the Best You Expo?
Well, what I do is real estate. We do deals across the United States, but my model is very unusual. Every single deal I do with a local partner. So I literally partner with people across the United States, and we do real estate deals. We coach them. We teach them how to do the deals. We spend money right in the markets they live in and generate leads and opportunities for them. My back office handles all the back office stuff, paperwork, appraisals, all that. The next key factor is very important. I provide all the money. So my partners don't have to spend a penny out of pocket on deals to buy them, fix them, carry them, manage them, whatever. So we provide all the capital. Our construction team gets in these cities, helps them fix it, and we put them in a market, sell them, split the profits down the middle, 50-50.
But how do you do that? Because, I mean, it sounds too good to be true, Peter. I mean, not only you got the expertise, but, I mean, you're literally funding them as well to make it happen, aren't you?
Right. Well, that's a very good question. As far as I know, at the national level, I'm the only person that does it. And it's just really taken time, 23 years of doing things, messing things up, doing things local, expanding, and then several years back coming up with this model. But we have at this point an infrastructure literally across the United States. We have boots in the ground. We have all the way from title agencies to construction people. So it's not an easy model to implement, but it's one that we have perfected.
I love your brand. I love what you've set up here at the Best You Expo.
Thank you.
You obviously class because, you know, you're obviously in real estate refurbishment, redecorating. You can see the style. I obviously follow you on Instagram. You got a lot following there. So what's the type of client you're looking for?
Well, the bottom line is we're looking for people that want to level up. They're not happy with the situations they're in. They're not happy with their jobs. They're not happy with their businesses. They want to do more and they want to make more. We're looking for people that are coachable. We know what we're doing. We've been doing it for 23 years. We're looking for people that are humble. Again, we got experience to back this whole thing, and we're looking for long-term players. Nothing in real estate, even with everything we provide, nothing happens overnight. But we are literally doing more deals with people across the United States now than I ever have. It's a great time to be in real estate. Aside from what I do, it's just a great time to be in real estate from everything that's happening at the economy. It's a super time to be in the type of real estate we're in, single family. So the timing's perfect. The opportunity's perfect. The industry's perfect. So, you know, looking for go-getters, people that want to do more and make more.
Okay, so a lot of people watching online here. We got thousands of people connecting here today. How can people connect with you? And I know you're going to be speaking. What are you going to be talking about later?
Well, I'm going to expand the model. I'm going to share with you the value of somebody wanting to, why somebody would want to partner with me. So at 2, I think I come back here at 2 o'clock. I'm just going to explain the model in more detail, all the benefits that come with it. Talk a little bit more about my history, how I ended up in this model, and the best way to connect with me. The website is called Partner Driven. Or if you want to just literally connect with me, go to my social media profiles, Instagram / Peter Vekselman, Instagram.com / Peter Vekselman. So I'm easy to get a hold of, and I got a booth right back there with a whole team of people.
Brilliant. You do. You have a great team of people. Well, Peter, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And we're very grateful to have you as a partner sponsor for the Best You EXPO.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having us, Bernardo.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you. So thank you very much. Big round of applause for Peter. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a very quick break. But when we come back in literally 2-3 minutes, we're going to have Marisa Peer joining us here on the main stage. Now, we've had, over the years, a lot of speakers joining us at the Best You EXPO. And I wanted to share this story about Marisa Peer in London, which was the last event we did, which was in 2019. And it was a phenomenal experience to see because, Marisa, at the first event, she was like the piper. Everyone followed her everywhere. She had hundreds and hundreds of people wanting to listen to Marisa in every stage. And I remember she always brings a big crowd and she always has a lot of people signing up. And even now, when Marisa kind of created awareness of her being at the Best You EXPO, we know that we have thousands of people that are connecting online because we could see it. So I know you're all very excited to listen to Marisa, and a lot of you wanted Marisa to speak a couple of times, and we're very excited to have her here and have her today. But we're going to be back in 2 minutes, so stay tuned. We're back in 2 minutes, and we'll start with Marisa Peer. Thank you so much.
The Best You has firmly established itself as a leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations. During this time, we provided our customers with essential tools, skills, knowledge, and wisdom that is second to none. We have taken personal development to new heights, reaching hundreds of thousands of people from around the world, helping them discover their true purpose to ultimately becoming the best version of themselves. Since its launch in late 2020, we have built an amazing TV network where we share the best of the Best You, which is built with an impressive library of content that has been produced over the years, like the Best You EXPO Talks, with all of the amazing speakers that have shared the stage. Inspiring People Interviews, where I interview top world leaders, speakers, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Such people as Baroness Michelle Moe, Alistair Campbell, Dr. Richard Bandler, John Amici, Michelle Patterson, James Arthur Ray, and so many more. Our NLP Live Talk series features talks from world-renowned NLP experts. In addition to NLP Live Talks, we launched our new TV show, The Best Series, where I interview some of the best coaches, speakers, mentors, and authors. People like Smita Joshi, Fiona Campbell, Erica Faye, Dr. Cheryl Wood, Barbie Layton, and the list goes on and on. Plus, there's a variety of other TV channels like the Rethink Academy, from renowned expert Paul O'Mahony, who teaches people how to make money with social media, how to nurture your list, how to manage social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so much more. We're also very excited to announce our Mas Experience show. Mas Sajady is an expert in transforming lives the fastest way possible. His methods break through the limitations of psychology, self-improvement, and even gene therapy. We have a number of these episodes streaming live now on the Best You TV. You can also watch Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's Thriving in the New Normal. Dr. Fabrizio Mancini is America's #1 healthy living media expert, a world-renowned chiropractor, Hay House International best-selling author of The Power of Self-Healing. In his show, he interviews world leaders like Jack Canfield, Nick Vujicic, Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, Brian Tracy, John Assaraf, Les Brown, and so many more. You can also watch Barbie Layton, You Are Amazing, where she interviews amazing people like Naveen Jain, Ken Honda, and Diana McKenna. What's exciting about the Best You TV is how we attract so many experts, leaders, well-being brands, and doctors interested in promoting their products and services. This is because they're able to target new and exciting markets by leveraging the power of TV apps like Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, iOS, and Google Play. with engaging adverts with QR codes, information on the programs, and call to actions on their adverts. The Best You TV will soon be streaming hundreds of live events through its network. The Best You has firmly established itself as a leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations.
Day 2, here we are, 12 p.m. 12:05 p.m. at the LA Convention Center, live. And here we are with one of our guest speakers, one of our key speakers for the 3 days of the Best You Expo, who's joining us today and joining us tomorrow. So if you're in the audience, if you're around here, come and join Marisa. And if not, well, listen, we can't wait for you to watch it also live from home. So let me just bring on stage very quickly, Marisa Peer. Okay, Han. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Is that okay for you? Perfect. You got one there. Is that okay? 45 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there a counter, Bernardo? Is there a counter?
I'll give you 10 minutes before.
Okay. Why don't you all come to the front? Everyone's everywhere. Come to the front. Come to the front. It's much better. So everyone come down here. So we're a little more intimate. So I just get you all to move. Come to the front, darling. It's much nicer. So quickly, before we begin, who's here because they want to find love? You can be honest, it's okay. Love makes the world go round. And who's here because they want to have a relationship with themselves that is great? And who's here because they want to have a career that they really, really love? Let me get my stool. Come over here. See, I'm very lucky because that noise is a bit weird. I'm very lucky because I do what I love and I love what I do. And I've been a therapist for my entire adult life. So that noise is so frustrating, but never mind, we'll block it all out. In my career as a therapist, I found out almost immediately that almost all of my clients have issues because when you're a kid, you have certain needs. You don't have many needs, maybe 5. They're the same for everyone. When you're a kid, you need to be loved, you need to be significant, you need to be safe, you need to be connected. And if those needs are not met, and for most of us, they're not met, I didn't feel significant, I didn't actually feel loved, and I definitely didn't feel connected. I had a dad who was a great head teacher, but he was very interested in other people's kids. They liked him more than I did because they were perfect. So when you do not meet a child's needs, one thing happens. The child doesn't stop loving you. They immediately stop loving themselves, and that will last their entire life. And I see clients in my office who say things like, well, I can't find love because I should have been a boy. I should have been a girl. My dad left before I was born. My mum was always crying. And so we have these needs. I'm going to tell you them again. We need to feel loved, safe, connected, significant. And when they're not met, we do one of two things. We give the need up or we give the need away. How do we give the need up? We go, well, I've been ghosted 3 times. I was fired from my job. That's it for me. I'm going to live with my cats. Bridget Bardot said, I gave the best of me to men. They all let me down. I've given what's the rest of me to animals, and they never let me down. She gave the need up. I'm going to live with my animals in the south of France. I never want a relationship again. I got lots of animals, and I'm okay. But if we don't give the need up, I'm going to ask for nothing. We actually give the need away. Someone over here, I've got to find someone to make me feel loved. And both of these things don't work. Giving the need up, I never ask for anything my whole life. Well, what do you get? Nothing. But that's okay. I didn't expect anything, so I'm not disappointed. Well, that doesn't work. But giving the need away, I'm going to find one person, they're going to make me feel amazing and loved and significant. That can work. But they get sick, they die, they have issues. So it doesn't work for very long. But there's a third way. And it's the only way that works. And that way is to meet the need yourself. You go, well, I don't know, how does that even work? How can I make myself feel loved or safe or significant? Well, you know, I've put RTT now into 1,600 schools all over America and the UK, just taking it to Dubai. And we get all the kids every day to say a little statement. And here it is. They go, I matter. I'm significant, I'm lovable, I'm enough. And just saying those words every day has had an incredible effect on these schools. They all report the same thing. Bullying has ceased to exist in this school. These children are academically better. They're emotional, but they don't compete, they get on. Because we're meeting a need, they get to say, I'm significant, I matter, I'm lovable, I'm enough. And they're not saying to someone, hey, could you tell me, teacher, am I okay? Mom, am I okay? They're doing it themselves. And the fastest way to boost your self-esteem bar none is to praise yourself every day. So it's likely most of us in this room didn't get our needs met, and that's a shame, but it's never too late to fix it. So I'm going to take you in a minute through a technique I created called NICER. And we're going to focus on making you believe you're lovable. You know, whoever said love makes the world go round knew what they were. My gran used to say, life without love is like food without salt. And she knew what she was talking about because she was brought up in an orphanage. She didn't have any love. Love is everything. A life without love is not really a life. But it isn't just about having a person to love. It's about loving yourself. So if you want love, and it doesn't have to be with a great person, your soulmate, the Barry White guy that goes, I love you just the way you are. Don't go changing. You're the one, which is amazing, by the way. I mean, I'm so lucky I have a husband who loves me and always puts me first. But that wasn't my life growing up. My father put everyone first before me, and I felt like a hideous freak of a kid. But your childhood, if your life was a massive clock, your childhood is the first 8 minutes, and it can be absolutely shit. For many of us, it's disappointing, it's upsetting, but it's the first 8 minutes. You've got 52 minutes more to live an amazing life. So to have, whether you want to have a great person who loves you, adores you, and puts you first, which is very nice, and we should all have that. Whether you want to have a deep love of yourself, so you can say, oh no, that I deserve better than that because I'm worth it. By the way, the most successful advert in the whole world is L'Oreal. You're worth it. Whether you want to have a job that you really love, but think, oh, well, I don't know if I'm qualified. I don't feel good enough to get that promotion, to start my own business. Whatever you want in life, you need one thing, and it is an I am enough mindset. You see, everything you want, 80% of getting what you want comes down to having a mindset that says, I'm worth it, I deserve it, and I can have it. So you're going to have to do 3 things today. So think about what it is that you want. It doesn't matter what it is. Think about maybe you want a fit body, a hot body. Maybe you want inner peace or joy, whatever it is that you want. Imagine you have a laptop or an iPad in your hand. I want you to all close your eyes right now. And imagine you're looking at the thing that you really, really want. I want you to look over it. I want you to look around it. And I want you to look right through it. Look at what you want. Keep looking at it. And imagine you're looking at it with X-ray vision. And open your eyes for a minute. I'm going to give you an example. When I decided to be a therapist, I want to be a therapist. But no, I wanted to be the best therapist in the UK. So I didn't look and go, oh yeah, I want to be a therapist, a little practice, maybe a few clients a day. Oh no, I was much more, I wanted to be the best therapist. But I had to take a look at what does that look like? You see, when I wanted to write a book, I didn't go, I want to write a book. I wanted to write a best-selling book that changed people's lives. When you look at what you want and really look at it, you see, okay, now we can go to step 2. What do you have to do to get it? Because I want love. What are you doing? Nothing. Well, who are you going to fall in love with? The Amazon delivery person? You've got to get off the couch and go out and think of the person you want. Think of where they might be. Like one of my clients said, I can't find a guy. And I said, you need to join a golf. What do you do? Should I go to yoga? And he meant they were all women. Well, don't go to yoga. That's a waste of time. You need to go to the weight room. Looking like you should be in the weight room. And you should go to a poker club, and you should join a golf club. I mean, going to a women's book club and a yoga class when you want to find a guy is kind of crazy because it's full of women. But for guys, so you need to get out of the weight and you need to go to the yoga class because it's full of women. So I wanted to be the best therapist. What did that look like? It looked like, for me, I had to pick up the phone every day and ask a magazine to write about me. And that wasn't easy. Because they go, I've never heard of you. No, thank you. The first one I ever rang, I was reading Men's Health, and they were doing a piece on walking on coals. And I rang up and said, hey, that's a form of hypnosis, and hypnosis is amazing for athletes. Would you like me to write an article for you? They went, we'd love it. Very lucky that the first person did. Yes, a lot of people said no. But I knew to be the best therapist in the UK, I needed press. Lots of press. I had to do something I hated. I had to ring up and cold call papers. Would you like to write about me? No, thank you. But a lot of them said yes. I got 3 columns. I got a column in Men's Health, a column in Closer, and a column in a Sunday paper because I knew what I had to do to be the best therapist. I had to have a lot of press. I had to be written about a lot. And in fact, I was in a paper every month for 18 months. And I had to stop making those calls because I was overwhelmed with work. But you see, if you can't see what you have to do, you can't do it. Because I want love. What are you doing to find love? Nothing. Years ago, this guy called and he said, hey, I've read about you and I see you work with famous actors. I want to be a famous actor. What are you doing? He said, nothing. No, what are you doing? He said, nothing. I said, well, have you got an agent? No. Are you going for auditions? I can't do auditions. I might be rejected. I said, look, I can only tell you the truth. If you can't deal with rejection, you will never, ever be any kind of actor, let alone famous. The most famous actors in the world get rejected. My little girl was a baby model, and they said she's too beautiful to model because she's so beautiful. They don't look at the clothes, they look at her. And she got turned down for a lot of work. She was too beautiful. They said she's so gorgeous. We kind of need someone more average because we want them to look at the baby clothes, not her. She did some toy stuff. It was kind of cool. But I stopped it when she was 2. I didn't want her to be in that competitive world of going for stuff and not getting it. But this client who wanted to act couldn't see, what does that take? Get an agent, go for auditions, no, never in the world. Are you kidding me? Forget it. You have to be able to do that. So I wanted to be the best therapist. I took a look at that. I saw what it required to be. Anything that you require to learn something new. Here's an example. I wanted to write a best-selling book that would help people. But what does that look like? It doesn't look like sitting here and writing a book. That's the easy bit. You have to, if you want to write a book, you better learn to be a speaker. You need to go on blogs. You need to promote your book. Otherwise, it will never sell. And so we have to do this in 3 steps. I'm going to take you through. You've got to look at what you want. Then you've got to look very clearly, what does that require of you? What you're going to learn or do that's new. And then the third bit, which is the easiest bit of all, when you've done step 1, look at what you want. Step 2, be really clear about what it requires. Step 3 is decide you are worth it and you deserve it and you can have it. So I'm going to take you through an amazing thing in a minute called NICER, but first I want to do this again. Think about what you really, really, really require. Imagine you're looking on a big screen and you can see what you require. So close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes and take a look at what you require. Is that massive success? Having your own business? Is that wonderful love? Is that incredible health? Is that wealth? Do you want wealth, health, love, joy, success? Whatever you want, take a look at it with X-ray vision. And when you've done that, and only when you have done that, move on to the next step. Look at that, what that requires of you. What does that require of you? What are you going to have to do to get that? And really look at what you are going to have to do, what you're going to have to learn, what new skill are you going to have to learn. And then I want you to go to the easy but the most important part. I want you to say in your head, out loud and in your head, I deserve this, I'm worth it, what I want wants me. So repeat after me, out loud. And I need your voice to be super confident. I deserve this. I'm worthy of this. I'm deserving of this. I'm going out and getting this. What I want wants me. What I am moving towards is moving towards me. I'm going to do this again. I'm just taking you through a practice rehearsal, but let me give you an idea. I've trained 15,000 therapists in RTT all over the world, and some of them are amazing. But imagine you think, hey, Marisa, I want to be a therapist. I'd love it. I'd love to do what you do. You fly all over the world. You see these amazing clients. You write books. You teach. You're on people's stages. That sounds like a really cool life. You know what it is, a really cool life. But you know what it requires to be a great therapist? Way more than training. Training is the easy part. I'm training, learn to be a therapist. That's the easy bit. But how do you find clients? What are the skills you need to be an amazing therapist? Weirdly enough, it's not your training. There's some terrible therapists. There's some terrible psychologists. There's some terrible doctors. There's many wonderful ones. There are some who are not great because they don't understand that to be a phenomenal therapist, you need empathy. You need confidence, a lot of confidence. Your clients will challenge you. You need to have an ability to be fascinated by people. When I have my most difficult clients, believe me, I have some really difficult clients. I always say to them, you know what? You're the most fascinating client I've ever had. Did you notice that every time you go, that won't work, you become very animated. You're so fascinating. And they love that. They go, oh, I'm fascinating. Suddenly they open up. I had a client once who came to my house and she said, oh, I don't like your Reid diffusers in the hall. I don't like anything with a fragrance, okay? I don't like the intake form. I don't like the recording. I don't like your couch. And you think, oh my God, why are you even here? And I said, did you notice that when you say that, suddenly your face becomes very anxious. Nothing works. It won't work. Why are you here? Well, my son said I had to have therapy because I annoy everybody. And because she was so interesting, and I said, you know, you're really fascinating. You're so interesting to me. I'm so interested in how you react. All of a sudden, she opened up completely and said, actually, you know, my son's got married. His wife's stolen him from me. I said, tell me about your son. She goes, he's the most amazing person. He's so smart. I said, well, if he's that smart and he picked this wife, she must have something. She thought about that. I said, my daughter's just got married. I love her husband so much. I call him my son-in-love because I've now got a son. I had a daughter and I've got a daughter and a son and soon grandchildren. And I could see her thinking, yeah, I never thought about that. Maybe she hasn't stolen him. Maybe I could have a daughter and grandchildren. And everything changed for that woman because instead of saying, why are you here? You're so difficult. You're so annoying. You're objecting to everything. No wonder you have irritable bowel. You're the most irritating person I've ever seen. I said, you're fascinating. So to be an amazing therapist, it's way more than having therapy training. It's having people skills, liking people, having the courage to go outside the box and do something different, having empathy, having insight, having a passion for helping people, even when they resist your help. And you also need an ability to market yourself. It doesn't matter how great you are. If no one knows where you are and who you are, how does that work? When I was first a therapist, if I saw a piece in the paper, I saw a piece years ago about this girl who was adopted at 2.5, and she'd been found in a bush. And I said, I can hypnotize you back to being born. I can take you back to the first children. I can get you to remember everything. And the paper said, that's amazing. And I did, and they did a lot on it. So I had to have the courage. And many of the people I've trained say, I do that. Recently, there was a girl in the paper, and she'd had hiccups for 5 years, and she was a nail technician. I said to one of my grads, look, it even tells you the salon she works in. Call that salon and go, hey, I can work with her. I can cure her. Can't say that in American English. You can say cure. I can cure her. And they went, oh, great. And she did. And she got a massive piece. And she's been busy for the last 5 years. You have to think outside the box. How can I go further? What does that require of me? You see, people who succeed do something very different to people who fail. Do you know what it is? They do what they hate. People who succeed will do what they hate to get to where they want to be. And people who fail will give up their dreams. Many, many, many years ago, I worked with a very, very famous rock star. But when he started out in life, he wanted to be a rock star. And in England, it was in the 80s, actually, there was a magazine called Melody Maker. You could buy it every Thursday. And in the back, it said, audition for a drummer, audition for a guitarist. There was no internet. And it said, turn up at 2:00 in Soho for this audition. And so he realized that he couldn't have a job because he had to turn up. And they might say, hey, can you come back tomorrow? So he got a job in McDonald's. First, he got a job as a taxer. He couldn't make enough money. So he got a job in McDonald's, which he hated. And he was there for a week. And he got a call going, hey, you know that audition you came for? You have got the job. He's now one of the most famous rock stars in the world. And he tells her that, so you know what they say? When he shows her, I would never work in McDonald's. And I said, but you're missing the point. He's a famous rock star because he worked in McDonald's during the night shift. So he could be free every day to go to auditions to follow his dream. And that's so interesting. He did what he hated to follow his dream. Other people say, I'll give up my dream. I got to do that. I give up. People's going to say, hey, I want to lose weight. What can I do? Go on a diet. I don't want to do that. Have you got anything else? Not really. I'll do anything to lose weight except I don't want to go on a diet. I don't want to go to the gym. Well, that's going to be a challenge because you got to do what you hate. Do you think Olympic athletes are going to go, I'm going to be an Olympic athlete, but I don't want to train. I don't want to train in the winter. I worked with a guy who weighed 800 pounds. And I said, look, I can get you to lose a ton of weight, but you got to work out. He said, I can't work out. Why not? I'm so famous. I can't. I said, never mind. I'll come pick you up at 5 a.m. and we'll go for a walk around Beverly Hills and we'll start running. And he said, I hated that. I hated waking up, putting on my shoes. But I did it because you said to me, if you do what you hate, you get the body you want. He didn't love it. But he lost 400 pounds really quickly, then another 200 by doing what he hated. He had to walk around Beverly Hills at 5 a.m. because he was famous. And when he wanted to see him breaking out in a sweat and taking his massive frame around Beverly Hills, but it worked for him. So when you look at what you want, understand if you hate it, it doesn't matter. If you wanted to be an Olympic athlete, you would have to get up and train. You have to crack the ice off your car in the snow, and you have to train in the winter. But if you want it enough, you'll do it. And if you're not prepared to do it, then you don't really want it. So let's go through this again. You know, I have a friend, and he has, sometimes I touch his stomach. It's so hard. I could bounce balls on it. I said, you know, what do you do? He said, I get up every day. I do 600 sit-ups in the morning, 600 at night. I do the plank 6 times a day, and I never eat carbs. I'm like, you know what? If I really, really, really wanted a six-pack, I would do that, but actually, I don't want it enough. It's not going to make any difference to my life. I've got a great job, got a great husband, got a great kid. Having a six-pack, will it make any difference? But to him, it does, because he's a male model. But you see what he has to do. He works out all day. He never eats donuts or bread or fries, but he knows what it requires of him, and he does it. So close your eyes again and think again about what you want. Do you want to be an amazing therapist? Do you want to be an amazing writer? Do you want to be an amazing partner? Do you want to be a parent, an amazing parent? Do you want to have a fantastic body or phenomenal health? So look at what you want, look over it, look around it, look through it. And when you finish looking over it and around it and through it, I want you to see with crystal clear vision what it requires of you. What does it require? What are you going to have to do or learn or accomplish to get what you want? What is it that it requires of you? Look over and around and through what it requires of you. And when you can see that and go, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what it requires of me. I want you to go to step 3. And I want you to say out loud, I deserve this. I'm worth this. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. What I want wants me. What I am moving towards is moving towards me. I can have this with bells on because I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm worth it. I deserve it. I'm ready for it. And I'm going to do whatever it takes. And open your eyes. There's a saying I love that says the lift to success is out of order, but the stairs, they always work. So I want to do this thing called NICER meditation. It's an RTT technique that's very simple. And like many of my RTT techniques, the strength is in their simplicity. Therapy shouldn't be hard or complicated or long. It should be easy. It should be fast. And NICER involves 3 things. First of all, it involves taking 2 fingers, touching the area right in between your eyebrows and thinking about what you require. I don't even like the word wanting. I want it, I want it, I want it. I'm never going to get it. I'm dreaming of it. I'm wishing, I'm hoping. That doesn't work. What works is saying, I require it. I insist on it. And I'm going out and getting it. You know, there's a great story that when Victoria Beckham saw David Beckham, she said, I want him. And she went straight to Manchester United and said, I want you. And she took him home. She didn't go, oh, I hope I can talk to that footballer. Oh, I dream. She goes, no, I'm going to get him. I want him. And off she went and got him. And I love that. You know, Madonna never took no for an answer. People who make it say, I require it. I insist on it. I'll do whatever it takes. So you're going to touch that. You're going to say, what I require, what I insist on, and what I'm giving to myself. And that's the first bit. And then you're going to open out your hands and you're going to code in what that feels. It will say, well, you know, I want love, but I don't even know what it looks like. I want to lose weight, but I don't even know what full is. How can you leave food? How could you live your life without cake? That's not possible. I want success, but I just couldn't get up early and come back late, and I wouldn't see my kids. And so they're focusing what they don't want. So you have to see it, feel it, you're going to wire it in. And then we have this little voice, which I call the voice. It goes, yeah, but that only works for other people. I've tried everything. Everyone else can find love, but not me. Everyone else can take sugar out of their tea. Everyone else has a great job, but not me. When you hear that voice, and by the way, that's not my voice. It's your voice. You're the voice going, oh, it's not going to work. It's too hard. It takes too long. It's you. And apart from saying that SFU, which is actually works I find that very effective. What we're going to do today is we're going to move from side to side. I'm going to let that voice go. I'm going to do that for you. You don't have to do anything except tune into me. So it's a 3-step process. What do you require? What do you insist on? What are you going to give to yourself? And your words need to be powerful. They're going, oh, I'd love love. Is that people who say, I want to be pregnant? Really? Is that really what you want? Does that guarantee a baby? Not at all. I want love. Well, for how long? An afternoon? A night? What kind of person you want to have love with? An idiot that never sees you again? I want to be noticed. What for? Having explosive gas? You've got to be very specific with your mind. I want attention. Now I've got a nervous twitch. I get lots of attention. Be very careful how you dialogue. The more specific you are, the more specific and detailed and up-to-date you are, the more you'll get it. I had a client I was working with in LA, and he said, I've got terrible, terrible diarrhea. I can't leave the house. You know what he said all the time? Take a guess. I will lose my shit if that meeting goes wrong. Last week, I lost my shit with my kid because he got peanut butter on the sofa. And it's the most disgusting expression, but I'm repeating it because that's what I'll lose my shit. I'm going to lose my shit. I'm about to lose my shit. I'm going to stop saying that word. You're telling your gut to lose control. Every thought you think, your mind makes real. Do you doubt that? Because let me tell you how true it is. If you think of something embarrassing, how many of you blush? If you think of something sad, how many of you notice your eyes fill up with tears? If you think of something sexual, how many of you get aroused? And if the guys here don't put their hand up, then I feel very sorry for your partner. Because that's what an erection is. I think of something and my body makes it real. And you think of food and your stomach rumbles. And here's the most powerful, or the placebo. Every year is getting stronger. And what you think about a drug, your body will make it real. What you think about a drug has more of an effect on you than the drug. So every day, your body and mind make your thoughts real. That's its job. Do you know what your job is? Anyone have an idea what your job is? Think better thoughts all the time. Because if your mind and body are making your thoughts real, and I'm losing my shit is becoming real, then isn't that an example of thinking better thoughts? So we're going to focus on what you require, what you insist on. We're going to open out our hands and code in what that looks like, what that feels like, what that sounds like. We're going to let that negative voice go. Then we're going to do something even more exciting, but I'll save that. We'll see how good you are at the first bit. So close your eyes, take 2 fingers, touch the area right in between your eyes. I want you to make an impression. I want you to impress upon yourself what you require. What do you require? What do you insist on? What are you about to give to yourself? And I want you to say out loud, and I need to hear some power in your voice, what I require for myself is, and finish that sentence. What I insist on for myself is, what I am giving to myself is. And now open out your hands into that, both hands into that receiving position. And I want you to first of all notice, what does it feel like to have that? And if you can't feel it, you've got to work on it. What does it feel like to have love, to have success, to have wealth, to have health, to have joy, to have the best job in the world? What does it feel like? Take a minute and start to feel that feeling. Even if you're faking it, your mind doesn't know and it doesn't care. What does it feel like to have that level of love or success or joy? What does it look like? What does it look like to walk through the world knowing that you matter, that you're significant, that you're enough? What does it look like to have that I am enough mindset? What does it look like to say, I'm going to go after my goals and nothing can stop me? What does that look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? What does it sound like when you have a voice that doesn't do no, that doesn't do rejection, that doesn't let that in, that says you cannot reject me unless I give you my consent? And you know what? I will never, ever do that. You can reject me, but not really, because only I can reject me. What does it look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? Take a minute, wire that in, fire that in, code that in. And of course, while you're looking over it and around it and through it, it's normal to have the voice going, yeah, but. That only works for other people. I've tried this before. You haven't tried this, by the way, because I invented this. And you cannot have tried it because I created nice and new, innovative. Impress upon yourself, code it in, erase, repeat, rewire. So I want you to move from side to side. And I want you to erase, to eradicate, to eliminate that voice, to let it go. Erase, eradicate, eliminate that voice that says, this stuff doesn't work. It's all woo-woo. You know what? Woo-woo works. Woo-woo is amazing. Love the woo-woo. It works. When you hear the voice, move from side to side and feel it becoming erased, eradicated, eliminated, ended, gone. Let it go. You can even hear that voice from Frozen. Let it go. Let it go. Who needs negative thoughts anyway? Let it go. Just keep going. And you know, this whole process takes 2 minutes. You can take 5 minutes. You can take 10. You can also take 1. Impress upon yourself what you require. Code it in. Wire it in. Fire it in. Erase, eradicate those eliminating beliefs. Let go of blocking thoughts. Repeat, rewire. So just take a few minutes. Let's put it all together. While you're moving from side to side, again, take those 2 fingers, impress upon yourself what you require, and say out loud what I require, what I insist on, what I am giving to myself. And complete that sentence. Let's do it again. What I require of myself. Finish that sentence. What I insist on for myself. What I'm giving to myself is. Open out your hands, both hands. Code in, wire in, fire in. What does that feel like to you? What does it look like to you? Because if you can't see it, you can't achieve it. If you can't feel it, you can't achieve it. But you can teach yourself to see it, to feel it, to hear it. To hear people saying, wow, I love your idea. I love you. I'd like to invest in you. You're perfect for this job. You're perfect for me. What do you want to see, feel, hear? And while you're seeing it, feeling it, hearing it, move from side to side. And just let that old stuff go. Let those limiting beliefs go. Let those blocking thoughts go. They're your thoughts, and they're yours to upgrade, update, or erase. They're your limiting beliefs, and you can let them go because you don't need them anymore. Just keep doing it. Just keep erasing the past and focusing on what you require, coding it, wiring it, firing it in. And then just open your eyes. Bernardo said I can go on for a few minutes, so I'm going to go on for a few minutes. If you want to talk to me today about training with me or finding someone who does what I do, I'm going to be at my booth. It's the red booth. It's right at the entrance. I'm going to be signing books. I'm going to be giving stuff away. And if you go to marisapeer.com, we have totally free audits. You don't ask for your credit card. I promise there's no catch. We give away audios in love blocks, wealth blocks, health blocks, money blocks, success blocks. You can take them all. But if you want to find out how to train with me, because I'm so lucky, this is a love event. I love what I do. I do what I love. And when you love what you do and do what you love, you know what? You feel like you have never worked a day in your life. I actually, in fact, work very hard. I flew in from Dubai on Thursday, a 17-hour flight. I was in Dubai for 3 weeks. I was speaking every day, having meetings, working with people. But I loved every minute of it. It never feels like work. I've done this job for over 30 years and I will never retire. If you want to be happy, find love, but also find something that you love. Find a job that makes your heart sing. What you are meant to do lies directly behind this connection, what you love to do. If you do a job you hate, you'll pay a price. Find a relationship that you love. Find a career that you love, and your life will be amazing and extraordinary. So I'm going to be at my little booth, signing books, giving away stuff, answering questions, but do you want to? I can answer a few questions now. So if you have a question about anything at all, how this NISA works, how to get what you want, I think we have a mic runner, but if you have a question, just raise your hand. I'll be more than happy to answer it. Anyone have a question? Okay, what's your question? Actually, just come up here, just come closer to me. Oh no, he's got a mic for you. What's your question, darling?
Hi, first of all, thank you so
You're
much
welcome.
for being here. My question is, do you find that these techniques are most useful in dealing with clients that are female or male? What's the percentage?
We have no difference. You know, you'll notice in therapy that there are many, many more female therapists and many, many more females going for therapy. And yet, the most underrepresented in therapy are men. We actually now give, by the way, if you do want to train with us, we're giving you $500 off today. But we actually, every time we get a man therapist, yay, one more of us, one less of them, because men need therapy. The highest suicide rate in the world are teenage boys, young men. And we have a thing going on now where so many men are raised by women. The dad isn't around. They go to school, all the teachers are women. Then they leave and have a therapist, and guess what? They're middle-aged white women. I've been working on the prison system in America, and even I think, I'm a middle-aged white woman. How can I talk to these young black guys? How can they even relate to me? Very luckily, Snoop Dogg said, I'll do all of that for you. And so men need therapy. Women are communicators. Years ago when we lived in tribes, every day the guy went off to shoot a wildebeest, and every day he knew he might die, and every day the woman also knew he might die. And women learn to communicate, because in communicating, go, you're my friend. If my guy dies, you'll share your food and look after my kids. That's why gossiping is the most bonding thing in the world. And what worked for women didn't work for men. They had to shut down. And you may think, well, we've changed. No, we haven't. Years ago in tribes, women went to the toilet in a group. How many of us still do that? Who goes out clubbing and says, I'm going to the loo, who's coming with me? Any women do that? Any men do that? I've never met a man saying, I'm going to the bathroom, do you want to come with me, to his friends, ever. But women do that. You know why? Because in evolutionary terms, it's what kept us alive. We went to the bathroom with a group of women. and they could look out for a snake or a weirdo from another tribe, but men didn't need, they peed standing up. They were all right. So everything we do is wired into us. Men are not great at sharing. Women love to share their feelings, and men don't. And men need therapy probably more than women, because women are very good at bonding and going, oh, I hate that. Oh, no, that's terrible. Is that, oh, that's not, but men don't do that. They don't make those little bird sounds. Oh, that's terrible. They don't do that. And men need therapy. So I've trained 15,000 therapists. I've trained a lot of guys, and I've had breakthroughs with teenage boys who want to kill themselves. Probably my proudest moment is working with them. And although we have a lot of females seeing male therapists, I love the fact that we've got some great guys working with disadvantaged kids. So we have a guy, he used to work for Versace, actually. His name is Francesco, and he came to me and he said, I trained him, and he said, working for Versace, he said, it's just so soulless. It's so vacuous. It's all about fashion. He said, I looked in the eyes of this kid, and he said, and that was me for the rest of my life. I will never go back to fashion. I love it. And actually last month we did a men's symposium for suicidal men, and he was talking on it. And I love that he went from being very famous in the fashion world, saying it was meaningless. But working with children who want to kill themselves or stress or self-harming is the best job. And he said, by the way, I'm actually earning more money. I worked with a banker who said, this is killing me. I get up at 5, I go to the city, I come home at 9 o'clock, I have no life. And he said, in fact, actually, I'm ready to take a massive cut in my salary, and I want to be an RTT therapist. I trained him. What was so lovely is he left the city, went to work in the country, got a dog, he got a girlfriend. He said, what's so amazing is I'm actually making more. And I never thought that was even possible. He said, but it doesn't matter because I just love it so much. Because if you want a career, let me tell you the 9 things a career must give you, and you need to have all 9. It must give you certainty, diversity, connection, significance, meaning, purpose. You must make a difference, grow, and contribute. Now, very few careers give that. A fireman may give you that. I've trained many police officers. I went into the police force to make a difference. I just ended up locking up drunks. It wasn't what I thought at all. Many doctors will say, well, I kind of have those 9 things, but I'm just pushing meds. I'm not really helping people grow. But being an RTT therapist, you have certainty. Every day you're doing something amazing. You feel significant because you're doing something amazing. Your life has meaning and purpose. You make a difference. You grow. It says in the Quran and in the Torah and in the Bible, if you change one person's life, it's the same as changing everyone's. If you save one person's life, it's the same. And last year, my sister wrote to me and said, look, we've now got this RTT in 1,600 schools, and look at the awards. It got voted the best new thing in education. I got into bed and I was thinking, okay, 1,600, how many kids actually is that? And I couldn't even begin to count. But, I went to bed thinking, wow, all these kids, I'm making a difference. I'm impacting children in 1,600. I never could even work out the math. But I tell you, it felt amazing that something I can do, something so simple, someone on the other side of the world is having a better life because of a skill that I possess. And when you have a career that does that, you think, wow, someone somewhere in the world is sleeping better tonight because of a skill I possess. Someone is living a better life because something I could teach them. It's amazing. And every day we're going to go, hey, I had a baby because of you. I lost half my body weight because of you. And it's not because of me, it's because of what I do. This is the wedding, this is the career. And every day I used to wake up to cards and flowers and gifts saying, wow, you changed my life. But now I wake up to cards from my grads going, look at the card I got, look at the flowers I got, look at the feedback I got. So it is the best job in the world. And if you want to know how to train with us, we'd love to have you. It's amazing. I love it. I've loved it for 30 plus years, and I'll go on loving it. Does anyone else have a question? We have a couple more minutes. Anyone else? Look, I'm going to go to my booth, and I'm going to be there to sign books, give you free stuff. answer your questions. I've got a couple of my grads there who can also answer questions. Where is the booth? Do you remember? It's straight back. It's got a red carpet, matches my red. So just come and hang out. Even if you don't want to do that, if you want to come and talk about your issues, how could we help you? What could we do? We're not going to sign you up for therapy. I've never believed that therapy should be weeks and weeks. In fact, when I became a therapist, I'm going to finish on this, I never understood that modality. A doctor, if I break my leg, I did break my leg, I've still got a cast. I went to my doctor and he fixed it, put it in a cast and sent me home. If my tooth fell out, I went to the dentist, he would fix it. If I put it out my back, I go to a chiropractor. But therapy says, bring me your pain for years and years and years, and with a bit of luck, when you get to trust me, maybe we can make progress. And I never got that because no doctor, no chiropractor, no dentist. So they say, you're in pain, I can fix you today. And therapists should say, you're in pain, I'm going to fix you today, right now. Today is the day you change. When I created RTT, Rapid Transfer, they were to say, today, you can change right now. You know how you change? You change twice every day. The first change is when you change how you think. And the second change is when you change, and change can happen like that, really like that. In the Bible, it says you can change in the blinking of, that's actually a direct, it's a direct reference to hypnosis. You can change in the blinking of an eye. It doesn't have to take years, or it doesn't even have to take weeks. It can take one session, 1 hour, 90 minutes, 50 minutes. So if you want to know how to change and sort out your issues, I'm going to be here pretty much all day. I love talking to you. Come to my stall. Thank you so much for turning up. Thanks for listening. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll be there waiting for you. And remember, if you do want to train, we give you $500 off today, and we've got tons of free gifts for you, and we don't ask for your credit card. So come and see me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll be here tomorrow. I'm talking twice tomorrow. So if you want some more, come back tomorrow. We'll do something different. Thank you so much.
Is that one on? Can you hear me? If you are leaving the stage right now, Jen Duplessis is going to be on my left. You won't want to miss this. If you look back towards the left over there, there is she's going to be in the room. She helps six-figure businesses take it to seven figures. She's not only a coach, but she's someone who's done it. She's going to be doing a book signing too with her book called Launch. So make sure that Jen, as you're walking through, raise your hand, just wave real quick. So Jen is going to be, it's on the left right over here. Make sure you go and see Jen Duplessis. I believe that I've got Dr. Mort here too. Dr. Mort? Yes, long time never seen. Come on up this way. I got a microphone for you. Dr. Mort, I'm going to move this plant for you, make it a lot easier. You get the hot seat. You get the good seat. That sound good? There's that one. We'll go all the way to this side over here. Can my friends in the blue and the you see it right there? Yeah. Can you guys move over this way? Because you want to hear what Dr. Mort has to say. This man is an absolute genius. Absolute genius. Internal medicine physician, am I correct?
Correct.
Yes. So, Dr. Mort, are you you're speaking today too, or have you already done it, or do we get to experience you again?
Yes, I'm speaking at 2 o'clock
Awesome.
in the mindfulness and well-being room right over there.
Okay. And what are you going to be speaking on, Dr. Mort?
I'll be speaking on the best anger elimination method you can find.
Oh my God, anger elimination. How did you get into this?
By being a doctor and having anger issues myself. So I had a lot of anger issues in my 20s and 30s and eventually figured out how to solve that and cure that. And last 40 years, I've hardly been angry at all.
So you've been focused on that anger side of it.
Anger and stress in general, but anger in particular.
And that's amazing because it's something that every single one of us in the whole entire world goes through as far as the stress. Does the stress come first or the anger come first?
Well, anger is just one part of stress. I mean, there's many problems you can put under the stress umbrella. And anger, anxiety, financial problems, relationship problems, they're all under the stress umbrella. So anger is just one piece. It's one slice of the pie.
So what is the positive effects of getting rid of that? What have you been seeing with business? Because you work with business owners too.
Business owners, parents, people in relationship, married couples. One of the big things is the impact of anger on our relationships. Divorce problem,
Okay.
problems with how anger impacts our kids and can make them into angry people who end up having issues of their own. So a lot of ripple effects of anger, not to mention all the rage that we see today, not just the road rage, but shopping mall rage and, just rage at anything, the political rage that we see today. So there's so much anger floating around that it would be great if we could reduce a lot of that.
So reducing it, we've got to break the cycle. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So how does one go about actionable wise? And I know you're going to be speaking about this at 2:00.
Correct.
You're going to be speaking about that, but I'd like to give them a little bit of a sneak peek in some actionable things that we can do to be able to break the cycle. Because most of the time, as we hear, an abuser or an abused becomes an abuser, or they choose to go the exact opposite. But a lot of times, if they're hurting people, they've been hurt themselves.
Yep.
Where do you start to break the cycle?
Well, you do it individual by individual, but the main thing is we haven't really been educated well about our emotions in general. So most of us haven't been taught what causes us to get angry in terms of what's going on inside us when we're angry. We're very aware of all the stuff going on that we don't like. People doing stupid things, people hurting us, people lying to us. But we don't understand what's that triggering in us that's actually causing the anger. We think it's the external events that cause the anger. It's not. It's only part of it. You can't get angry unless you have certain internal thoughts and behavior patterns going on that producing the emotion of anger. So most people have never been taught what those are. I went through all my education, including 7 years of medical training. No one ever taught me that.
Were you married during this time when you were going through the anger issues?
No, I was too angry to get married.
You were too angry to get married?
Yes. I knew that would not work out well.
Did you recognize your own anger? I mean, and if so, at what point were the red flags starting to show?
I recognized my anger. I didn't recognize what I could do about it. I tried all the traditional stuff, the anger management stuff.
What were the things that you saw that there were the traditional that are myths? Like if you look at them from Dr. Mort, who's the expert on stress and on anger and the management of it and being able to cure it. But what are the things that you look at that people are constantly being told to do that you look at and say, that ain't working?
Mostly we're being told to manage the symptoms of our anger. Go hang up a punching bag in your basement and work out, in the evenings when you've been angry all day long. And that may make you feel a little bit better, but are you going to be less angry the next day? No. Or we're taught to listen to soft music, to do relaxation, to do meditation. That stuff isn't going to change your thinking process. It isn't going to change how you look at the world that's making you angry. And unless you understand how you're looking at the world that's making you angry, you don't have a chance to fix it because you don't know what you're trying to fix. So that's what I do. I teach people how to recognize what they're not seeing about their anger and where it's coming from within them. And as soon as people see it, you don't have to really coach them that much to change it because they say, oh, well, I can see where that's causing problems.
Is this something that has to have ongoing coaching to it? Or once you become aware of it, then it's like, you understand it and you just keep moving through it?
Yeah, I have a program. In 10 sessions, I can teach people how to master their anger. And
can you give this free to my wife?
Send it. I will. If she'll give me a testimonial, I'll be happy to give it to her for free. Send her to me.
I think she wants it too. She was feeling me. She was like, I want mine too because I'm about to choke my husband out.
But actually, I get a lot of referrals from wives that hear me speak and they send their husbands.
So, but let me give the women the business real quick though. How many times does a woman think that, oh, my man has anger issues, then you work with them and you're like, no, lady, you got some anger issues too?
Well, we all.
Come on, Doc.
Women and men
Doc.
both have anger issues. Men are
No, come on, Doc.
What?
He's only saying it like that because there's a lot of women and he's like, I don't want to offend any of them. Come on, Doc, give it to me.
No. We all have anger issues. We all could benefit from this, okay?
That is very diplomatic.
I happen to want to focus. I want to focus on the men's side because there's a lot of personal development programs for women today that are available, and men have gotten shortchanged. So You know,
and I think we're objectified in society too.
and we tend to be more
Yeah.
aggressive with our anger. We tend to be more outgoing with our anger.
I think it's because of all the magazines that make me feel like my body has to look a certain way.
That's part of it.
Is that a sense of my anger? Is there justifiable anger and stress?
Yeah, there's occasionally there are times when anger is justified.
Occasionally?
Yeah, I would
Like
say,
when?
Well, in my experience, over 40 years of me
No,
working
when
on
were
my-
you angry last, Doc?
Been a long time.
Like right now when I'm asking you these kind
No,
of questions?
It's been a long time.
He was balling up his fist too. He was about to get me.
No, it's funny. I had somebody, I was speaking a couple months ago, and somebody asked me, I told them how angry I was when I was in my 20s and 30s. And they said, well, can you show me how angry you were? Can you demonstrate it? I couldn't do it. It's for the last 40 years, it's been so gone from my experience. I actually couldn't go back to the way I was 20 or 30 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's
So
it's
you're
not possible.
You're going to be speaking. You're going to be speaking at two. You have a book too. Am I correct?
I got 23 books.
23 books.
Yeah.
Which one should we choose first?
Well, there's one called The Ultimate Method for Dealing with Stress. It's on Amazon.
Okay.
That you can get.
Ultimate method for dealing with stress.
Yep. As a matter of fact,
And it's certified. The ultimate.
it's the best.
The best.
The best method you'll ever find to get rid of stress.
Bam.
And I can, if people want it for free, I can give you a URL and they can get it for free.
Okay. How many of you guys would like a sneak peek though? Because at 2 o'clock, I would like you to go to his room and spend time with him because I see a little bit of anger in the room, especially. I'm just joking with you. My friend right here, my friend was like, I'm angry a lot. But give him a sneak peek because you had told us about this. Give me one actionable thing. I just want a little taste. You don't have to give me the whole thing because I know at 2 o'clock, you're going to go deep into it and they're going to spend time with you. But can you give me a little something, Doc?
Well, I'll give you want something about stress or something about anger?
What would you say? Time? Okay. All right. Perfect.
Come to the room at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We're going to give me the thing.
Okay. Here's a tip about stress.
Yeah.
Stop trying to deal with stress.
Okay.
It's just a concept. It's just a word.
Okay.
It's a word we use to stand for problems.
Perfect.
When we say we're stressed, it means we're having problems we don't want to have. Okay. So you can't deal with stress. You have to deal with your problems. So forget stress. Get rid of the word from your vocabulary and you'll be in much better shape and focus on the problems that you're actually having. One of which can be anger. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So at 2 o'clock, go see Dr. Mort Ortman. He is going to be live. It's going to be right over here in the love aspect.
No,
Dr. Mort,
in the mindfulness and well-being.
mindfulness and well-being.
Yep.
Give me a handshake.
Yep.
Because they're
Thank
about to
you.
take the hook and yank me off here. But Dr. Mort, it was amazing. We love you.
Thank you.
We love you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Anger is just a myth. Thank you, Dr. Mort.
You're welcome.
Is that one on? I promise I won't go over time here, but could I have a favor from you? Because Kim is such a powerful speaker and has so much amazing content. Could I have you guys move up a little bit? Because what it'll do for her is it'll give her just a little bit more energy too, which I think will be amazing. She's the creator of Positive Prime and coach and business advisor. She is the inventor of Lithos Therapy, a best-selling author, world-class keynote speaker, and the CEO of a health and education company. She's leading trends in the health and wellness, and self-care, technological solutions, products, and service. That was tough on me. It was a mouthful. But the thing that I loved it was I was just walking off and I got a chance to be able to meet Kim. Come here, Kim. So I got to meet Kim, and I love business leaders and coaches that are absolutely real people. And I get a chance to meet people all over the country and all over the world. And there's very few people who will look you in the eye when nobody's watching. And Kim, it was so incredible. And I not only know that you're successful in business, but I know why you're successful in business now because of your personal connection with individuals. So if you could give Kim a big round of applause, that would be awesome. Yes?
So beautiful. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. It is an honor, privilege, and pleasure to be here today. Yes, I'm Kim Serafini, and I was born in Papua New Guinea. I bet you didn't know that. Does anyone even know where Papua New Guinea is? No. It's just a little to the east of Bali, right? So you've got a little bit of a feel. It's to the north of Australia, and where I grew up looks like Bora Bora. Who has fantasies of going to French Polynesia? Yeah, me too. That was actually where I grew up. And interestingly enough, it literally shaped me. Who knows that the formative years of our lives actually shaped us? Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, towards the end of last year, I was organizing a piece of research at the Brain-Computer Interface Lab at the School of Engineering at University of Technology, Sydney. So who's gathered I've got an Aussie accent? And Sydney is in Australia, right? Well, the truth is that UTS, as we call it, is a bit like your Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. So you're all familiar with that because we're here in North America. Interestingly enough, we were going to actually examine how does a positive prime work, or indeed does it actually work? Because I had invented an amazing neuroscience tool that's audio-visual, and I wanted to know what it physically was doing inside the brain. But I was shaped by what I saw in Papua New Guinea some 50 years earlier, and that was people who smile genuinely and sincerely, living a subsistence life. You've all seen those photographs of people who look like the very traditional Fijian, and they're so happy, aren't they? Well, interestingly, when we actually show you photographs of Duchenne smiles, those types of smiles, they are processed through the eyes, and you actually have a message that goes to your mirror neurons in your brain, and your brain doesn't know that you're looking at a smile. Your brain thinks you are smiling, and therein lies the magic. Your brain then sends messages to your endocrine system. So hormonally in your body, you start to produce more serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin naturally, and it happens in a fraction of a second. And so my formative years in Papua New Guinea, when I was actually seeing lots of very happy people, caused me to be the type of human that was drawn towards physical connections that are meaningful with other human beings based upon us smiling. If you'd all like a little bit of an uplift, what I'd love for you to do right now is turn to each other, and we're going to actually count 15 seconds of genuine smiling at each other. That needs to be warm, okay? So I would like for you to summons that inside your body. A warm, genuine, sincere smile. And if you're looking at that smile for 15 seconds, we've literally just changed your biochemistry. It's awesome. It's really awesome. But I created something called a positive prime session because the reality is that in everyday life, particularly in Western societies, we don't often see lots of people smiling. Do we? Well, I know we do in the industry that is personal development, self-improvement, spirituality, and wellness, don't we? We generally see happier people with the people that we're serving. Alrighty, so what's that got to do with what's really so exciting about today? So you are the witnesses to an announcement that we're making based upon this particular outcome that was published in this scientific research. We decided that we were going to scale Positive Prime and put it inside a new environment, a new platform, inside a new system, an ecosystem. We were broadening, expanding, we were enhancing, and we were upgrading everything to do with the tech. When people see Positive Prime or hear my story, they ask me, is the company you've created a little bit like the super successes, you know, the apps that they call Calm and Headspace? Well, yes, and no, not really, kind of. What we're actually doing is we are making sure that positive prime, which is something that you experience, you view, we're putting it inside something that's broader and brighter. You know, when you used to go to health clubs or fitness clubs and the only thing that you could do was an aerobics class and they had the leg warmers. Yeah, I'm back in the, no, okay. Then they decided to do other things like add in spin classes, et cetera, et cetera. So I want you to imagine in the field that is now positive psychology and neuroscience and the way that these apps are developed, we're broadening and we're expanding and we're introducing other types of classes into an online environment. But the thing that I am most intrigued about and the work that I've been doing over the last 10 or 20 years has been about helping people to change very quickly and making sure that people feel better. But why? What's the purpose? Because when we feel like we are in flow, we can contribute more to humanity. We can actually, if like me, 2.5 years ago, you were in the intensive care at a hospital and you were actually being told that your heart had flatlined for more than 20 seconds, and given it was the 6th time and you'd really and truly been dead, there was a not negotiable decision by the specialist that I had to have a pacemaker, that my autonomic nervous system disorder was at the point where I literally had a life and death decision to make. And I asked in that moment, as I shared just earlier today, and I hardly ever share this story, I asked myself, is it okay if I die now? Have I done enough? Have I helped enough people? Have I supported enough people? Have I made the difference that I know that I could make? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Have you? Is it okay for you to die right now? Not that we want you to. Well, the truth is that actually sparked inside of me an answer that was yes and. And I'm here to introduce you to the rest of the people who are the quite frankly, the creators, the initiators, the people who are brave enough or courageous enough to put their hand up and say, I want to do this next thing with you, Kim, in a new platform that we call Be Positivity. So I want you to imagine that Be Positivity within the next year is going to end up a little bit, for example, like Netflix, kind of, no, not really, a bit like Calm and Headspace, no, not really, but kind of. And inside Be Positivity, there's going to be a new TV series. So I'm about to introduce you to one of my dear friends. We've been friends for 30 years, and she is currently the executive producer of a very, very, very famous series of TV shows. When I saw her 10 years ago on set, it was because she was the executive producer of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and there was actually a cast member that was on vacation in Bali where we were both, just happened to be coincidentally at the time. I was running a retreat. She was actually producing a TV show, and this woman was chasing her with a stiletto, literally waving it at her head. Now, that doesn't say anything about my dear friend, Deborah, right? So Deborah Reid, will you please come and join me? And let's just talk a little bit about how lucky we are.
That was a bad day at work.
So Deborah Reid.
Yes, Kim Serafini.
I would love for you to tell everybody. I know we don't have 30 years. What was I like back then? No, I'm joking.
You were
Don't
just the
tell them.
same.
Don't
You're
tell
just
them.
more brilliant now and more amazing than you were back then.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
No.
So Deborah has actually had an extraordinary career. She is an exquisite human. And I say that even though she's one of the most famous, powerful, and influential people here in Tinseltown, right? Look at her, so humble.
You can so tell that you're Australian. Who says Tinseltown?
The truth is, quite frankly, we are just about to do something remarkable. So for the last 10 years, you've been working on The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, and The Bachelor in Paradise, haven't you?
Full-time finding people love is what I've been doing.
Woo! Okay, so you know a little bit about limiting beliefs. This is the right place for us.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right.
Yes, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah. So what Deborah and I are doing with a group of people is we are literally in the creation process for something that we call the Changemakers Prize. It is just about to be the next TV series that will become like a Bachelor, Bachelorette, and Bachelor in Paradise. True?
Yes.
Except, of course, we might find love. It's all about change makers. It's about the people who, when they answer that question, do I still have something really significant that I must contribute to humanity to make the world a better place? The answer is yes. So what are we doing?
We are creating a TV show that will live on our platform, that we have complete control over, that will become an incubator and a think tank for young people, old people, people from every country, every race, background, that have the chance to truly be supported in their journey for social change. And that social change can be on the grand scale of things, or it can be really simple and intimate things that just really bring help and change to our communities, our cities, and our friends and family. So for me, it's very exciting to use the medium of television and storytelling while creating ripples of social change through those people that are going to live in that think tank. So it's a very different take on reality TV, if you will, but I think that it's time now that we start using our medium for good, and I'm really excited about it.
I love all the nods we're seeing in the audience. That's really reassuring, because it's seriously risky in terms of what we're doing and facing our fears and having courage. And all of Marisa Peer's, you just saw her here, all of her I ams, I am brave enough to do this. Are you brave enough to do this? Well,
I am brave enough to do this.
All right, so we would love for you to come on this journey with us. Are you a change maker? Would you apply? All righty. We've been asking that question inside our very small community. There's only tens of thousands of people at positiveprime.com at the moment. We've been asking for them to help us to effectively curate the basis, the foundations, the seeds that we're going to nurture. And one of the people we'd like to introduce you to is going to try and limit her to 2 minutes. That's impossible. Maybe 3, maybe 4. She's already got some runs on the board, doesn't she, Deborah? Yes. In fact, we filmed a little screen test with her yesterday, and she made me cry, didn't she?
She definitely did.
All right, so
She was
brace
really
yourself.
amazing.
We'd like to introduce one of the people who's actually already been nominated as a change maker. There will be thousands. How many people actually apply to be on The Bachelor or The Bachelorette or Bachelor in Paradise?
Oh, at least 20 to 25,000 people a year apply.
20 to 25,000 people a year. So all of the agencies and processes and professionals who are involved in that process will also be involved in our process. But what we can tell you is it starts with you. Maybe it's you who applies, or maybe someone nominates you. And Jackie Simmons has been nominated as one of the change makers. So we're going to hear
Get up
from
here, Jackie.
Yeah, woo! Now, what we're going to tell you after we hear from Jackie is that the change makers who go into, let's call it the change makers' house, they're going to be supported with an infrastructure with amazing people who we call change leaders. So, Jackie Simmons, tell everybody as a change maker what you're doing and why you were nominated.
We've got a little mission. Our mission is to make suicide prevention programs no longer needed. What would the world be like if the focus was on optimism and positivity and on the you can do this? Not that you are already ready to do it, but that if you bring yourself a community where you are helping other people, that when the help that you give out comes back to you, you can do anything. And I got very lucky. I got a chance to help with the project for Kim. And now that has come back to me, and I have been nominated to be on this show. What do I want from you? I want you to vote for me, which means you download the talk that saves lives from teensuicidepreventionsociety.com. That's what I want. Go get the guide to the talk that saves lives and practice it with a friend. You never know whose life you might save because you can't tell by looking who's struggling. So that's our mission. That's what we're looking for help with, to take that mission and take it out into the world in a bigger way. And we are after that Changemakers Prize, guys. So that's what we're here for.
Thank you so much, Jackie Simmons, and all the very best. No matter what, we hope that the people who apply or are nominated as contestants will actually have the opportunity to at least tell their story and have more and more people hear about the good work that they're doing on the planet to make significant differences in other people's lives. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we're going to introduce you to at least two of the people we call change leaders. The change leaders for our show, they actually are people who are coming into this incubator, this accelerator, this experience, and they are going to help nurture, guide, inspire, coach, lead, teach,
mentor,
train, uplift the change makers. And two of those people have actually flown here today to be with us at the Best You Expo. And if we could find Bernardo, we'd actually have him as a change leader coming up on stage, but he is so busy at the moment. So the first person we'd like to introduce you to as one of our incredible change leaders is Nicole Gibson. Nicole Gibson has actually come here, even though she's often based in Los Angeles, from Australia, just to be with us today. So Nicole, come on up. Why don't you help everybody to understand what qualifies you?
What the hell do you mean, Kim?
Apart from the fact that Deb and I love you, right?
That's how Hollywood works, isn't it?
She's in.
Well, yeah. She's got style. She's in. Doesn't hurt. What qualifies me? If I was to choose a word for myself, it would be a philosopher. Second word would be an entrepreneur. And I really feel as a world, we've lost the capacity in many ways to be in the question. We're searching for the answers and we're fixated on the answer, but we've forgotten the joy and the journey of being in the question. And through my journey as an entrepreneur, that's the thing that's really served me the most. And it's taken me on this radical journey from living in my van, starting my first company, traveling to 300 communities through the desert, and creating spaces to listen to people's stories and really listen before I went out into the world to create solutions, all the way through to advising the Prime Minister as one of his 6 commissioners in forming a $40 billion budget in Australia, through to developing some technology now here in California that supports people to emotionally regulate. So I've really had a spectrum of experiences, but what I really want to bring to these guys, these contestants in the house, is the ability to think philosophically, to be on a journey of understanding that there's many, many ways to climb a mountain, to not get fixed, but to actually really stay open so that the solutions that come out of the house and the experience are solutions that will last a millennia.
Woohoo! Okay, so our change makers, I believe that one of the prizes, even though the show's called the Change Makers Prize, the actual real prize is spending time with people like Nicole Gibson.
That's the actual prize.
Yeah.
So
Surprise.
I'm the Change Makers Prize.
Yeah. Woohoo! Love that. Deborah, what do you see our other change leaders like Nicole going through in the show?
Yeah, Deb.
Going
what are
through-
we?
yeah,
gonna
what
go
are
through?
you gonna do?
What pressure are you gonna put me under?
Well, that's top secret, and I'm working on lots of fun things. But no, it's about you having a space to truly help guide and teach and also stretch the people that are going to be in this process. And to me, that's super exciting to have somebody, particularly that has such an interesting, different background, and honestly, such a young background, but yet has so much wisdom. And it can come from anywhere, right? And so I love that it's a unique way to come at that point. And I just think that they're going to just thrive with that experience.
What I can say about these two as well is that Nicole Gibson is actually a in the making superstar, rock star, hip hop. She actually does the most amazing poetry that's a bit like a sermon, as if she's a DJ. Way too cool for me. And what I know about Deborah Reid is Deborah Reid was actually the person who produced Bono and U2 for the 9/11 concert, right? So there is no one who can actually help Nicole more. And so if you are a change leader and you want Deborah Reid to actually help you in your career too, Deborah has actually produced and directed over 300 live events, the Grammys, the Oscars,
The Emmys, the Golden Globes, anything big music award shows.
and the Kennedy Center Awards.
Kennedy Center honors, yep.
Multi-cameras. She's the one that actually is the reason why the audience at those events has a good time and the audience at home also has a good time, right? Right. Anything you want to add here, Deb?
No, we're just so excited. And I think that we're trying to give the power back to the viewers. So like if you know people or you see people doing the things that are making these change ripples, like nominate them, cheer them on, send them our way. We want to meet them because we want to put a light on them for sure.
Fantastic. So Deborah Reid, would you like to share the stage, Nicole, with another Changemakers leader?
My pleasure.
Right, that you've literally just come to know. So Patricia Ladis has actually flown here from Manhattan for you today so that you can actually get to meet her. But really, she came yesterday, the day before, and spent a little bit of time with Nicole. Patricia is part of the story that we'll be telling, which is really about you cannot survive the journey of being a change maker, doing something that's globally significant if you can't sustain your own health and wellness. How important is that?
Very. So I'm so excited to be here during this wonderful announcement, but to really be part of this project that I think there is no better time than now. We have all been through so much and have been living with kind of a little hint of darkness, sorrow, fear, worry. And it's time to now have a little bit of a positivity boost. We all have light within us. Sadly, we may do things in our daily lives that actually dim that light, or we might hold ourselves in places that dim that light. So I was a professional dancer, and I actually performed at the Kennedy Center. Maybe you produced me, I don't know. And what I learned from listening to that wonderful music, from feeling my body, from being connected to my body, from being in that place where I had to optimize my body, is that also the body is hugely regenerative. So if we are dark and we're not in a good place, we can actually move out of that. And the only way to actually get to your full potential is through movement, is through what is that body language that you give out in the world that makes it infectious, that makes you want to shine that light brighter, that then inspires someone else. So I became a physical therapist, and now I help others with their physical health. And what I've seen is that they actually are able to reach their potential in all facets of their life because they stumbled upon an injury that made them, it forced them to actually get in their body. It forced them to connect with what was happening within their body. And through movement, through posture, through alignment, they actually can connect again to that mind. They could connect through that whole mind, body, spirit channel that was disconnected because at the body place, they just cut it off. You can't get to your potential unless you can get that body to show up for you so that you can then make the connections that you need. So I believe and I hope to inspire these change makers in the house and beyond to get in their body, to get it all sorted, because then they might really get that idea to find the solution, to see the path. And we as an audience get to be observers of what that took to get to that place. So the hope is that it actually inspires all of the viewers to see themselves and actually witness a roadmap and be like, oh, okay, I never thought that I had to look at my body. I just thought I had to exercise to be healthy. But what if you're doing the wrong exercise? And what if it's not serving you? And what if you are still looking like this all day long? If I came up here right now like this, I think you'd think a little differently of me, besides how is she wearing these heels. But you know, if you're really in it, then everything starts to flow. And then you're in flow, as Kim was talking about, and you're able to be in a positive place because no amount of green juices can get you there.
Awesome, isn't it? We're so lucky that Patricia and Nicole are two of our fine examples of change leaders who will be nurturing and providing the infrastructure for our change makers on their journey. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for being here.
You're the best, Kim.
Too sweet. So the truth is, Deborah's gone to get one of our other co-founders. And so the truth about birthing a project like this is that none of us can do it alone. And I've been the kind of entrepreneur who, as the founder and CEO and creator and inventor of Positive Prime, have actually been holding myself back in combining, collaborating, co-creating, in actually doing this with Deb and with Paula Edwards-Moffat. We actually have 3 out of the 4 of us as co-founders here in Los Angeles for you today. I actually met Paula in Jordan when we went to see Petra, and it was only a couple of months ago, and she was talking about how for the last 4 years she had been working at Tesla, and she had been a lawyer. In fact, she had been at the very head of all of the legal internal processes and reported directly to Elon Musk. I immediately became fascinated with the kind of woman, the kind of courage, bravery, and intelligence it would take to actually fulfill that role over an extended period of time and work with someone like him. And I then made a little joke about how working with me would seem like a walk in the park. Paula, we invited you on this journey with us, and I would love everybody to hear, why did you say yes?
Do you know, it's a really good question, and I'm not really sure right now why I said yes. I must say I never reported directly to Elon. I was acting head of the energy legal team at Tesla for 4.5 years, and I was very blessed and very privileged to hold that role. It is an amazing company, really changing the world. What I'm very, very excited about is the opportunity to work with these 2 beautiful ladies and the other 2 beautiful ladies and a whole bunch of beautiful ladies and men in the future to really change the world, because what I know about is stress. And what I know about is the importance of a good mindset, because it is incredibly important for you to be able to achieve your very best version of yourself, to serve your family, your friends, your co-workers. And I'm just really excited about the possibility of bringing fundamental change and lasting change to people through a technology platform. I think it's amazing, and I'm just excited.
Woo! We are absolutely blessed to have Paula on our team. And the reason why the 4th person isn't here is because, well, Peter Tiley's too busy. We won't let him out in public. He's actually the head of our artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithm work on our platform. And he is literally creating bepositivity.com right now so that you can all download it in May. Before we go anywhere, ladies, would you like to share just a little bit about Ronnie Khan?
Not what I thought you were going to say. I have not personally met Ronnie, but Ronnie Khan is an icon and an entrepreneur and an amazing, amazing woman who has done so much to help others. She created Oz Harvest, which is an immensely successful nonprofit to feed people in need. And she saw an opportunity to take a system that was not working and there was so much waste, and being able to use that and give to people in need, which is incredible. But I've seen her speak a few times, but I haven't met her yet, and I'm kind of fangirling a little bit when we get to meet her. But you've met her.
No, I actually haven't.
Oh, you
not
haven't yet?
No.
Oh, so only you've
No.
met her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what's fascinating is that when we left Jordan, Paula and I went to Israel. I just read this book. It was all about Ronnie Khan's life. And Ronnie Khan was a South African woman who lived in a kibbutz in Israel. And while I was in Israel, I started to get this, you know, when inspiration starts to rise? It was actually about Ronnie Khan and Israel. And I started to think about who is the kind of human who creates a social entrepreneurship program or project that's internationally significant, because Oz Harvest is now in the United Kingdom, it's in South Africa, it's in New Zealand, it's in a couple of countries in Asia. And as soon as I'd left Israel and came back to Australia, I walked into one of the national retailers, and the person at the checkout actually asked me, did I want to round up for Oz Harvest? And it struck me that the head or the founder, the creator of this incredible program, had tens of thousands of employees in somebody else's organizations asking all their customers, would they contribute to this particular project? That's genius. And so I am very, very, very excited, and we are very proud to be able to say that Ronnie Khan is actually going to be one of our guiding lights. Yes. We are so, so, so blessed, because she is going to be in this position where she comes in and she's a role model who's been there and done that, and she's going to serve our change makers on their journey. It sounds like we're all about women, but there is one change leader who is a man who is here, and we would like to introduce you to Gunther Mueller. He will actually be also in the experience as a change leader.
Pleasure to join the ladies. I got to, thank you. I got to LA on Thursday. I flew in and I walked into a room, I think, with 19 or 20 women. But
You can hold your
I
own.
can hold my own, yes. I can hold my own in the room of women. Thank
So
you.
Gunther is actually the reason why I know Bernardo. He is an exceptional connector. And as he got to know me, he started to think about in what ways could he actually help me as a founder, as a creator, but really as somebody who's trying to do something amazing. And had Gunther not had his experiences building his own big businesses, working in private equity, and also being a coach for Anthony Robbins and Dean Graziosi, I'm not sure he would have identified the brilliance in me and helped me to actually cultivate it. That's what he's going to be doing for the change makers in the house. So Gunther, tell us all a little bit about yourself and what you're actually really excited about for the Change Makers Prize.
So just to keep it short and sweet, I've been entrepreneurial for the last 30-something years now in many different industries. I almost feel like I'm a schizophrenic entrepreneur many times. But that has all led up to the point now where I am able to have insights very quickly into different businesses and different challenges and different concepts. So my goal is to be able to be a change leader for the contestants and the change makers that come into the house, to help them maybe see what they can't see in the moment, and to help them really crystallize with deep, deep clarity the end result of the project that they're working on, and then kind of work it backwards to remove the resistance from that success through some techniques that I've learned over my over my life. And so to be that leader, that change leader that just helps people crystallize the essence, the nuance, the subtleties of making a project successful. So that's what I hope to contribute to this project.
Gunther, what do you think is so special about what we are doing?
Well, look, as Nicole shared, there's, we've been through some things that we're not in the question a lot of times. Many times today, the answer has been given to us, and we're limited as to our own thought wave, what we're even allowed to think sometimes, what's okay to think. And there's much negativity. You don't have to try to find negativity, but the world is missing this positive and this state of beingness, because we added the word be, right? To its be positivity. It's not a thing, it's an action. It is I am positivity, right? I am being positivity. That is the shift. And the key is to choose it. In every moment, our life is about one choice after another. From the time you wake up in the morning to the time you go to bed at night, what clothes you're going to wear, you're going to have coffee or tea, orange juice, you're going to drive, you're going to take public transportation, whatever. One choice after another. So the ability to choose to be positive and then leverage the tool that Kim has created in this world to do it literally in 3 to 5 minutes, to get a benefit for 6 to 8 hours. And this is now scientifically proven that you invest 3 to 5 minutes into yourself, and then you get this benefit for 6 to 8 hours to actually be positivity in the world. And then that ripple effect is just going to spread from village, town, city, state, nation, countries, and the globe.
Woo! We might actually reach outer space. Thank you so
Outer
much.
space.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Gunther.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just because we're here at The Best You, we have an opportunity to also introduce you to another incredible change leader. This particular woman recognized in me because of her decades of helping people to literally feel their soul and understand it and know that they should follow the plan that we were born with. I would actually really love to introduce you to Lisa Barnett. She will literally be helping everybody who's in the Change Makers Prize with their Akashic records. And so what I really want you to know is that what we're curating and creating is not just an exceptional executive MBA type or like business school incubator accelerator for these change makers. We actually absolutely have a curriculum that's about wellness, financial wellness, relational wellness, environmental wellness, and we also have what other people might consider a little too risky for reality TV, things like Akashic records readings. So Lisa, come on up so everybody gets to meet you and hear what you've got in store for our change makers. I know you've got some questions, and one of them might be, am I ready? Could I apply to be a change maker? And if you've got an inkling, know that that's that little voice in your head or the little butterflies in your stomach is probably a sign. And you should go to bepositivity.com and make sure that you at least give us your name and your email address, and we can then take you on the journey so that you know when and how to apply or to actually nominate somebody else. So Lisa, what does it take, do you think, to be a change maker?
Ooh, I think it takes heart and soul. I think it takes the desire to know in a much deeper way who you truly are, what your gifts are that you came to share with humanity, and how you can do that with grace.
Woo! Who wants to do that? Yeah. Lisa, you said to me a little while ago that you thought that I could really use some wisdom and I could tap into some infinite intelligence. Do you think that that's flowing just through me in creating all of this for everyone, or do you think it's actually flowing through all of us?
I absolutely believe that we're all, of course, part of Source, oneness, the one mind, and we all have so many gifts and talents that we've honed through hundreds and thousands of lifetimes, that we really have all come right now at this phenomenal time in history to share our wisdom, our gifts, to transform this world. And I am so excited to be able to help transform that world with all of you.
Yay. Beautiful, isn't it? So we are supported by a great group of people who are already within our community at Positive Prime. They're already using Positive Prime, or they're authors. Oh, you want to go now?
No.
Oh, no,
Are you done with me?
And people like Lisa, they're authors on the Positive Prime platform. We've got over 300 New York Times bestselling authors. People like Lisa, people like Lisa's and my friend Jack Canfield, people like Marisa Peer, who you just saw here a moment ago. They're within the Positive Prime universe and multiverse. And if you are the kind of person who feels like, wouldn't it be great if I could transform my state inside 3 minutes with something that's scientifically proven, then we encourage you to go and sign up to Positive Prime right now. You might want to do that actually also, because when we release Be Positivity, it's actually going to be a whole heap more expensive. So today would be your day. So if you want a really, really great deal beyond just literally becoming a part of our community at bepositivity.com, you might want to have a little look at what's over at Positivity Club and think about whether you want to be a member. And on that note, I think that they're about to boot me off more than enough time. What we do promise you is that you are absolutely essential to the journey that we're all on to create a much more beautiful place that is planet Earth for ourselves and for the people that we truly love.
We are absolutely here to create the new Earth, and it's an exciting time to be alive. And so I just hope that everybody can take a moment and feel that excitement in your heart and your body and know that we can transform the world together with love.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll look forward to getting to really meet you heart to heart.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, Kim. How are you?
Bernardo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kim Serafini. Big round of applause for Kim. Thank you so much. They're bringing some massive change with technology. She's been at the forefront of many different things for many, many years. She has. She's just this fountain of knowledge with all these amazing things she's done over there. So congratulations. It's a very, very exciting project that they're working on. I can't wait for the best you obviously to support them. And so many of you that have actually watching online, please make sure that you just get involved. You've got all the information, but just download it, take action. It's only those that take action are the ones that actually, get ahead in life. And I said this before, I'll say it all day, and I'll say it tomorrow again. The world needs leaders. The world needs people to step up for all of us to become better humans. Now, I've got a couple of guests. Now, if you know who you are, yes, come and join me. Just come over there through the stage. I want to spotlight a couple of the speakers. That's what we're doing. We're really highlighting some of the amazing speakers that are supporting us throughout these 3 days. And I've got Nicole and Mariana joining me. Mariana Alpha. Big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, ladies. How are you? We're going to get someone to bring you a mic in a minute. Thank you so much, Mariana. Take a seat. Yeah, thank you, guys. So, here you are.
Thank you so much.
Nicole, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Great. Every time I see you, you got that big smile going on.
I try to bring that energy everywhere I go.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, the world would be a different place if all those serious people laughed a little bit more. So, Nicole, tell us a little bit more about you and what you're doing here at the Best You Expo.
Yeah, well, I'm grateful to be here at the Best You Expo. So I run an award-winning corporate wholeness company called Balanced by Nature. And we are here launching our new app, which is very exciting.
Exciting.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different holistic healing modalities, personal development journeys, work-life balance, content, all kinds of things like that. So we typically work with corporations and do culture consulting to make them have better environments where their people can heal their bodies and thrive.
Amazing. And thank you so much for launching at the Best You Expo.
Yeah.
We've got quite a few launches happening this time at the Best You Expo as well. Mariana, Tell us a
Hi.
little bit about yourself. You've always got a big smile going on as well. I love it.
How can you not?
Yeah, absolutely. Mariana, tell us a little bit about what
Hi.
you're doing, what you're showing here.
So I flew from Miami Beach. I'd like to inspire leadership. I'd like to change the world and remove the toxicity from the leadership today. Remove the control command approach with compassion and kindness. I've been through 23 years of all kinds of leadership, being all kinds of leader myself. And tomorrow I'll be speaking on that experience, 23 years of all of that, and seeing how I can change that and how I can help others to change that.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. So what are you sharing here at the Best Years? Apart from launching your app, what have you been talking about? Now, I've said this quite a few times, boys and girls, apart from obviously streaming the main stage, we have another 8 stages. Everything is being recorded. For those of you that have signed up for a premium ticket, you're going to be able to see those recordings as soon as possible. But this will also be available at some point on the Best You TV. There's so much inspirational going on. So many great ideas. So what have you been sharing? What are you talking at the Best You Expo?
Yeah, so yesterday I did a talk about building resilience and tapping into wholeness. Yeah.
Right.
And basically how people can get through and navigate through the most difficult parts of their lives in a way that is going to allow them to stay connected to their sense of self and be grounded so they can feel good in the process, no matter what's happening.
Well, I'm a big promoter of resilience. I talk about that in my book, The Question, and I believe and I know that we all have phenomenal resilience within us, and we're capable of doing the most amazing things. And it's only when we just really push against the wall of adversity that the best sometimes comes out of us.
Yes.
Why do people have to get to that point? Why don't they tap into that sooner or later? I'm sure that's obviously what you're teaching.
I think the biggest thing is that people have to recognize that it's a choice that they have when they're facing hardship and difficulty, because you have a choice to allow the challenge to take over and overwhelm you and pull you down into the depths of despair. Or you can look at your challenges and find the opportunity that exists within to discover a lesson that you're meant to learn, to discover the message that you're meant to receive from having that hardship come up in your life. And when you can find that beautiful meaning in the suffering, it makes the suffering not meaningless. And it allows you to grow and evolve as a person so that you can become better for having experienced whatever you went through. And that leads you to resilience and meaning.
I love it. A man evolving and evolving in life. But I got to say, I think that's one of the things. Like, for example, I'm looking at this event was a challenge, but now with this challenge, and I believe that every adversity has an equal or greater opportunity, as Napoleon Hill said. And I'm a great, massive believer in that. And it's also just really focusing on the outcome, isn't it? Mariana, what have you been sharing here at the Best You Expo?
I've been inspiring.
What have you been talking about?
Sorry.
Your talks, yeah.
I've been really, I'm preparing to really share every aspect of how leadership can really go towards the inspiration way, in the compassionate way, in the kindness way. And the examples from my own coaching experience of the leadership that I've been doing for 3 years, how clients really approach and find me really getting into the part where they can't process emotional burdens, where they have ways of controlling others because they feel that that's powerful. Because the past stigma was that leaders that lead with compassion were always perceived as weakness. So the world is changing. Those days are gone. And we sort of elaborate and reflect on decisions that they made before decisions they're about to make, whether it comes to employees they lead, and how they can be better versions of themselves. How can they really be more humane? How can they promote trust at work? No more blame on judgments, and really collaboration instead of ego. That's the biggest part of the coaching practice and coaching clients that I coach, and how that changes after.
Yes, absolutely. Ego. Wow, there's a lot of that. And it's real true. I mean, I think I shared this story yesterday about becoming the best you or becoming the best version of ourselves. I remember when I was thinking of the brand, I thought, shall I call it the average you? No, I don't think anyone wants to be average. But it's true. But yet so many people choose to be average in the fact that they don't really push themselves.
Yeah.
They don't really explore change. They don't really, go out there to see what are they here put on this planet for.
And many of them are just not self-aware enough. And we do a lot of personality profiling where the behavioral styles become much more apparent and they recognize the leaders. And that gives them confidence to lead because of the persons they are, not the masks that they have to wear in corporate worlds or in leadership worlds, because that makes them perceived stronger. So that is a huge part of, as well, the realization of everyone.
Cool, great. Well, ladies, thank you so much for being involved. When were you speaking again today, tomorrow?
I'm speaking again tomorrow
time?
at 1 o'clock
Okay.
in the Passion for Profit group
Okay.
about how to grow your business with corporate clients.
Love it. Mariana?
I'll speak tomorrow at 2:30 at the Empowering Women stage.
Empowering women, yes. Can I say something that out of all the latest expos, I think we've had around 65% of all the speakers have been women, and I love that. I think if the world was led by women, we wouldn't have so much trouble. So all that
Absolutely.
to empowering women. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, so we're going to start straight away with my next guest, which is Peter Vekselman, who is the founder of Partner Driven. He was already sharing the stage with me this morning, talking about in the spotlight about what he does in real estate. Now, a lot of you who are watching us online, I've got to say this. I have found a lot of coaches, trainers, authors, mentors that have a great mindset, have phenomenal skills, but with love and respect, they're financially broke, and they haven't really got that mindset to make money. I think in order to really change the world and help the world, you need to be financially independent. And there's, without a doubt, learning real estate, having or knowing how to, build a real estate empire where you've got that kind of recurring and ongoing revenue and assets in place is a really essential part. So I wanted to bring on stage now, for everyone that's watching here live and online, someone that I feel is going to bring so much value to you, because literally he takes care of everything. So it's Peter Vekselman. Thank you so much, Peter. Big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How are you doing? Well, my name is Peter Vekselman. I know I'm here at a wellness convention, but I'm going to talk to you about financial side. I'm going to talk to you about how you could make a lot of money in the real estate investing business, utilizing myself, my team, my resources, my money, my rehab, my construction guys. I'm going to give you a chance to level up in life from the financial side, okay? Partner Driven is a real estate investment company. I've been in this business for 23 years. In that time frame, I've done thousands and thousands of real estate deals. Now, a traditional real estate investment company does exactly that. They do real estate deals, and we do a lot of real estate deals. But what makes this so unusual at Partner Driven is that 100% of all the deals that I do with partners. We don't do our own deals. We do them with everyday people across the United States. Now, from our end, that's a very important value add, because we need people. We need boots on the ground. We need eyes and ears. We need people to be at the local level to help us put deals together. Because you will see in turn what we provide for our partners is literally everything that they need in order that they themselves can become exorbitantly savvy investors. Now, when we're talking about wealth and we're talking about making more money, the key is the risk. Bottom line is this: the reason most people never achieve the level of success they want is they run out of a couple things. They run out of time or they run out of money. And what you guys are going to see here in the next couple of minutes as I go through this, that one of the key components we get rid of is we get rid of risk. And bottom line is real estate is a very, very risky business. But we literally eliminate all the risk associated with the real estate investing business, because we take that risk from the partner side and we incur it all ourselves. Now, not to get too deep into my story, but I've been at this thing for 23 years, got in the real estate business, did exactly what most people do. I went to a couple local seminars, listened to a couple local webinars. Within the first 2 months, I went out there and I bought 6 houses. Within the next 6 months, I proceeded to lose all those 6 houses. Within those 6 months, I lost over $500,000, which I had when I got started in this business. Next 2 months, I borrowed another $250,000, lost it all, and pretty much made myself homeless. two things that I made mistakes with when I did that. Number one, I tried to do it myself. Whether you're in real estate business or any other business, doing it yourself is basically the kiss of death. The second thing I did that I made a huge mistake that caused me to lose all of this is I trusted the wrong people. So doing it yourself and trusting the wrong people is literally the kiss of death. But if you think about it, that is pretty much the only legitimate way that most people have an opportunity in terms of being successful in the real estate business. Took me 3 years to recover from that. And after those 3 years, I had a pretty meteoric ride in the real estate investing business until many years ago, we started thinking about how do we expand? How do we expand beyond our local real estate market of Atlanta, Georgia? And the first place that we decided to expand into was a city called Jacksonville, Florida. So when we initially expanded, that was our first satellite office. That was the first kind of inception of this partner-driven model. When we expanded into Jacksonville, we put together a team there. We set up a whole operation. We even rented an office. We hired some employees. And within the next 2 to 3 years, we proceeded to do well over 350 deals there. So then we were dominating both Atlanta market and we were dominating the Jacksonville market. We then decided, how do we get beyond that? And over the next couple of years, we proceeded to expand into 17 markets, all the way from the East Coast, all the way to the West Coast. And the expansion model worked well for us. We had everything centralized. We had all our marketing coming out of Atlanta. We were distributing leads to our local offices across the states. And things were going well. And then the next thing happened. We're trying to figure out, well, how do we expand beyond those 17 offices across the United States? And one day we really came up with this kind of a wacky idea. We said, why don't we just put the word out, maybe through social media, and why don't we let people know anywhere in the United States that if they're interested in doing a real estate deal, we'll help them. And the model became you find it, we fund it. And that was our initial expansion across the United States into the true partnership model. And the thing took off. We had a lot of interest. We started doing a lot of deals, but what we did not have is we did not have the right checks and balances in place. So when we initially expanded across the United States and started doing deals with pretty much anybody that wanted to do deals with us, first couple of years, we actually lost a ton of money. We didn't have the right systems in place. Now, years and years down the road, 100% of all of our deals are with partners. We have all the checks and balances in place. And we have literally now expanded all the way across the United States. Oh, clicker doesn't work. Okay. All right. Clicker doesn't work. That's when we had the, kind of the epiphany that we had to really put the right checks and balances in place. So I'm going to drop this because clicker isn't working. All right. So we're talking real estate here. I'm going to give you a fact that nobody's going to give you about real estate. And reality is only 3 to 5% success rate across the board for people that want to make money in real estate. Now, most people in my position are not going to share that statistic with you. But I'm going to share that with you, and I'm going to explain to you why that really happens and how we at Partner Driven overcome that. If you're a typical real estate investor, or a wannabe real estate investor, here's the challenges that you're going to incur, and here's why real estate has such an abysmal success rate. Here's how most of the lives, or here's the cycle of a typical real estate investor. Number one, you got to learn how to do this business, right? So how do most people learn how to do real estate business? They just go to the typical guru, right? You go to the typical seminar, you start listening to the webinars, you go to YouTube University, right? And when it comes to real estate knowledge and education, there's actually a tremendous amount of knowledge out there, tremendous amount of education, and make no mistake about it, there is great information out there. But then when that finishes, A person that wants to be a successful real estate investor, he's got the knowledge, he then has to get out there, and then he has to start implementing this. And this is where this industry has such an abysmal success rate. Because the first thing when you're done with education that you start realizing is that, well, you got to find a deal out there, right? You got to find marketing. You got to start knowing how to generate leads, right? So what does that mean? Most people get on the Google and they just literally start Googling lead generation, right? And what kind of lead generation do most people do? How do they find deals? It's usually whatever comes up at the top of Google, and it's usually whatever you can afford. All right, let's say you get past that. Here's the second thing you encounter. You then start maybe getting some opportunities coming your way. You start very quickly realizing, oh, these opportunities, I got to talk to these sellers. I have no knowledge how to talk to sellers, what to say to them, how to negotiate. So once again, what do? You get that education somewhere else. What do you say to a seller? When do you say it? When do you pull back? How do you negotiate a deal, right? Okay, so now you get past that stage. Then you start realizing, okay, you got some opportunities coming to you. You got to make some decisions. How do I know is it a good deal or is it a bad deal? Where do you get your data? Where did you get your information from? So once again, most investors or wannabe investors, they go back into a search engine, Google. They Google it, and there's thousands of places to get your information from. There's thousands of apps out there. What most investors don't realize is not all of them pull the right information from the right sources in real time, right? So now they make that decision. They pick out whatever they can afford, right? Then let's say you find a deal. What happens when you find a deal? Well, then you get over to your next hurdle, right? You haven't even thought about this, but you got to figure out at that point how to get that deal closed. How do you do an inspection? How do you check the values with an appraiser? How do you use the right paperwork? How do you know your contract protects you? How do you find the right closing agent? How do you coordinate buyers? How do you coordinate sellers, right? So now you try to piecemeal all that together. Now, typical investor, when if they get to that point, they realize, well, now that I got this far, what do I need to do? I gotta get the money to do this. And raising capital, putting money together, that's a totally separate animal. Most people have no concept, no idea how to do that. So what do? They Google their local, what are known as kind of hard money lenders, private lenders. And the first one they meet with, they think they got a good deal going on with that person. What they have no idea is that lender is going to actually make more money than you on that deal. And then the real problem starts, right? You got to fix that thing. And guess where everybody loses all their money as an investor? How did I almost become homeless 23 years ago because of this business? On the rehab side. So then you go out there and you try to do a rehab, right? What you don't realize is every single person you're getting a bid from, they see that you're a newbie. They see you don't know what you're doing. They see the word amateur on your forehead, right? They look at you as a paycheck. And there's so many different ways to be taken advantage of as a real estate investor in the beginning stages from a rehab guy. They have no problem bidding a $40,000 job to a $20,000 job, right? Right, because what happens when you get to the $20,000 and you spend all that money? All of a sudden they come to you for $20,000 more. And so now you get past that stage potentially. And what's the next stage you get to? Well, then you got to sell this thing. How do you even know what agent to work with? How do you know what agent understands the investor game, doesn't understand the investor game, right? So you hire someone, an agent, to help you sell the property. You're finally done with that deal. And if you're still alive, if you're still standing, and if you still have any money left at that point, you're out of this business. And this is why the industry I'm a part of, the real estate investing business, has such an abysmal success rate. The problem with everything I just described to you, which, by the way, if you want to do this business yourself, you're going to have to go through every single one of those stages. The problem with them all is it's a very dislocated business. It's a very unorganized business. You have to piecemeal this whole business together. But here's the real problem with it. The real problem is, how do you know what pieces to put together, right? It's no different than if I said, listen, come to my city of Atlanta and we're going to put together a Rolls Royce. And how we're going to do this is we're going to go to all the junkyards around Atlanta, and we're going to put all the pieces together, and we're going to build a Rolls Royce. It doesn't work. But that is exactly how most people do real estate investing business. And on the way to putting these pieces together that I just described to you, here's what you don't know. You do know that real estate changes. You do know that real estate goes up. You do know real estate goes down. It appreciates, depreciates, easy money, hard money. But what you don't know is every single one of these pieces I just described to you, they change also. So a typical investor that tries to do this business themselves, what they do know, again, that business goes up, business goes down, but they don't know is these principles, these pillars we just discussed also change. For instance, do you guys know that marketing changes inside real estate? It wasn't too long ago, I was spending personally $150,000 every month on direct mail. Today, how do I find my deals? I spend $0 in direct mail. And most wannabe investors have no idea that the pieces and parts change. There's no assembly line, and everything I just described to you, it's almost impossible to piecemeal it all together. And this is why I'm here today for the next couple minutes, because we at Partner Driven have found the solution to the problem of such an incredibly poor success rate in this real estate investing business. Because what I do is we have brought all those pieces that we just described under one roof. So here at Partner Driven, we provide all of these pillars, but we provide them under one roof, like an assembly line. So let's summarize them all one more time, and I'm going to explain to you how we provide every single one of these pillars. Pillar number one, we all agreed, what's the first thing you need to do if you're going to be successful? You got to know what to do. Real estate is not a business you want to get into under any means if you want to learn as you go. There's a lot of things you could learn as you go, right? You could learn swimming as you go. You start in the shallow end, work your way towards the deep end. Can do real estate as you go. In real estate, you could literally sneeze the wrong way and lose $20,000. Ask me how I know. It's how I became homeless when I got started, pretty much, right? Because I was learning as I go. So if you and I are going to partner, number one thing we're going to do is we're going to teach you and educate you how to be a successful investor. We're going to do that in multiple ways. Number one, you're going to be working with a coach on a one-on-one basis. You'll have access to my team pretty much every single day to level up from a knowledge perspective. Every single day, you'll have access to group setting coaching, where you could hear other people act and interact and ask questions. So from a knowledge perspective, we're going to overtrain you. You're going to become an exorbitantly successful investor strictly from a knowledge perspective. The second thing we all agreed on that you need if you're going to be successful investor, since this doesn't work, I guess I don't need this. The second thing that you're going to learn, that you're going to need, we agreed on, is you got to know how to find these deals, right? Finding deals is extremely difficult. It's probably one of the most difficult things to do. It's easy to find a deal, a bad deal. It's almost impossible to find a good deal. So here at Partner Driven, what we're going to do is we're going to get involved with you on the deal, on the lead generation side. There's different ways of partnering with us. You have the ability to partner with us all the way at the point where we'll literally hire a caller for you to make calls on your behalf to potential sellers. So we're going to get involved on the marketing side, and we're going to take responsibility for helping owners of properties that are in distress to literally start either calling you, or you'll know which ones to get a hold of yourself. So we're going to get involved in the lead gen. The third thing you need is, remember, we talked about this, you need technology. Now, when I got started many years ago, technology was not critical. Actually, it wasn't even existing. Some years back, technology was kind of one of those things in real estate that gave you an edge. But again, it gave you an edge at best. If you didn't have it, no big deal. In today's environment, if you want to be a successful real estate investor, if you're not utilizing technology, you're going to be at a disadvantage. So what we did at Partner Driven here is we have written our own technology. We basically put together our own app. We did it from a perspective of like, okay, if we were doing this in a perfect scenario, what would the perfect app do for us? So for instance, when you use our technology, you could sit anywhere USA, and you could check out any property USA. You could actually go and drive around that city. You could drive around block to block, view properties. You could click a button and with our technology is identify who owns what, how much do they own. Our technology gives you the ability to do what's known as list stacking. Now, list stacking is a very important piece of real estate investing. List stacking gives you the ability to say, okay, I want to do deals in my own city, but who is the most likely person to sell a property at a discount? And list stacking allows you to identify that by starting out broad and narrowing down, and the end literally delivering leads to you on a silver platter of the most likely candidates to sell properties at a discount. Our technology literally allows you to build this whole business right from the comforts of your own home. What's the next pillar? The back office, right? You need a back office to be a successful real estate investor. Nobody thinks about that when they got started. Nobody thinks one day, oh gosh, I really want to be a successful real estate investor because I think it's so cool to have my own back office, right? That's not a thought you ever have, but do you know that you need technology to be successful? You need a back office to do that. From a contract perspective, inspection perspective, appraisal perspective, buyer's perspective, seller's perspective, closing attorney's perspective, title agency perspective, clearing titles perspective. So what happens when you partner with us? Our back office literally becomes your back office. We'll coordinate the inspections, we'll coordinate buyers, we'll coordinate sellers, we will coordinate closings, we'll fix titles, we'll get the right contracts to the sellers. So our back office literally becomes your back office. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure everything gets to closing, and then I'm going to do the one thing that I don't know how many people on the stage will do. I'm going to give you the money to do this. That's right. I'm going to fund all these deals 100%. As a partner, you don't have to spend even $1 on deals. From our end, we're going to provide the capital to buy them, to fix them, to carry them, any kind of issues that arise in the middle of these deals. So all the money is provided when you're a partner. Next thing we're going to do, remember, the next piece is where the pit is, where all the money is lost, and that's on the rehab side, right? So we have the ability to jump in and deploy resources and help you with the rehab wherever you are, anywhere in the United States. That's huge because, again, that is where all the money is lost. Not where the money's made, that's where the money's lost. So we'll help with the rehab. Then we have a whole network of top real estate agents across the United States that we have the ability to tap into. One of those agents will jump on one of these properties. Whatever the property is, they'll sell it and we'll split the profits. So we're going to coach and train you. By the way, if you're at all thinking about real estate, what I just described to you are non-negotiables. You have to have all these pieces in play. If you don't have all these pieces, if you're like, well, I got this in play, but I don't have this in play, don't start in this business. This is why it's got such a low success rate. All of these pieces not only have to be in play, but they have to be functioning at an extremely high level. We're going to coach and train you. We're going to help with marketing. We're going to provide you technology. Our back office becomes your back office. We're going to help you with the rehab. We're going to put an agent on it to sell it, and we're going to split the profits. And how do you know that somebody like me that you don't know from Adam is telling you the truth? I'm going to do the one thing that nobody else is going to do. I'm going to give you the money. I'm going to back you financially to do this. That's how confident I am in what it is that we do. The great thing about us is we're going to have the ability to do many different deals with many different techniques and strategies. For instance, when we come across a deal that's got a very, very razor thin margin, we're only making maybe 5, 10, 15,000. We have strategies that allow us to capitalize on those deals. When we come across opportunities that have the ability to make us big time money, we have the ability to buy them, fix them, and sell them. When we come across deals that have no margins in them, basically a house that's worth $100,000, the owner wants $100,000 for it, we have the ability to even do those into long-term plays from a creative side and cash flow side. So the bottom line is this: we have gotten our level of techniques and strategies to such a high level. Anyone that you're talking to, legitimately, anyone you're talking to that wants to sell, whether there's equity or no equity, we have the ability to help that person and profit on the back end. And that's exactly what we do at Partner Driven. I can tell you this: what I shared with you in the last couple minutes are the essentials part of real estate. The bad part about real estate is that if you don't become successful at it, it's not a business you just leave clean, you just get out. There's a lot of businesses you get in, mess around with, and then you're out. If you get into this business and make a commitment and actually start doing it, there is no clean exit. It'll cost. It'll cost money, time, stress, financials, credit. I truly feel that we here at Partner Driven have solved the biggest problem of real estate investing, and that is very simple. Very few people become successful. This is why we're able to take people like a Jamari, a guy when he started partnering with me a while back, he used to give blood on a weekly basis. That's how broke he was. We're 17 deals deep with him. Or a partner I have here in California, Seth. When we initially met Seth had zero real estate experience. He was a school teacher here in California. We've done over 150 deals with Seth in the last couple years. Or a partner that I have up in Indiana, Ron Rowan. Ron became a partner, but in a weird kind of way, he didn't even believe in what we were doing. He I'm going to join, but I don't even know if you're for real. It took him a year of doing nothing to just one day finally say, yeah, I'm going to do something. And we just did a deal with Ron. We just bought it for $224,000. We're spending $40,000 fixing it and $320,000 takeout. Or one of my partners, Mike Harden. I met Mike at a stage off a stage just like this. Mike had no real background in real estate. He just got started with us a couple months back. The first deal we did with Mike was we bought it for $301,000. Check this out. I know you're going to like this deal. We bought it for $301,000. We put $40,000 into it, so we're into it for $340,000. And on day number 3, when we're selling it, we got an offer for $535,000. And literally, I just wired Mike almost $70,000 last week. That was his 50% of the deal. We have 4 more deals going on with Mike right now. People say, well, what do your partners have in common? How do I know if I'm going to be a good fit? It's hard to say, but I could tell you what it takes to be a good fit for myself and my team to be a partner. Number 1, you got to be coachable. You got to be coachable. If you're already rocking it out and making a ton, you got everything going on, you may not need us. But if you feel like you need us, if you want a legitimate opportunity, you got to be coachable. Number 2, you got to be humble about it. The reason I say you got to be humble about it is because a lot of people, for whatever reason, get started with us and start telling us what to do. Be humble. We've been at this thing for 23 years. We know what to do. And the third thing is you got to be a long-term player. What I laid out for you in the last couple minutes is the actual blueprint of success to be a successful real estate investor. But it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't even happen in your first week. Nothing successful does. I will tell you this. When I was dead broke and basically pretty much having the only option was to kind of live out somewhere where I didn't want to live and do the things, when this business totally destroyed me, I learned the most important principle of success to this day. Because people always tell me well, Peter, is there success? Is there shortcuts to success? And there are. People that tell you there's no shortcuts to success are flat out lying to you. When they tell you that the only shortcut to success is you got to work harder, you got to stay later, you got to get better promotions. That's not true. That's not reality. There are absolute shortcuts to success. And I learned my ultimate shortcut to success when I was $750,000 upside down in real estate, lost everything, borrowed some money, lost all of that also. But and that's when I learned my first principle of success, that to this day, if you leave here today and there's nothing that I say that made sense to you, and if you don't want to partner, I'm going to change your life right now if you utilize this shortcut. And here's the shortcut. See, if you think about it, what does everybody tell you out there to do? They tell you to work on yourself. Kind of a little bit what this thing's all about, right? Got to be smarter, got to work harder, right? Here's what nobody tells you. We all have certain abilities. You only have so much potential. Bottom line is this: I don't care how much I do what I do physically or whatever, I will never, ever be a professional football player because I only have a certain skill set. But if your whole life you're just working on yourself, getting a little bit better, getting a little bit better, getting a little better, well, then you can get a little bit better here and there. But you know how you get beyond yourself? And this is the principle, this is the ultimate principle of success that I have learned. And this is what's gotten me, what's gotten me to this day. It's all about alignment. It's all about aligning yourself with the right people. See, I could never be a professional football player, but I guarantee you if we go 2-on-2 and I got a guy like Tom Brady throwing the ball to me, I can compete, right? Not because of me, because of Tom. What alignment does is it takes you out of your own abilities or inabilities or how hard you work or how hard you don't work. And what alignment does is it takes you from here to here. And that's what partnering with people is all about. You're aligning yourself with people that are more successful than you. Listen, I've enjoyed my time here today. The next steps is this. We want to talk to you. So for those of you that this made sense, for those of you that you know what, I see the value here. I want more information. I want to see what the partnership's all about, how we can get started, how we can get rolling. All I ask you is our booth is straight back. The clicker was broken. What's our booth number? 627, right back there, partner driven. We want you to come back and we want you to see us. And I'll be there and my team will be there and we'll just talk it out. And if we're a good fit, then we'll get started. We are doing something that we just kind of decided to do last night. If you sign up to be and join our partnership program, we're giving some pretty big discounts today. But that's only today while we're here. So for those of you that are interested, what's the booth number? 627. Come see us in booth 627. Connect with myself and my team. And let's see if we could work together. Let's see if we can go chase some dreams and goals together. Let's see if we can go do some deals together. And let's go see if we can go help you level up. My name is Peter Vekselman, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
The Best You has firmly established itself as a leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations. During this time, we provided our customers with essential tools, skills, knowledge, and wisdom that is second to none. We have taken personal development to new heights, reaching hundreds of thousands of people from around the world, helping them discover their true purpose to ultimately becoming the best version of themselves. Since its launch in late 2020, we have built an amazing TV network where we share the best of The Best You, which is built with an impressive library of content that has been produced over the years, like the Best You EXPO talks, with all of the amazing speakers that have shared the stage. Inspiring People interviews, where I interview top world leaders, speakers, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Such people as Baroness Michelle Moe, Alistair Campbell, Dr. Richard Bandler, John Amici, Michelle Patterson, James Arthur Ray, and so many more. Our NLP Live Talk series features talks from world-renowned NLP experts. In addition to NLP Live Talks, we launched our new TV show, The Best Series, where I interview some of the best coaches, speakers, mentors, and authors. People like Smita Joshi, Fiona Campbell, Erica Faye, Dr. Cheryl Wood, Barbie Layton, and the list goes on and on. Plus, there's a variety of other TV channels like the Rethink Academy, from renowned expert Paul O'Mahony, who teaches people how to make money with social media, how to nurture your list, how to manage social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so much more. We're also very excited to announce our Mas Experience show. Mas Sajady is an expert in transforming lives the fastest way possible. His methods break through the limitations of psychology, self-improvement, and even gene therapy. We have a number of these episodes streaming live now on The Best You TV. You can also watch Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's Thriving in the New Normal. Dr. Fabrizio Mancini is America's #1 healthy living media expert, a world-renowned chiropractor, Hay House International best-selling author of The Power of Self-Healing. In his show, he interviews world leaders like Jack Canfield, Nick Vujicic, Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, Brian Tracy, John Assaraf, Les Brown, and so many more. You can also watch Barbie Layton, You Are Amazing, where she interviews amazing people like Naveen Jain, Ken Honda, and Diana McKenna. What's exciting about The Best You TV is how we attract so many experts, leaders, well-being brands, and doctors interested in promoting their products and services. This is because they're able to target new and exciting markets by leveraging the power of TV apps like Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, iOS, and Google Play. With engaging adverts with QR codes, information on the programs, and call to actions on their adverts. The Best You TV will soon be streaming hundreds of live events through its network. So act now. If you think you have what it takes and you're ready for the next level and becoming an instant recognized leader, then contact us today.
Future medicine will be the medicine of frequency. Well, the future is here. The future is now.
It's one of the best opportunities in history to awaken and reclaim who you really are.
Hi, I'm Mas Sajady, and I help you manifest abundance and reach your full potential through what I call exponential intelligence. So hundreds of thousands have used exponential intelligence to live the life they deserve by ridding themselves of old patterns, blocks, and distortions faster than anything that's out there. XI leads the consciousness evolution by helping you transform yourself, your loved ones, your world.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
My name is Victoria, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am Ando, and I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Christian Inyako, and I'm on Silent Voice.
My name is Irabna Atta. My name is Veronica.
My name is Felicity.
Emmanuel Emisakra.
My name is Isaac.
My name is Chidera, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Michelle Dewsbury, and I am a survivor.
And I am on Silent Voices.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and Chief Inspirational Officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people. The Best You EXPO is where personal growth and professional development meet. Whether you're a speaker looking to share your expertise, a brand interested in reaching more people, or an individual seeking inspiration and connection, this event has something for everyone. With a history of attracting top speakers, coaches, authors, and entrepreneurs, the Best You Expo provides a platform to showcase your skills and connect with a community of like-minded individuals. Over the years, the event has grown to become one of the largest self-improvement events in the world, with international events held in the UK and California, and now coming back to LA in March 2024. More The Best You Expos in other cities to be announced soon. So don't miss your chance to be part of this incredible event. Whether you're interested in speaking, exhibiting, or licensing the Best You Expo, now is the time to get involved. With hundreds of thousands of attendees and a proven track record of success, this is the perfect opportunity to reach your personal and professional goals. Get in touch with us today to learn more about the Best You Expo. For more information, come to our booth.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
Okay. Cool. Okay, great. Hey, everyone. We're back live at the Best You Expo on the main stage, and we're going to spotlight some of the amazing speakers and sponsors and exhibitors out here at the event. So please join me here from the left-hand side. Now, a lot of them are going on stage in a few minutes, but I just want to give them a bit of kudos because these are the people that brings the blood, the love, the energy to the Best You Expo. These are people that are passionate about what they do. And they've been sharing their messages, the love and everything that they do and everything that they want to give you. They've been sharing it here at the Best You Expo. So I wanted to give them a little bit of love. Hey, just because you're going on stage first, come over here, Michelle Dewsbury. Very quickly. Can I have another mic, please? So, Michelle Dewsbury, she's going to introduce herself very quickly, very briefly, better than I am. But she is the founder of Unsilenced Voices. She spoke at quite a few of our events. We're very happy to be, supporting her great cause. Michelle, tell us a little bit more about you and what you're doing here.
Thanks, Bernardo, and super excited to be here. Hello, everybody in the audience. Woo, right? The Best You Expo is amazing. I remember first meeting you back in 2019, right? And I was just drawn to your energy and for what you're doing. And I actually run a nonprofit organization called Unsilenced Voices. I'll be sharing a bit about my story in less than 10 minutes in that room right next door. So if you are interested, come over there. I'll be talking about how to build a lasting legacy by using your experiences. And we help survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking all around the world. Just actually got back from Sierra Leone 5 days ago. So super excited to be one of the nonprofit beneficiaries for the Expo.
Okay, well, listen, let me just say this very quickly. You're an inspiration. I love you. Take care.
I love you.
Okay, next. Thank you so much. Come on, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Duplessis. So Jen Duplessis is someone that we all love, very dear to all of us, yes. Hey. Hey. Jen, tell us a little bit about what you're doing, because you're sharing so much wisdom here, and you've always got that smile. Tell us a bit more what you're doing here.
Oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun. But let me tell you, I'm going to be speaking in some room back there at 3 o'clock in a few minutes. And then I'm going to be doing a book signing at 4:30. So please come and join me. I would love to have the opportunity to have a conversation with you. Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Well, Jen, since I met you, since I worked with you,
I love
you are just an inspirational lady. I want to congratulate you and thank you for all the love and support you've given me all this during this process.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pass it over to David. So now,
I'm going to hand it off.
Great round of applause for her. So what happens is I did a lot of NLP. A lot of you know I had NLP life training. I used to work with Richard Bandler. So I know the power of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And some of you, if you're watching from home, this is the NLP expert that we have here, Dr. David Snyder.
Hello, 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 everyone.
So, David, you do some great work, okay? All the martial arts, breathing, and then when it comes down to NLP and all the amount of products that you've created and digital content, tell us a little bit about you and what you're doing and sharing here at the Best You Expo.
Well, I think the Best You for me has been a way for us to showcase the technologies that we've been refining and honing for the last 15 years, both from clinical practice, but also real-world sales, persuasion, and charismatic applications. We show you how to tap into the magic inherent in your neurology and use that magic to create the life that you want, the way that you want it, from going out and becoming more persuasive and charismatic to eliminating physical and emotional illness from your body and all points in between.
Well, I love what you're bringing, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Great. Thank you. So, guys, if you are some of the lazy ones that are at home because you couldn't be bothered in being here, shame on you. But if you are very far, you couldn't make it, I understand. Go to the webpage, check all the speakers out, check their profiles out, connect with them. We have world leaders here. Don't miss out on that. Hey, look at you. Look him limping away. How are you, Stacey?
Keep limping.
Lovely to see you. Stacey, thank you so much. Always got a great smile. Tell us, what are you doing here? What are you sharing?
Thank you. I am a transitional strategist, also known as a mind coach, and I help people to transition through life seamlessly.
Well, you do that with a great smile. You've got a great team with you as well, haven't you?
I do. I love my team. Shout out to all of the purple coats out there. Shout out. Woo-hoo!
Yeah. All dressed in purple, all coordinated. Absolutely. That's how I like it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. That's it. So we have more and more people. Check her out on the webpage. That's what you should be doing. Now, Jackie Laplin. Jackie Laplin is very well known in the industry. If you're a speaker, if you're looking for places where you can speak, Jackie, tell us a little bit about you.
So my company is Speakertunity. How many people want to speak more places?
Yeah, the mic's closer to you. A bit closer.
How many people want to speak more places? Well, I'm going to help you do that. My company is Speakertunity, and we give you everything that you want. Podcasts, radio shows, virtual summits, live and virtual meetings, conferences, TEDx's. If you really want to get on stages, we'll help you with every way that we can. And we'll give you curated directories, people to help book you, speaker one sheets, everything that you need to be getting the stages that you need so that you can attract the clients that you want and the money that you want.
Jackie, thank you so much. Check it out on the webpage, Speakertunity. It's on the app as well. Jackie, thank you. Now, talking about another event promoter, this is where the love comes. You see, we've only been connecting in Zoom, but now we're live. Danella, how are you?
Hello, Bernardo. How are you?
And Core Events. Danella, tell us a bit about you and what you're sharing here.
So this is so awesome to be here at a live event. I like to say it's so great to finally meet everybody from the waist down.
Yes.
Know that you have feet. After spending a few years on Zoom, it's so wonderful to be back in person and at events. I'm the founder of Encore Elite Events, and we help thought leaders and coaches and experts and speakers add 6 and 7 figures to their income by hosting their own events, by being the leader of their own stage, and helping their communities with the products and the services that they offer. And we love hosts like Bernardo who bring together, take all the risk of bringing this event together so that the speakers and the thought leaders here can connect with the communities and the world that they're meant to serve.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing so many great speakers. I love you. Take care. Okay, next. Hello. Mary, how are you?
I'm doing great, Bernardo.
Listen, you got to turn that smile down.
It's hard not to.
I'll put some shades on. Don't you worry about that. Come on, give it to me.
Hi, I'm Mary H. Davis, CEO and founder of Women's Level Up Network. And I keep it simple. I have one mission and one mission only. I help women to step into it. Step into their dreams, step into their power, step boldly into their careers and their wealth aspiration. I'll be speaking at 4:50, talking about confidence, the natural odor of success. Join me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, take the mic. Well, listen, you can see there's confidence there. You can see there's confidence there, obviously. Okay, so again, what we're doing is bringing you all sorts of great speakers. Tell me a little bit about you.
Hello, Bernardo. Hello, Betty. EXPO. How are you?
How are you, lovely? How
Good
are
to
you?
see you. Buenas.
Tell me, what are you doing here? What are you sharing?
My name is Coach Dawn Michelle, and I am an entrepreneurship and business coach trainer. I help people get compliant with their businesses and stop playing around. I take entrepreneurs who lack guidance and business savvy, and I give them the resources and the roadmap to have a respected business.
Thank you so much, and I'm loving the leather jacket.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
let's
get
go.
with Coach Dawn Michelle and stop
That's right.
playing.
Thank you so
Tell him,
much.
Bernardo.
Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, so here we go. Let's go.
I am Dr. Dietrich Cotton, and I'm just super excited to be here at the Best You Expo. Thank you, Bernardo.
My pleasure.
Thank you to Dr. Sonja, who we are with in the Power Zone. So y'all meet us over in that area. I just want to say I'm the doula for women who are ready to birth their biggest dream that they can ever imagine, ready to expand, excel, and exceed in life. Meet us over in the Power Zone on today.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we got a lovely couple, Ken and Marisa Peer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Hey,
you, Bernardo.
okay, lovely couple. Tell me.
Well, I'll
want
tell you
to talk
what,
about your book in a minute.
Marisa and I are committed with a passion to spread the message that relationships are the most significant factor in all our lives. So we do relationship, business and personal relationship training and coaching.
We are thrilled to be able to release our book here. Our national bestseller just came out
It
the
looks
last
amazing.
2 days.
I love
So
it.
cool. Where else would we launch this but at the Best You Expo? Because
Honored.
Bernardo's all about love. So that covers the personal side of our relationships and love in business, right? Because love in business works all the way around. When relationships are functioning, love is all good. So if you guys are interested, we'd love for you to participate and actually see our workshop tomorrow at 3. We just did a great workshop, and we are focused on the 4 key rhythms of relationships: respect, responsibility, reframing, and resilience. And that, my friend, is a gratitude coin for you.
Thank you.
Because you bring your own gratitude every day.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you. This has been magical.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Check them out on the webpage, Ken and Marisa Peer, and obviously go and order their book. I love the front cover. Love the colors. Hey, looking sharp. Looking very sharp.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit more about you and what you're doing here at the Best You Expo.
Hi, I am Erica McMillan. I'm a transformation coach. I empower women raising children to thrive, not just survive in their life. Now, you can be a mother, an auntie, a grandparent. We are role models for our children. So my goal is to teach you and help you transformation to not lose yourself while raising those children, and also be the best you for those children, because again, they're looking at us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take the mic. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've got one more guest, and then we're going to bring Dr. Sonja Stribling onto the house. How are you?
Bernardo, how are you?
I'm great. Fantastic. Thank you. How are you?
Awesome. This has been such an amazing experience. My name is LaTarsha Shine, and I am the CEO and founder of Powerhouse Now Academy. And what I do is I help real estate agents who are maybe overwhelmed and they need a little bit of guidance, and most of all, underpaid. I help them to begin to scale up on their businesses and do what they need to do to actually get paid. I'm going to be speaking at 425 in the Power Zone, Passion to Profit. And I just want you guys to come on over, and so we can start transforming some of the passion that we have into profits for ourselves, our families, our legacies, and our businesses.
Very good. Is your name really LaTarsha Shine?
My name is really LaTarsha Shine.
Oh,
my
my
husband
God.
is at the booth. He gave me that name,
Well,
Shine. It's really Shine.
Oh, well, I love it. Shine. Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you, LaTarsha.
you.
Come on, Shiraz, do you want to say a few words? And this is our last, and then we're going to bring Dr. Sonja Stribling in a second. Hey, Shiraz, how are you?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Shiraz. I am a reality interventionist. So I work with people on what I call reality addiction. And you know, you've had this if you've ever gone through a program, gone through a retreat and had results and thought, this is it, my life has changed. Then you lost it. You went into withdrawal. I help you conquer that withdrawal, keep the changes, and change your life.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shiraz. I love it. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to bring Dr. Sonja Stribling in a minute. I just want to share very briefly that for me, for many years, I've had the opportunity and, well, the support from someone like Dr. Sonja, who I've seen, you know, already with a phenomenal career, to grow and evolve with the Best You Expo and to really bring us some phenomenal speakers. This year, she's obviously outshined herself. She's brought so many of the speakers that she's trained all over the world, and she's got a phenomenal story. She's a tremendously inspirational speaker. And I highly recommend that you'll stay tuned. And tell you what, even if you don't, you will want to stay tuned because she's so magnetic, so engaging. So let me just welcome right now, Dr. Sonja Stribling. Thank you so much. Dr. Sonja Stribling is coming. I know. Okay. Waiting for the video to tune in.
And former TV host on Bravo Network and has been featured on CNN, NBC, Fox, TV One, Forbes, and Essence Magazine, and ranked in the top 15 coaches to watch by USA Today. Dr. Sonja now uses this training and experience to lead thousands to their victory in dominating in their space and use their inner power to ascend to their next level life and business. As the chairwoman of the P3 University and founder of Kitchen Table CEO Mastery Course and the I Own My Power movement, her firm's courses, events, and results-based coaching programs equips emerging and established women influencers, entrepreneurs, and game changers to use their life experience and knowledge to build their coaching and speaking empires. Sharing her trade.
Not gonna work. Yeah, turn this on. We don't have time to wait on audio and video. Get videos right? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. I'm not sure what happened with that video. I'll take an extra 5 minutes though. Hello, how y'all doing today? Everybody good? Okay, so this is in my way. And y'all are too far back. Only thing I ask, if you're in this room and you're here to hear me have this conversation about seven-figure earners, the formula to make seven figures, can you please do me a favor and move up? I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. I know. Thank you. I got an extra 5 minutes because my video didn't work. So we're going to make this happen, okay? Thank you, LA. Thank you for all of you that are in this room today. Thank you for all of you who took time out on a Saturday. Even though there's a music festival going on, you came to hear and be the best you. Matter of fact, let me ask and not assume, who came to be the best version of themselves? As we go through this process today, I guess I got the clicker here, and they're waiting on me. Tomorrow's Empowered Thought Leader. How to really make seven figures, and what is the formula to it? Anybody want to know that? I hope you're here for that reason. So let's do a couple of things here. I just want to make sure I'm in the right room. I'm going to ask, if you have a camera and you're filming, that you put your phone down, because you need to take notes instead. Is that okay? Fair enough? Because you're in here for a reason. Now, if you need some teaching techniques, we can have that conversation later. Yes, sir, I'm talking to you. Thank you very much. I'm going to be a bold one. So, a couple of things I like to do. I want to ask, how many of you in this room right now are working in a 9-to-5? No, hold them high. It's okay. How many in this room are full-time entrepreneurs? How about business owners? How about company owners? You all know there is a difference, right? There's a big difference. And that's why I say seven-figure consistently. Everybody say consistently. So how many of you want to consistently be a seven-figure owner? Raise your hand. How many of you are so serious about it, you're willing to do what's needed for yourself to become the best you, to make a shift? Please stand. Yes, I know. Most speakers let you just sit in here and sit in the back and just pretend. I'm going to ask one more time. Boy, if I had security in here, I'd say, security, take everybody from row 5 and behind out. Come on to the front. Come on to the front. It's okay. Today is the day you show up for yourselves. And those of you that are serious about showing up for yourself, wave at me. Those of you that I can have an intimate conversation here at the stage, I want you to come a little bit closer. Matter of fact, come on up to the stage. Come on. Those of you who are serious. Now, if you're not serious, don't worry about it. You stay right there. Everybody else that's serious, I know the cord's going to get in the way. How many business owners are right here? I want to talk to all of you, even if you're not, that you want to be, and I love that gentlemen are here too. Thank you so much. Ladies, can we talk? Come on in. It's okay. I'm not going to bite. I got on dress today, so I can't be fighting. Thank you for being here. Come on in just a little bit. Come on in. Because I want to talk. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for being serious about your next level. I know I got clients. Where are my clients at? Not my clients, they're my sisters. Where are my sisters at? Have you been in any program at all? Thank you for being here. In a minute, I'm gonna have you all come on stage. Matter of fact, just come on around. If you're a client right now and 2% only, please come on the stage. Okay, as they get up here. Those of you that are here right now and you are in business and you are serious about your business, I'm going to ask you when you go back to your seat that you take copious notes. I want to give you a 3-step formula to consistently make 7 figures. Is that fair enough? No fluff, no extra, no blowing smoke or anything like that, because I'm going to share a little bit of my story of how I got there. And if I can share with you how to do it faster and sooner, is that okay with you? Is that okay? I am also going to be giving away cash at the end. Those are in the front, not the back. You can't come from the back. You got to be in the front. Is that okay with you? How many of you right now are in business and you really want more clients? Thank you. Somebody is serious. How many of you don't want any clients then? How many of you want to get started with your business the right way? How many of you understand that it's okay to be a trust fund baby, not for you, but for your kids? How many of you want wealth to come from you because you did not come from a wealthy family? So while we're going through this process, can y'all do me a favor? Because I just want to talk to serious people. I'd like for you to go back to your seat. If you were behind row 3, don't do it. I'm going to say this, and it's going to be bold. I'm going to step on some toes today, and I mean no disrespect, but I came to be serious. Is that okay? As you're sitting on row 1, 2, or 3, and your neighbor is sitting beside you doing something other than taking notes, move. Move closer. Is that okay? Because you got up and you took time, I have a free gift for you. My team is on either side. Erica, if you can come over here. Where is Leah on this side? They have a free gift for you. So as you go back to your seat closer to the front, get your free gift, all right? Is that okay? All right, thank you for coming up front. Now, all of you that are standing on the stage, I just want to say thank you. You see, come on down, get away from behind there. I'm going to take some of my time and I want to introduce these, not introduce, but I just want to share a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of these women that have given me the opportunity to work with them and help them. Make sure if you have not been by the Power Zone, make sure you go by there. Is that okay with you? One of the biggest things that I wanted to do was bring more women of color, if I can say that, to best you into LA, because I know there is a need for people to hear about business and 7-figure earners. I think I just already ran somebody out already, y'all. I think I did. So if you don't mind, can you please give these ladies a round of applause for taking time out of their weekend, flying all the way into LA and presenting to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, 2%. Now, as they exit and they go on down, I have giveaways. Is that okay? Can I do giveaways before we get started with the presentation? It took me 4 years to sit down and put this guide together because I was afraid if I started to share how my company consistently makes over $800,000 a month speaking and coaching, I thought I would offend people, but I finally did it. And it is called The Ultimate Guide to Manifest Greatness, Abundance, and Wealth. There is a calendar in here, there's a strategy in here, and there's another free gift in here. Who would like this? I have one more. I haven't even said what it is yet. And there are more of those workbooks at the Power Zone. I think we have 10 or 15 more. Please go get yours. They're in plastic. They are brand new. And it's my thoughts over the last 4 years of how I've become had the opportunity to help other women build their businesses. This is a book that I wrote right after I went through a divorce after being married 18 years. And this was the first year that I made $1 million in my company. This was built off of heartache and pain. That's why it's called Shift Pain into Power. It is also, and it is not on Amazon. People have asked, why can't I get my hands on this handbook? Because I only sell it at events. Matter of fact, this time we decided to put them in bundles and put money on the inside of them. So you could potentially, not this one, but the bundle at the table, you can buy a bundle of books and have 25, 50, even more money on the inside. No one knows what's in there or who has which books, so you have to purchase them, okay? Fair enough? Now, who came the furthest to this event, to LA? Where? Where's that? New York? Okay, anybody further? Yes. Charlotte, North Carolina, California, Charlotte. Nah, she's further. Anybody further than? This is yours. Everybody give her a round of applause. There you go. Awesome. And the one who came from Charlotte, North Carolina, this is yours, ma'am. Here you go. Everybody give her a round of applause. Don't be mean like that. All right, let's get down to it. Everybody say, let's go. One of the biggest things about the cash flow formula for seven-figure earners, he in the front row, get up. Sorry. Majority of the clients and the women or people that I meet have this image. Anybody know what this is? What is that? What is it? Suffering. What else? What is it? Frustration, fear, doubt. I use this example because this was me years ago as an entrepreneur. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Knowing that I don't want to go back to a 9 to 5. And I'm sorry, those of you that are virtual, I see you out there. I'm so sorry. I almost forgot you were there, but I know that you are there. But this is normally the image of a person who is not living their best life or being their best self as they're building their business. One thing I wish upon no one is this. Trying to figure out, what am I going to do? Anybody know somebody right now that is suffering? Anybody know someone right now who does not want to work in their 9 to 5? Anyone know anyone that is robbing Peter to pay Paul? Anyone know someone and you know it's you? Yeah, no hands, but we suffer in silence. She said, thank you for being honest. Now, some of you are asking, now, how did you get on main stage? Because I could have did that. Well, some years ago, I met Bernardo in London. Everybody say London. Well, I was speaking on the Best You, not on the main stage. I was in one of the smaller, not even this size, these are bigger, smaller booths. First time on a stage, and I was scared to death. I didn't know anybody. Well, one thing happened when it was a packed room with only, I think it was 50 seats. It was standing room only. And I knew at that moment I had something. Everybody know what I'm talking about? When you know you have something, and I knew I had to get on bigger stages. And that was almost 6 years ago. And when the opportunity came up to come to the Best You, I said, I want to be in front of quality, not quantity. Everybody say quality. Quality people show up. Everybody else, it's a Saturday. But the simple fact that I'm here, let me give you a quick backstory of who I am, and then we'll get into the strategies. Is that okay? Can't see, this is too small. So let's just do it. Last year, everybody say last year. My company and I had the opportunity to train over 150,000 women to build their coaching and their speaking business. Everybody say 150,000. And I got to share with you, during the pandemic, it was even more. You know why? What happened during the pandemic? People were at home. They were sitting at home trying to figure out, and I know plenty of business owners, or at least they were at the time, who had to close their doors. Anybody know anybody like that? But I got to let you in on a secret. Everybody lean in just for a second. I love how y'all lean in. There's a way, and there's a place, and there's a space out there. It is a $350 billion industry. Everybody say 350 billion dollar industry. Guess what that industry is? Speaking and coaching. I'm going to say coaching. Let me tell you why. Because you, sir, can sit there as gentleman-like as you are. There are other men out there who want to learn to be as graceful as you are. You know that's a real thing, yes? There are people, many of you have talents right now that someone has been asking you about, and you just give it away for absolutely free. Who am I talking to? How many of you are tired of giving things away for free? Like you just wish somebody would just know to pay you, right, Latasha? Just know to pay me. But you got to understand, you got to be so good they can't ignore you. And you got to be confident enough to ask to be paid. Everybody look at your neighbor and say, ask to be paid. Well, I learned last year, and I say last year, that there was a thing of generating $1 million a month. And I thought a little girl like me from Wilson, Arkansas, I'm going to go through this really quick, raised in Wilson, Arkansas. At the age of 15 years old, I had my first child. Everybody say 15. By the time I was 17, I was raped and left for dead in a field in a place where I should not have been. And I'm sharing this with you not for the sad story, but I need you to understand the journey so you can respect when I stand on stage and talk about money, that it is not everything, but it's given me the opportunity to stand on stages like this and train some of the most amazing women that you saw on this stage earlier to do what they do. I'm sharing that with you because of the simple fact your very past and the things you have been through will give you the opportunity to come and serve others. Who wants to serve others? Now, let me do this the right way. Let me clean this hand off. How many of you truly are here to serve others and you know it? Wouldn't you like to be able to build a massive business helping and serving other people? Audio team, if I came down off of here, can you still see me? Or do I have to stay up here? I can come down. That's all I need to hear. Thank you. That just seems too far away. I need to be close and touching people. Is that okay? I'm sharing with you because many of you have something right now that someone else can use. Your information about some things you've been through, a business that you have successfully built. Everybody say successfully built. And even if it's not a business, if you're a stay-home mom, which is still a job, someone wants to know how to do that well. Everybody say well. Someone wants to know how to have better confidence when they show up, regardless of what it may look like. But I can see you smiling through that mask right now, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. I love it. When I go through this, and I'm going to share with you, I need you to please take notes. Because if you think in your mind that you can remember everything that I said, you're not going to be able to. Because right now, many of you are looking at my shoes, my hair, my lash. It's about to fall off in this corner. Some of you are trying to figure out how in the world, did she just say she had a baby at 15? You're still stuck on that. You're still stuck on that I had a child at 17. Oh, what I didn't tell you that I was divorced after being married 18 years, and I literally lost my mind. And that was after serving my country for 21 years in the United States Army. I look like a soldier, don't I? Let me see. No, I'm just playing. I wore a dress today to make sure I was very ladylike. Very ladylike. I did it good. I got it. He said, I found birth energies. Thank you. And so as I go through this, and I've had the opportunity to grace some amazing stages and television shows. Some years ago, I found myself on Bravo television. Everybody say Bravo. I've been on Essence magazine. Everybody say Essence. Now, as a little girl, who knows Essence magazine? I know y'all do, girls. Ladies, I know y'all do. Never thought in a million years I'd be able to do what I do now. And so this is why I just want to have a conversation. I got PowerPoint slides. I didn't want to because I usually use a flip chart. But I want to talk to some people about life. Is that okay? Life. Everybody say life. Everybody say wealth. Everybody say now. Is that okay? So who wants wealth? Now. Now? Okay. Let's go through this really quick. I've been speaking on multiple stages. I'm going to go through here. I want to get to all the juicy part. These are videos of When I say that my company almost makes, I'll say almost, I can't say that. I don't want to say $1 million a month because it's not consistently yet. I want to be fair here. Let's just say over $800,000 a month. Is that okay? Is that enough? That's good, right? So if I can teach you how to do just that, we're okay? We're good? All right, good. There we go. There we go, right there. This is you being able to share your knowledge and your expertise from the comforts of your home. Everybody say comforts of your home. Look at your neighbor and say, I can stay at home and serve people and still get paid.
I can stay at home and serve people and still get paid.
Yes, you can, sir. Thank you. But you have to understand 3 simple things. This is one of the events where we had over 1,000 people who paid to show up to an event. Can you imagine 1,000 people showing up on your live event and they all invested in themselves to learn from you? Who wants that? How about 5,000 people showing up? How about 10? I know some of y'all are thinking, I'll just take 50. Just give me 50 right now. Well, I'm going to show you how to do that today, okay? This is me speaking on my virtual stage, my live and in-person masterminds. Same thing, keep going. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. That's Les Brown, that's Sharon Lecter, that's Google, that's Iyanla Vanzant, been on these platforms, awards. I was the only woman of color for Think and Grow Rich Legacy Tour. Now, I'm sure Napoleon Hill was flipping over in his grave like, what is going on in here? But his book worked for me. If you've never read Think and Grow Rich, rule number 1, go read the book. Everybody write that down. You're taking notes? Write that down. I must read Think and Grow Rich and watch the audio. The next thing here, if the clicker is going to work for me, Forbes magazine. Now, this is a little country girl from Wilson, Arkansas. Why in the world am I featured in Forbes? Dream come true. Then we went USA Today. In the top 15 coaches to watch, I was listed as number 2. And I'm saying that, thank you so much. I'm saying that because I wasn't supposed to do that. Someone told you you're not supposed to be doing something that you are doing right now or you're supposed to be doing. Yes or yes? I didn't know CNN featured women. Got a phone call and said, hey, would you like to share your story? Absolutely. Essence magazine, of course. Success magazine. The list goes on and on. But that's not why you should listen. This is why. The turning point was just a few years ago, I found myself on my suicide couch. Retired from the military, served my country, the recipient of the Barack Obama Lifetime Achievement Award, and I'm still missing something, sir. I was missing my purpose. I was missing a Daphne Booker Harris. I was missing a Latasha Shine. I was missing a Stacy with an EY. I was missing an Akina. I was missing a Erica. I was missing a Mary Davis. And I was definitely missing a Denise Brooks. Hey, boo. But one of the things that I knew that I had to show up for me. And as we went through this, remember when I shared with you I was divorced after being married 18 years? This is my new family. Well, my addition to the family. I remarried June of last year. Yes! Woo! Never thought that would happen after 10 years of being divorced. But it did, and even wrote a book about the divorce that saved my life. Don't try to go buy it now. It's being valued at $400. Never knew that was even possible. The Alexanders. Now, what I really want to talk about is this. How are these women on these stages being able to do in some of these spaces you see in this room? Yes or yes? These women are generating 6 figures in one contract or multiple 6 figures. Last year alone, 2% and the clients in a P3 Global generated $3.5 million collectively. Thank you for clapping for them. Can you imagine you being in those numbers? Matter of fact, who wants to be in those numbers? Just a portion of that, yes? As we go here, the number one thing I want you to start writing, this is where the notes come in, please. The number one thing to become a 7-figure earner is your message to the market. What is the message that you have for the people who need to hear your voice? Now, how many speakers do I have in here? How many of you want to be a speaker? How many of you want to coach and serve others from your skills and your knowledge and your experience? Yes? So let me ask that question one more time. How many of you really want to serve people? Your message to the market is important. Write this down. I must grab a mic. Your message to the market is I must have a mic in my hand. I tell everyone I've never met a mic that I did not like. Someone is waiting on your message. Do you have a message that you want to share? Yes or yes? Some of y'all are dazing out like, oh my God, I got to talk to people. Well, how else are you going to get to millions? You got to do what?
You got to talk.
Exactly. But what am I going to talk about? Talk about your experience and the things that you've been through. Is that okay? Yes? Who's going to volunteer and say, yes, I'm going to do that? Starting when? When? Okay. So as we go through this, get in the room. Thank you for being in the room, but you have to be in the room with like-minded people, number one. And number two, where you can listen and learn and grow. Listen. Everybody say listen. Learn. Grow. Now, the cash flow formula for seven-figure earners. Let's get into this. I can put this mic down real quick. The number one thing you need, again, is your message to the market. Answer this question. What is it that I want to share with the world? What is it that I want to share with the world that they need to hear? What do you need?
I want to get people into the 800 mindset. 800 credit score.
That's what I'm talking about. He said get people into the 800 credit score. He said he's tired of people not being able to get what they want because they have low credit scores. What's your message to the world?
Helping real estate agents who are just underpaid and overwhelmed and don't have direction to make money.
I love it. Everybody say be wealthy. One more. What's your message to the world?
To proclaim freedom, restore vision, and release the oppressed.
I love it. Like these people are ready. Like somebody needs to hear my voice. Yes or yes. So the first thing is I have to have a message. Everybody say a clear message. We're my multitaskers and multi-entrepreneurs, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. Where you at? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Let me explain to you what happens with entrepreneurs that have too many tasks and too many missions and too much going on. Can I say it? They're broke. Broke-minded, broke spiritually, and broke financially. You know why? That was me. I struggled with that. I had to have a clear message. And someone says, why do you always tell this divorce story? Why do you tell? Because I came from absolutely nothing. I remember crying and wanted to take my own life. And I just realized that some other woman somewhere, right, Akina, is going through a divorce right now or have been through one, and they're trying to figure out, what do I need to do next? Write this down, please. I'm going to take my pain and I'm going to shift it into power. Power stands for, the P stands for possibilities. The O is for opportunities. The W is for wealth, worth, and well-being. I love to see my clients, my sisters repeat after they're saying it with me. And the E is for what? Excellence. The R is for responsibility. Everyone listening to the sound of my voice, you are responsible for at least 10,000 people. That includes the legacies that are coming from you. Some of you are going to have a legacy come from you, but it will not be one that you want. Do you realize we have learned about poverty from who? Excuse me, whom? I'm sorry. Whom? Our parents. It's been passed down from generation to generation. Number two formula for seven-figure earners is one killer product. I almost want to sit on the stage. You know what one killer product is? It's that one thing you can create and use it, and sell it millions of times. One killer product. Sir, can you imagine you creating a product that allows people to go from 600 to 800 in 90 days or less if they follow the very simple instructions that you have? You give them a blow by blow, a step by step. You give them strategy.
If people knew what I knew, they're gonna have to have security.
See what I'm talking about? Oh, you want security like Travis over there? Like, see, this is what I get for talking to the audience, because he was like, put the mic in front of me before. Now let me talk again now. Let me move over here. I'm not coming back over there to you. As we go through this, I want you to think about what's your one killer product. I need you to hear me on this. It needs to be one. Everybody say one. Please look at your neighbor and say one. Look at your other neighbor and say one. Look behind you and say one. Look in front of you and say one. One, not three. But Dr. Sonja, you don't understand. I need to make this money now and I need to make it fast. That is called a hustle. That's a hustle. That's called a hustler. They're starving right now. If you really want to be a seven-figure consistently earner, you have to have one killer product. If you're in the makeup industry, you need to create one killer product. With that one killer product, you need to be on multiple platforms. You ready for? You need to be speaking. Everybody say speaking. You need to create a coaching or a consulting company. Everybody say company. You need to be a published author. Everybody say published author. We call that a triple threat. One killer product that you can have on multiple platforms to make millions. I don't guarantee a lot of things, but if you just follow that very simple formula, you will never be broke another day in your life. I'm no better than you. I'm no different from you. Just because there's additional zeros behind my bank account does not mean anything. But one thing that I did learn, Daphne, is if I lose everything today, I can get it all back faster and with ease. Number three, everybody say number three. The confidence to sell. Write this down, please. Clarity. Cash follows clarity. And it follows confidence. Someone said something to me today. I don't know how much time I have. Can you check my phone for me, Travis, please? It's on the stage. I got 10 minutes. Oh, I got plenty of time. Someone said something to me, and I want to share here because this is a conversation. This is not a presentation anymore. They said, I see your entourage with you as if I was doing something wrong. It was hard enough to come to a place where you really may not know anybody, or people don't know you, or those who do know you, everyone wants to have a conversation. Can I be honest, transparent for a moment? I can't even imagine what the Oprahs or the Beyoncés do. I can't even imagine. But when you're doing the work that you're supposed to do, expect to be criticized for it. There's no entourage with me. You know who's with me? My team. Matter of fact, team, just everybody wave at them, raise your hand. Team, team, team. I brought them because I wanted them to see what the future is going to look like. And it's going to be bright. The other entourage they say that I have are coaches that stood up and said from 2% that Dr. Sonja, I want to be a part of this. And I'm grateful they give me the opportunity to lead them. But what I'm sharing with you as a seven-figure earner on my way to 8 figures, surely 9, this has not been easy, nor will it be. I was listening to something said last night. He said, most people want this easy and simple. Most people don't want to struggle at all. They want the microwave, do this. This has been in the works for years. I just needed to show up and do it. And so those of you who are serious about making that level of income, let me see the hands one more time. What are you going to do to get to it? Are you going to be in here today and walk around and get all of the free stuff? Let me get your free, 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 let me get your, oh, that's a song. Let me get your free. But are you going to really go find the person that's going to help you really make 7 figures? I mean somebody that's really doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about the Instagram. You know what I'm talking about, right? You're going to have to get the confidence, one, to step out there and not just on faith. When I hear on faith, I see no action because you got to put it before it. My God already said that it's done. Now you have to share action. So my question to all of you, where is your action? When is the last time you had the confidence to sell? Who sold something in the last 30 days? Who sold something today? Who's going to sell something tomorrow? Who has never sold anything before? Be honest. Thank you. It's okay. Sir, it's time to start selling today. And I don't mean selling. I mean making an offer. In order for you to be a seven-figure earner, you have to have the confidence to sell. I'm going to pause right there because most people don't want to do this. This is the part. Ladies, can I talk to us for a second? 61% of women would rather talk about their death than talk about money. You want to know why? Because we have been reared and raised to be nice and polite and don't ask for what you want. Just let them give it to you and it's okay. And if you do, you're too masculine. And if you don't, you're a ballerina and you're a princess. I came for warriors though. I did. Maybe it's my 21 years military. But when it comes to, and I ask that you please put your cameras down and not film me. Please. I ask that you please look at where you are. If you truly want to be a seven-figure earner, because six figures is, you could do that in a weekend. Can I tell you how real quick? I think I got 5 more minutes. Can I tell you real quick what you can do? Number one, I want you to set up an event. In the next 30 days, I want you to host an event virtually, not in person. I want this to be a free 99. Everybody say free 99. Out of your pocket, though, not out of the people who attend. 2%, this is not for you. You already know the game, okay? Host an event, invite 50 people to attend. What is it going to be? Figure it out. What is it that people want to know from you? If you can solve a problem, they will come. What problem can you solve for people? Number two, offer them the opportunity to work with you. One-to-one, one in a group. Offer them the opportunity to work with you for 90 days. What's their investment? Everybody write this down. You're going to have an event. They come for free, right? Excuse me. You're going to make an offer to them for at least $1,000. Everybody say $1,000. 50 people attended. 30 people said yes. How much is that? How much is it?
30,000.
Wait. Oh, can I touch? Is it okay to touch him? We'll touch both of y'all. What is that?
30,000.
So if I did that every month for 90 days, what's that?
90,000.
Okay, so $90,000. Somebody give me some tissue. When I start talking about money, my nose start running. I need some tissue real quick. We got some. So 90,000. But what if I had 3 events once a month? What's that? $90,000 a month. $90,000 times 3 is what? 270? Remember when I said 6 figures? That will be the simplest thing you do. Somebody say, oh, Lord, you heard me, right? The numbers don't lie. People do. If you can just get your one killer product, they're getting excited over here. Like, oh, my gosh, we're about to do this. If it's not a product or a service, offer something from you. Let me show you how you do it. Matter of fact, I need 4 volunteers real quick. I'm going to close this out. 4 volunteers to come up front. 4. Yes, sir. Come on up. 2. I need 2 women and 2 men. Come on stage. Can I get that money? Thank you. I got 4. 1, 2, 3. I got 4. Come on up here for me, please. Come up here. If you can stand right here. I needed folks virtually to see you right here. Facing me, here. Beside her, facing me, on that side, and on that side. One thing that I know that most people, as we go through this process and you offer people the opportunity to work with you and you have it out and you want to give people things and he takes it. How much is that?
$20.
Okay, hold on just a second. That's 20. And then you have the opportunity to come back around, and some people don't understand that. What's that?
$10.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not done. And because they understand and life is hard, you can only do it one time. Matter of fact, you come over here. Come over here, sir. You too, if you got money over here. Ladies, stay right here. As you're going through this process and you say you want to be a seven-figure earner and opportunities come and they keep coming and you keep letting them go by and they keep going over there and it's going all the way around the place. But I want to make six figures. Oh my goodness, take it. Stand over here, please. How much what was that?
$5.
Okay. And then the opportunity comes around one more time and it keeps going and what did you end up with?
$1.
Come over here for me. Do you see what just happened? I started with a $20 bill and I'm trying to give it to him and it's moving around and nobody reached for it. And then I went and got a 10. They ended up with something. My thing for you is go get what you want and don't be the last person to grab for it. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, you can keep it. It's yours. Someone other than them. Who's got a dollar bill for my $5? Thank you. Thank you. I gave him a 5. He gave me $1. Some of you you just got shortened. No, but I tell you what, he's going to do exactly what I just showed him to do. Some of you don't understand. Sometimes you just need an example. When's the last time you've been to an event and he gave that $20 right to his wife. Here you go, baby. Thank you, Dr. Sonja, for our lunch today. All I want you to know is to be a seven-figure earner. I know I use money and I know I offended someone. Good. Matter of fact, great that I offended you. But it's time to do something different. And what I would like to do, if I can find my clicker that's all over the place as I begin to close. I want to offer some of you the opportunity for 3 days to show you how to sell with confidence, how to build an online platform from scratch, and 3, and how to find the clients that you need to work with and finding your niche. 3 days virtual. Now, the price is up there. Can you see it? Probably not. But 3 days of walking through this process of business mastery blueprint so you can become a consistent seven-figure earner and go from where you are right now to where you want to go and understanding how this business works of online. Matter of fact, where my six-figure earners at? 7 figures. Now, how many of you really want to generate that level of income? And how many of you are willing to take 3 days out of your busy schedule? Please stand. You don't have to travel to Atlanta. We will do it on your time. Nope, not on your time, but on my time at one simple time. All right? For those of you that are standing and you're serious, and matter of fact, if you can see this up here, normally this is $19.97. For $97, I'll train you for 3 days. Is that okay? Those of you want to go VIP, I have some additional training for you that we're going to start next week. Is that okay with you as well? So for those of you that are serious, please come to the stage. Yes. Okay. Online, I got you as I close out. Go ahead and take one. Yep. If you're grabbing a form, there is a young lady I'd like you to follow. Her. Here's Denise, my chief of operations. We're going to go back to our area. If you did not get a form, we'll give you one at the table. Now, if you're about to walk away, that means you didn't really want it. There is no way that I'm walking away if I wanted one. All right? Matter of fact, take that and follow her back to our table real quick. Just follow her. Please don't take my clipboards with you. Follow Denise and go back to the power corner, please. Thank you. No, take that with you, the clipboard and all of that with you. For those of you that are online right now, there is a email, a URL that is showing up just for you, where you can go and do the very same thing. My name is Dr. Sonja, and if you didn't come from a wealthy family, let a wealthy family come from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonja Stribling. Amazing as always. Powerful. Powerhouse. So we're so excited, so delighted to have Sonja always supporting us and with the great team of speakers that she's brought. So we're going to have Mas Sajady joining us in a few minutes. Mas always has a great following, lots of people that love him very dearly. But I've got a couple of guests that are going to join me now. Are you on now as well? Okay, cool. So take a seat. I'll be with you in a minute. Can I have another 2 mics? Thank you so much. Yeah, take a seat there.
I did. You don't need me twice?
Hey, thank you so much. So I hope you're having fun. Lots of you that are enjoying us and watching this event online. You're watching it through Facebook, YouTube, and through our channels. So the Best You Expo Day 2. And here we are. It's 10 to 4 p.m. And for me, one of the most important things is to really highlight a lot of these phenomenal speakers, exhibitors that are, sharing so much wisdom and so much love. Now, a lot of us that we've already been here and kind of we're connecting and engaging with each other. I mean, from us, and I'm saying all of us that are involved in the event, okay? Because we're all involved in many different levels, but we're all bringing what we basically love, which is, sharing our expertise, our wisdom. And what I've always felt, and I continue to feel, it doesn't matter how many people attend, it doesn't matter who's here, but I always feel so much, so much love and support between us all, because, kind of we all have the same mission and vision, don't we, of kind of really bringing and contributing. What's your thoughts?
Well, Bernardo, I love being here with you, and I've been wanting to ask you, what is your vision, and why did you start the Best You Expo?
Well, my immediate answer is I don't know. And the reason is I don't know why I do this. I do it because I believe that, there's so many great people out there that deserve a platform. I believe that there's so much love and so much wisdom that needs to be shared. But many times we don't have that space. We don't have that stage. I promoted many great speakers. I mean, to the beginning of my career, I used to work with Dr. Richard Bandler, Paul McKenna, internationally renowned, and we used to have thousands of thousands. I think we trained 25,000 people over 10 years. But for me, it's about providing experts, leaders, authors, a platform for them to share their expertise, and then for people to come together, So I do it because of that. And it's funny because even, when sometimes it gets really, really tough, and sometimes you think and question again, why am I doing this? I still continue to think I got to carry on doing it, because, this is what we're here for. So what about you? And I love your green suit, by the way. You look very slick.
Thank you. I love being here. I think the expo is amazing. Like, you've put together such an amazing group of speakers. And, I was on the red carpet spotlight earlier, and they were asking me, Jennifer, why do you love the expo? And I thought, because people really are trying to be their best selves. So I think you do that for people. Bernardo, is like, you help people be their best self, their best self. And it's in all aspects, right? It's not just in business, which is an important piece. That's where my function is. Like, I work with entrepreneurs to create offers and teach them how to sell so they can create more of a difference and they can fund their mission through their business, but also our health and our person and our families. And I find people to be very real here. They really care, and they're really into our collective mission. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I agree. People do really care. What about you?
Thank you very much for those thoughts, Bernardo. Thank you. I'd like to know how we can help you. You've done so much for all of us. This has truly been a blessing, and it's been a wonderful platform to get our messages out and to connect with one another. But I don't know if you're able to receive, but how can we all help you today?
Listen, thank you. So I don't want to get, emotional here. But no, I mean, it's really, I suppose it's about keeping your support. I mean, for me, it's the important thing really is to know that the people that I'm trying to help, which is you guys, but for us to contribute and to put the message out there, is to continue to do it. It's one of those things. Look, this personal, professional growth, wanting to become a better version of yourself, it's not utopia. It's just a reality. And I just think that right now it's just more important than ever. There's so much divisiveness. There's so much, what brings us, what separates us. And, we're going to have a speaker joining us later, which is Michelle Patterson, who's very close to my heart. And she's a lady that, has been fighting terminal cancer for 4 years. And her priorities in life has changed dramatically. So my priority is going to continue to do this because I think, that's what needs to get done. So no, for me, it's just being grateful to all of you and grateful to make it happen. And I'm just very grateful. Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, well, listen, this was about you girls. But anyway, I'm feeling the love and I'm very grateful to you. So what's next for you?
Yeah. So what's next for me is continuing to do my work. I really am helping people, entrepreneurs and the small business owner, to become very, very prosperous, especially if you have a mission and you want to make a difference, because I really want you. I really feel that as entrepreneurs, as people who want to make a difference, you need to be rich. You need to have a lot of money. You need to be able to sell what it is that you do. I'm Jennifer Deepstratton. My company is actually High Ticket Sales Success. And that's what we do. We want you to create offers that you love, and you love them because they change lives, and then get paid well so you can continue to do your work in the world.
Yeah, well, it's so important as well, isn't it? I mentioned this, I think, yesterday. There's a lot of people that might have the right mindset, but if they're broke, you can't do a lot with that either, can you? What about you?
I'm also speaking about wealth, but in a different way. My goal is more so to keep kids safe by educating their parents So I try to focus on teaching single parents wealth building tools. But the idea is one, to prevent homelessness, to prevent some of the challenges that come in a single parent's life. So it's building wealth, but isn't wealth just in and of itself. It's wealth as a way to build generational wealth to help them through so many challenges that single parents face on a daily basis, whether it's bringing partners into their home they shouldn't, or babysitters, or working too much, or substance abuse. There's so many challenges. And like you, I also have missions that I'm focused on. One of my goals is really to stop the child sex trafficking. If we could all support that organization, I know you're part of some wonderful organizations, but everything I do is really for the single parents and for the children.
Yeah, thank you. And single parenting is a big thing, isn't it? There's, and you talk about slavery, a big thing as well. And that's the whole thing, I think, about elevating consciousness. Elevating consciousness is becoming aware of what's going on in the planet. There's more than 34 million people enslaved. 34 million, that's a big number. And yet a lot of people choose to ignore it because it's just better to be ignorant. So congratulations to you. Well done. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Lots of love to you. You can go that way. Thank you so much. Okay, so in a few minutes, we're going to invite Mas Sajady to join us. And look, if many of you which are watching this online, and I said this already quite a few times, and I think, you know, if for whatever reason you've decided not to attend live events, I think you need to realize one simple fact. For me, you're not going to believe it because you're probably thinking I'm 32. Well, I'm not, okay? I'm in my 50s. And I spent 3 years of my life, like many of you did, at home, you know, in Zoom. And that literally represented around 5% of my time. So if you think about it, that's a long time. I can't afford to give 5% of my time. And I think, you know, kind of it's time to really step up. And this is what I think, you know, a lot of people tend to prioritize. We tend to prioritize on the wrong things. We tend to prioritize in accumulating things. And we tend to focus on things that aren't completely relevant and important. I think the estimation is that we spend an average of, I think it's around 10, 11 years watching TV. Now, think about that. 7 to 10, 11, 9 years we spend watching TV. And that's just not right. We spend already around 20 odd years sleeping. And that's not right. So there are very important things in life. And one of the most important things is for us to become better humans and to enhance our skills, for us to be able to go out there and make the world a better place. And when you say to make a world a better place, well, listen, that's the reality. That is what it is. So I just hope that nowadays we tend to focus on getting together, and we tend to focus on really providing and helping us, you know, engage more, connect more. So I'm going to invite my next guest speaker now, who's someone that I want to give a big thank you to. I gave him a big thank you on the first day, but I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart because he's such a great man. And he's a great man because he's just very genuine and authentic. But apart from that, he's been a great supporter of the Best You brand over the years. He's spoke at many of our events in London. He always brings a massive crowd. He has a massive following. He's got over 1 million people that follow him on Facebook. He has these programs that he does that so many people watch and attend. And, well, Mas Sajady, if you wanted to just come that way, please. Thank you. So Mas Sajady has been a great ambassador of the Best You brand, and we're honored. Now, I know that there's thousands and thousands of people tuning in now to watch Mas Sajady. And every time we've done an Instagram live or we've done something live, everyone wants, oh, Mas, can't you just give us a little bit of your magic? So for all of you that are going to be here in the room now, you're up for a real treat with this phenomenal individual, Mas Sajady. Thank you so much. Big hug.
Hey, guys. How are you? All right. How many people are new to me? Oh, quite a few. Awesome. So I'm glad you're here. And do you guys want to just move on forward? I guess you can stay where you are, but it's all up to you. All right. So what we're going to be talking about today is about what I teach the 1%. And right now I'm just, let me tell you a little bit about myself. Maybe that'll help a bit. So right now I'm reading you, or actually sensing you and seeing what you all need. Some of you might actually be feeling my frequencies as I speak, which seems a little different or awkward for you. So I've had 3 near-death experiences, And from those 3 near-death experiences, I see things from a very, very different level. I literally can see through you or sense you and see where, say, your issues might be, and then help you rewire or help you remove those issues at a very deep level. So it goes beyond psychology or anything that you've done before. So the name of the talk is What I Teach the 1%. So over the decade that I've been working on individuals, hundreds of thousands of clients, hundreds of thousands of client sessions throughout the decades, I've learned a lot about, say, what makes people people, what makes you a human being, how time and space works. How many get into the Marvel comics? Like Marvel comics, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange. Did you guys see the movie Everything All at Once at the Same Time? Okay, so that's the realm that I work at. And it sounds really crazy because it is really crazy. There's a lot of, say, rules. There's a lot of, say, conditions or belief systems that are out there that isn't really true, especially about success. Now, I've been hearing all day and throughout, if you make another $1 million, you'll be really happy. If you become really successful, you'll be really happy. If you get married, you'll be really happy. If I get another job, you'll be really happy. If I have one more child, or if I make another $1 billion, because I work with a lot of high-level individuals, a lot of high-level CEOs, and they're not really happy. In fact, one gentleman in mind, he comes to me and he's like, Mas, I can buy anything that I need, anything that I want, but why am I not happy? Why am I not connected? Because they sacrificed themselves for the success that they've got. How many of you have done that? I see that. And those who haven't raised their hands, I can see I can see that as well, by the way. So we're going to play a little game. I'll tell you what I teach the 1%. It's very, very simple. And then I'll give you an example of how that can change for you. And then we'll play a game of, if you were a millionaire, why you wouldn't be happy being a millionaire or a billionaire. How does that sound? So we'll give you one-on-one, say, live examples on, say, where your issues or what your issues will be, okay, if you became really successful. All right. So what I teach the 1% is very simple, is coming back to that human being that you naturally are. Again, most of us have lost themselves or sacrificed themselves or sold their souls to become highly successful. In fact, on the plane ride over here, I was watching a movie with George Michael. You guys know who George Michael is? Famous singer. Again, not very, very happy. Freddie Mercury, not very, very happy. And I can name you, dozens of individuals, time and time again, that had everything. But then why weren't they happy? Because they sold their souls. They sold their spirits. That spirit is ill-defined, and that's the problem. People think spirit as, say, a religious term. It's not a religious term. It's actually a frequency. It's your timeless being that you are. That timeless being needs to be present within you or around you for you to have a happy life. But what we do is we separate ourselves from that higher version of who we are. And this is where no matter how much money you have, you start to, say, dissipate yourself or you're not happy. Other times, though, people will go, well, it's not the money. I'm going to give all the money up and, say, let go of all the worldly possessions and be, say, like a Buddhist. Buddhism does that as well, right? I'll let go of all that physical possessions, and then what happens? They're still not happy. Why are they not happy? Because, again, they're searching for who they really are, and it's not a tangible item. It's nothing that you can, say, experience in this reality, but once you connect to it, everything gets turned on for you. Everything feels so complete for you, okay? And then you don't have to sacrifice yourself. So the one thing that I teach individuals at high levels is, one, to reclaim themselves. Two, bring back or take back who they originally are. So what happens is that, well, let's just take a deep breath in, guys. I'll set you in this space, okay? It's better than my words. It's about the frequencies. It's not my words that change you, but take a breath in and notice your lower back. Okay? I'll guide you into some deep states. Take another deep breath in. Think about you becoming successful. Look what that, now notice how that feels like. All right? Notice how that feels. Now it's all about space and time. So notice how you feel. Notice where you are right now. Okay? It's a position in time and space. Notice where you want to be. You want to become. You want to become a millionaire. You want to have more money. Notice where that is compared to where you are. Does that make sense for you all? Okay? It doesn't make sense for you? Okay. Take a deep breath in. I'll give you another example. Think of something that you want. Think of something that you want. Notice that it's outside your realm or outside of your space. It's very, very simple. Think of something that you have. Notice that it's within your realm. It's within your identity. That's why you have it. Just like Einstein says, if you can resonate at the frequency of whatever you need or want, it'll come into you. But people don't do that. What they do is they change themselves into that identity of who they think they should be, like, say, a CEO. A CEO needs to be, say, aggressive. They need to be assertive. They need to be whatever. They change their identity, but they don't heal themselves. They change themselves into that person. And that's where they lose themselves. So they didn't really heal who they really were. They thought that, becoming successful or becoming spiritual, either way you look at it, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same. They thought that becoming spiritual or successful or marriage or whatever will help them heal themselves. But then they lose themselves even more. And that's why success doesn't really happen or success doesn't really work out well. Do you guys have any questions, by the way? I'd rather just take, say, people in the audience and just pinpoint exactly why you wouldn't be happy if you became really successful. How does that sound for you? Okay. So, and before I do that, I'd like to bring up Jim. Hey, Jim. How you doing, buddy? So Jim he is highly successful CEO. He's the head of Newcom. And his booth is, I don't know exactly where, that way. So if you have a chance, check it out. We're gonna be doing some great things together in the near future on bringing like CEOs, high-level individuals into a oneness space. But Jim, let's just say, was scattered. Okay, would that be fair to you? I'll let you take it away. So
Scattered's fair.
Scattered's fair.
Overwhelmed. Too many expectations.
Overworked.
A lot of sacrifice to make gain. A lot of the old adage, no pain, no gain. Work harder, sacrifice. So the CEO of the only patented neuroscience product in the world that can lower stress, I didn't really like the irony of stressing myself out trying to relax the world.
Yes.
And I thought, remember I said to you, I don't want to be a martyr. Dying to bring this technology to the world is not my end game.
So after having a couple sessions with me, and again, it's 10 minutes, it's like about a couple decades worth of therapy, literally. Because it's not about psychology, it's about frequencies, deep level frequencies. So now how do you feel?
10 times worse. So I had done a couple online Zooms with you. I was in Switzerland in July, and you were on an event with me, and we did another event. And you'd already kind of introduced yourself conceptually to me, right? You had some really intimate details of me, and I never met you before. So I was like, whoever this dude is, it's cool and scary. And then we're in Africa together.
Yes.
And that's where kind of the opportunity to transform me helped. A couple key takeaways for me was, number one, it had never occurred to me that I could grow while I was growing the company. A parallel path of, you mean I can expand while the company expands? I always felt like I had to sacrifice and lose to gain. Just changing that perspective in my brain, the next day I felt more grounded, I felt more calm, and I kind of relinquished even more control of the future. That was number one. Number two was a little more personal for my pocketbook and my weird hoarding of very fancy shirts. So for years, I've had this addiction to buying a lot of clothes. So Mas puts his hand on me and he says, "Do you buy a lot of clothes?" And my wife laughs. And I'm like, no, I think she said, "He has 3 closets of shirts." Well, it's from lack, Jim.
Yes.
Well, I grew up in lack, so that makes sense. Would you like to stop buying clothes? Yes, Mas, I would like that. But please call Robert Graham because they're going to go bankrupt because they can no longer count on me. So this is November 15, 2022. So I come home and there's Black Friday. That's a good one for me. There's Christmas. That's a good one. There's after Christmas and New Year's. Typically in a typical year, this is embarrassing, I'd probably have 30 or 40 or 50 shirts coming my way every day.
Wow.
And the UPS dude, "Hey, here you go, brother." I called Mas in early January. I said, "Hey, dude, whatever you did, I've only purchased 1 shirt in 5 months. And I wore it yesterday, ironically."
Look good in
So
it too.
that's a tangible change.
Yes.
The other piece that was good for me was my physical body. I have an identical twin brother. So I shared a baby apartment for 9 months with a young man called my identical twin brother. And I grew up very physical.
Yeah.
Wrestling, martial arts. I love to fight with rules, but I love to fight. And last January, I tore both rotator cuffs. And so my body was atrophying and I was losing a sense of my core strength. And he said, "Wow, your chest cavity is like wide open."
Right.
I said, "Yeah, I'm atrophying and it's challenging my existential existence." And he said, "Would you like me to close that for you?" And I said, "Yes, please." So the next morning I woke up, I felt more grounded. I felt like I was integrating. And for the next couple months, my shoulders have completely gone from pain, atrophy, and limited movement to full mobility. And now I can actually get back to regaining strength.
That's beautiful.
So I can say with great certainty, as the CEO of a left brain neuroscience company, we've done 33 years of research, FDA, patents, research at Harvard, NASA. We are pure method and science. Mas transcends what we do and works in the ethers of frequency that I'm not familiar with. And he's an amazing gift. And his touch and his frequency and his compassion, empathy, and ability to connect with my soul has completely transformed me. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that's what high-level CEOs are looking for. That's what you're actually looking for. So if you're not a millionaire yet, or if you're not a high-level CEO yet, you want to do success right. So I'm gonna move it on to you all, and whoever wants to ask a question on why you wouldn't be happy with $1 million if you did become, say, successful, I will tell you. How's that sound? You. Okay. So, yeah, do you want to ask a question, or do you have a...
Do you want me to turn so they can see in the camera too?
You can, yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Or do you just want me to come up there?
It's a long walk. You can just stay down there.
All right, cool.
And I can work on you from here.
Okay.
By the way.
All right.
If that's okay.
Sure.
We'll work on your lower back.
Okay.
Your right leg seems to go numb
It does?
from what I'm seeing, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I can read anything about you, By the way, I'm not a doctor or anything like that, but a lot of doctors actually come to me and go, hey, what's wrong with my patient? Because they can't figure it out. And they go, oh, it's this. And then they run the test. So your right leg goes numb from what I'm seeing.
It does.
Yeah. So, and then you always feel like, so the more successful you get, success, happiness, and so on is a magnifier. The more distortions will say magnify for you.
Correct.
So, and that's why success doesn't create happiness for you. So for you, if you had $1 million, you would become self-destructive and abuse yourself even more because you do that now to yourself.
Yes,
You're very
I end up
picky.
giving the money away by doing work for free, or somebody else needs it, or it's more important to them. So can I give you 3 sentences of who I am, or do you not need that?
I don't need that.
Okay, cool. Do they need it or not?
But then you can tell me afterwards.
Sure. All right,
How's
let's
sound?
do that.
So yes, she does give herself away, and she gives herself away for a good reason. But the reason why literally is because she's non-deserving. So the more money she makes, the more non-deserving she becomes, and she starts to destroy herself. People with that type of pattern, they will keep picking on themselves over and over and again, and they will not be good enough for themselves, no matter how perfect they are. I have a lot of entertainer type individuals or clients. They're at the top of their game and they don't feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
I have $100 million a year lawyer, the best lawyer in the Hollywood industry. He doesn't feel good. He doesn't feel good enough for himself. And he goes, if I make another 100 million, then I'll be good. It doesn't work that way. So for you, the reason why it doesn't work out for you is because you self-sabotage yourself if you become too successful, by the way. And you've ruined, no offense, you had a chance to create, and it's not like you ruined it, but although you might think that way, did you have 3 other businesses?
I still have them now.
Oh, you still have them
Yeah,
now? Okay.
yeah.
You can only go to a certain level, because if you go past that level, it's a safety valve for you. If you go past that level, you will destroy yourself.
Correct.
So that's why success is capped for you, because again, you would destroy yourself. So I can help you remove that, and then those businesses say will flourish, and you will flourish at the same time.
That would be lovely, because like one of our jokes lately is I realized I have a $12 billion Rolodex, and I work with a lot of celebrities and athletes and really amazing people. And so I can bring the money in, but then I instantly will give it away or turn it away, or someone will say, oh, I'm having a money problem. And I'll say, oh, okay, well, I don't want you to lose your $8 million house, so I'll work for free to help you. And I'm really, my family's like going, Andrea, hello, when are you going to take care of yourself? And I realized that by not getting over that, that I'm not allowing my clients to do what they need to do, because I'm not being the example that I need to be for them, that I can continue to be with my millionaire and billionaire friends and keep doing that and helping them reach those levels, but that I can keep it as well.
Yes. And they'll have more respect for you, because right now there's no respect for you either.
Is
That
that?
makes sense for
Thank
you?
you. Well, I don't like
right.
hearing that.
Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, so how do we make that go away?
Oh, you can see me at my booth, and we could have again, the sessions, they're not time-based, they're frequency-based. So you get like a 10-minute session
Awesome.
would be like decades for you. And I can
Awesome.
help you with that right side pain as
Yeah.
well.
And I've always said, if I'm not happy, or if I'm happy, I'm not hungry.
Yeah.
So when you were talking about weight with him, I resonated with that a lot. Because when I'm happy, food doesn't matter.
There you go.
Mm.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Do you want to come up, hon? Yeah, come on up. Hi. So we'll play the game, why you won't be happy if you become a millionaire.
Yeah, why?
Okay? Because right now you're too much in your head. You're always in your head. You're constantly in your head, and you destroy yourself. You question yourself over and over and over again. So the more money you have, the more power you have, the more things will magnify for you, and you'll become overwhelmed, and you'll literally drive yourself crazy.
That makes sense.
And then you end up in a mental institution, no offense, or rehab. Is your family into like addictions or alcoholics or
No.
stuff like that? Do you support people who are of that nature?
Support them in what way?
Do you attract people?
No, not really.
I see a sense of abuse or like addiction patterns in you.
Yes.
So where does that addiction pattern come from? Like you would get addicted to something or someone, and you can't let go of it.
Correct.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So in your family, and it might not be your, say, current family,
Yeah.
but in, like, say, grandmother level, I think there was addictions.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing. So just because it's not in your current family, those addiction patterns, I mean, you're a representation of your grandmother, your great grandmother, great grandfather, and so on and so on and so on. So you at time of birth is basically, you're the latest version of all your past lineage.
Mhm.
So all the shit that happened to you in your family that's happened, famine, there's famine in your family from what I'm seeing.
Maybe.
So the more success that you have, the more you would hoard, or the more you would hold on to things. Does that make sense to you? That's why, because you latch on to things. And the more you latch, and the reason why is not because you need more money or more whatever. You're very creative, by the way, but you lose your identity in space and time. So you have a hard time holding on to your identity here.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I can help you reconnect to space and time. And when you do that, you can expand into yourself. And that's where your creative genius can come in. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
you're so welcome. Anybody else? Yes, you. Hi.
Hi.
You worry too much about your mom.
My mom,
Yes.
she passed away already.
How long ago?
15 years, 17.
She's still around you, or you still worry about her? Did you take care of your mom a lot?
No, not really. My sister did.
Your sister did?
Both of them, two sisters.
Okay. How many sisters do you have?
Two sisters.
Two sisters? The pattern that I see is that you get burdened by female frequencies. That makes sense to you? You're always worrying about feminine frequencies, or you're always worrying about supporting somebody else?
Well, I have a program for domestic violence.
I'm sorry, say that?
I wrote a program for domestic violence.
Oh, okay. So that's even worse. So it's not your sisters or your mom, but if you're running a program for domestic violence, what you're doing, and this is why you're doing it, is because of the patterns that I said. So you're basically supporting women, and that's why you run that pattern, or you run that program. So what you do is that women who are domestically abused, frequency-wise, you will support them. But you can only support so many people. That makes sense to you? Before you start to, again, destroy yourself. So if your, say, organization or your foundation, is it a nonprofit or something?
No, it's for profit.
For profit? Okay. So if your organization became really, really successful, you will start attracting abusive, say, females, or if your partner is there, you will start to feel abused from your partner, although your partner will not abuse you. You will feel, say, abused. Does that make sense to you? Okay. So that's why you would not be, say, happy becoming very successful, because you would feel abused. Money would abuse you. So does that make sense for you, my friend, or no?
Not really.
Okay. So did the pattern of helping abused women, like I said, you support women.
Well, I don't really help them. I do seminars, I do classes for domestic violence abuse, for core-mandated people or women as well. Not
Why-
only women, as men as well.
Yes. So men that run feminine frequencies, if you think about it. So again, overall, you attract people that are abused and you try to support them.
Yes.
The more successful you become, whether you believe it or not, the more abuse that you will feel, because you are supporting those individuals frequency-wise, or your spirit. So you can only grow so big. Otherwise, it'll start to destroy you. And then you get confused on where to go and what to do. That's where your current situation is right now. You're trying to expand your business. Does that make sense?
It's growing, my business, but it's a separate business, not the same.
It's a what?
It's a separate business, a different business. It's not the same. I got two different businesses.
Okay. So the other one, the abusive one, will again stop the one that you're growing or you're trying to expand.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know you're in your mind, because that's how you control things, but just think about it and you'll see what I mean. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else in the green? Oh, well, let's pick her and then I'll pick you next.
Thank you.
You always second guess yourself?
Oh, wow.
That makes sense to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you're always second guessing yourself and success is a magnifier, the more successful you become, the more that you will say outsource your knowledge and your intelligence, because that's what you do now, right? You never like depend and rely on yourself, although you have all the answers within you. And then later on, say that you have a great idea or a great concept. Somebody else says, hey, you know what? This is a better concept or whatever. And you'll go with their idea. And then later on, you decide, shit, I should have gone with my own gut instincts. Does that make sense for you? So what happens is that you don't rely on yourself. You don't have any, let's just say, self-worth.
I agree.
Okay. So the more successful you become, the less self-worth that you'll have. Because again, you will not feel worthy of having success. You do not feel worthy of having love, for example. So you can only go so far in a relationship before they break up with you or you break up with them. And then you wonder, it's like, we're going so well, what the hell happened to the relationship? 3 relationships you've had?
I'm at my third relationship.
This is the
right now.
third relationship? Is it about to break apart?
I don't think so.
Okay, I hope not. It kind of feels like you're reaching that border. Say that relationships are in steps. You will only go to like level 4, for example. Okay. And then when you hit level 4, it just like disappears or dissipates. And then you wonder what the hell happened. Does that make sense for you? So you can get rid of all that and go deeper into relationships or deeper into, say, success. Okay? And then you'll have that self-worth for you. Yeah. And then that's where you start to rely on your own brilliance, because you're highly brilliant, but you don't think of yourself as brilliant. In fact, you dumb yourself down.
I just don't think that whatever I do is fine. So it's like,
that's my point.
Yeah.
So the more success you have, the more fault you will find within yourself. So again, you have to flip that around, and that's where you start to become an expansive individual, and you start to prove to yourself, one, that you're worthy, one, that you're highly intelligent, and then you can use your creative ideas to be more expansive. Does that make sense? Yeah. And you're a great collaborator with people, but you, instead of that, you give yourself away, and you just start to destroy yourself. Does that make sense for you? So
thank you.
You're so welcome. You, yes.
Hello.
How many businesses have you started, or?
So many.
So many? Yeah. I was trying to keep count, but it's like, shit, that's a lot. So, so anyway, so the reason why you do that is because you always try to escape. When things start going good for you, you'll escape yourself. Does that make sense for you?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So if you become a millionaire and you have a propensity, you have great success frequencies in you. But again, if you become a millionaire, you would have to escape of yourself. And this is, and again, I'm not predicting anything, but people who run your patterns would be like Anthony Bourdain, Kate Spade, those types of individuals. The guy from, those individuals, basically, they become highly successful and then they become suicidal because they can't escape themselves. Does that make sense for you?
Absolutely.
So, and you've kind of had bouts of trying to escape or not wanting to be here. Say that.
No, I do not want to escape. I like my challenges. I like what I do. Okay. I enjoy every day. I've been very, very successful, and I'm about to get into the number B. So okay. I'm excited and I have no problem, but I just need something from you. If there's a blockage that I can offer all the business to be successful, to make them successful, I want you to please remove that block.
Yes.
Because that's the thing what I need. It's not about me. It's about who I want to help. Because that connection is little bit it's not making clear.
Mhm.
So I need that block. Maybe there's a block, maybe there's not. But I think there's a block because I know I can do it, but there is a lots of stuff that need to be materialized.
Right. So you see yourself, and people, successful people always do this. They always go, it's like, no, I'm not escaping. I'm trying to find myself. I'm trying to find a solution to myself. But in reality, you're trying to define yourself by finding solutions for other people.
Yes.
And that's how you feel, say, purposeful.
Yes, absolutely. I feel very happy when I can help somebody.
Yes. So the reason why you feel happy when you're trying to help people is like you're trying to find who you are, but you escape into other people's problems. That's why I say you're escaping.
Because
you
I
might
feel-
not think that way.
I feel passionate about if somebody has a problem to find a solution for them, but I don't bring myself down by looking at
don't have
somebody
to.
else's problem.
No, you don't. I totally agree with you.
Yes.
So most people think, and this is where philanthropy comes in, if I help a lot of people, then I'll feel good about myself. Philanthropy doesn't help. If you look at the statistics on people who have been philanthropic, they become really mean towards the end of their lives because they didn't fulfill themselves. And the number one reason why they want to help themselves, and you're a very, very good person, and what you think that you do is like, the more people I can help, the happier I will get, the more successful I will be. But again, you have to really help yourself first and really understand who you are at a deeper level.
Absolutely.
And then when you help other people, you're actually really helping them. Right now, you're giving them a crutch to support you, just much like that guy right there.
Yeah.
And that's why you started so many businesses. Does
Yes.
that make sense? So the only thing that's holding you back, like I said, you're looking outwards to help people.
Yeah.
I'm saying you should turn around and look inwards. And this is where, say that you had a hard life.
Yes.
And then what people do from rags to riches, this is the problem with rags to riches stories. They have a hard life. They go, if I escape, and that's why I use the word escape for you. So just let it sink in for you. Okay. You might not like that word, but just let it sink in for you.
Sure.
If I remove myself from this rags or being in the situation that I'm in, if I go over here, then I'll be happy and I'll be successful. So you're always going from here to here. So this is never going to be satisfied because you're still running the pattern of, say, lack, so to speak.
So
or
what will be
incompleteness.
solution?
So in your space, and I'm working on you. By the way, as I work on this individual, I'll be working on you guys as well. Especially if you have similar patterns. And if you have like sessions like tomorrow, I don't think sessions today, but tomorrow we'll get into the details. But specifically for you, I would have you stop and turn around and look at, say, your previous, like your childhood that you want to forget about.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Because you don't remember your childhood from what I'm seeing.
Not
From
really.
about 10 or 11 years old.
I was the happiest child ever.
Huh?
I was happiest child. I never had any problem with my childhood. I was ninth on my sibling, number 9. So I was always had a lot of love and money and respect. So I really enjoy. I don't see myself a
Do you
problem.
remember your childhood?
Huh?
Do you remember
Yeah,
you're
I do.
9 years old?
I do.
I kind of see you, and I could be off,
Okay.
but I see you coloring the past to make you feel better about things because that's what you do. No offense.
No. It's nothing to be offense. I'm just trying to understand that.
You color situations to make you feel better about it. So what'll happen for you is that
Yes.
you'll
Yes. You're right. You're right.
And that's what successful people do. It's like, let's not call problems, let's call them challenges.
Yes.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that's right. That's absolutely right.
It's cool. I mean, you can make it a challenge to solve the problem, but you have to go deeper inside and go, what was the original reason why I'm doing what I'm doing? So instead of like, and that's why I say coloring, you just change words around. So even now you'll start to think back of your childhood and you'll start to see it's like, yeah, it was a fantastic childhood, but there was a lot of things missing and you weren't the one that had, say, focus or attention. Because maybe, like you said, you had a lot of kids around you.
Yeah, yeah. I
So,
was
does that make sense?
very loved child. Yeah.
So basically your pattern is, if I am a helper to my mom and dad, then I will be of value.
Yes.
Hence,
right.
you
I always
are,
think like that.
and that's your basic core program.
That's right.
So your basic core program is, if I help more and more people, I will be of value. But what happens is that the higher or the more people that you'll help, you'll feel the disconnect and you're not really helping yourself. So what I would do for you is like turn it around and help yourself have value. And then when you have value, you extend out and you're still helping people, but you're showing them, it's like, oh, I have value. You should have value too. And then that's where you really help people. Otherwise, you're just creating.
You're absolutely right, because sometimes I don't I just to be more humble, to so I can connect everybody with their level, so I don't value myself. I'd say I get into their problem, helping them, understanding their mindset, right? So that's exactly what I do. But I do agree with you. Please help me fix it.
Yeah, tomorrow. Come by tomorrow.
I will
Come
do.
by my booth.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
my friend? Other people, the guy in the blue. Cool shoes, by the way. I like them.
Thank you.
You're a pleaser.
Okay.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So do you.
Thank you. But you have no identity of yourself. No offense,
Right.
but
I don't.
internally,
Okay.
and I say this, guys, I'm not being critical of anybody, but I just get to the point, so you guys wake up and see who you really are.
I actually take that as a compliment.
Yes.
Because I don't feel like I identify with anything.
Yes. So that's why you have to look really great on the outside, but on the inside, you're still trying to define who you are. Does that
Okay.
make sense to you?
That makes
and
sense.
You're always going from. That's why your relationships aren't really, really deep, and then people might think, "Oh, this guy's superficial." But no, you're very, very kind. You're very, very sweet, and you're very, very sensitive. But you'll never show that side of you because you'll get damaged and you'll get hurt, and you won't trust people to the extent because that's what's happened to you in the past. So the more money you make, the more fake friends you will have.
Well, yeah, I used to be an unconditional giver until things really hit the fan for me. I lost a lot doing that. Yep. So now I'm kind of a little bit more protective with that situation.
Yep, absolutely. So the key is that, one, you have to define who you are at an internal level, because did your mom have issues? Yeah, your mom had issues, or your mom blamed you, or something to that effect.
Yes. So even though I love my mom very much, she can be toxic at times.
Yes.
So, and that toxicity has affected not just me, but also people that I love around me as well.
So I can help clear that up, because 5 minutes? Thanks. So once you render yourself at a higher level, it'll help the people around you, because you kind of feel like you're in this boat with other people.
A lot of responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and then you take on that responsibility as a burden, and you lose more and more of yourself, by the way. So again, the first piece is that, one, you remove yourself from those burdens of responsibility. You clean yourself up really quick. And then what'll happen is, as you shine your light, and your internal self will shine through. And this is where, you're an attractive guy, and you'll see it's like, oh, damn, he's really cool, right? He's really solid. He's not, no offense, flaky or on the inside, right? Because you are really solid. And then when that happens, you create solidness or solidification around you, and then people will look to you and go, oh, that's how he did it. I can do it as well.
Another thing that I've been doing a lot is I've been focusing heavily on meditation, exercise, nutrition, circadian rhythms.
Perfect.
And I feel like that's bringing me back to center.
Yes.
So when you said initially, like people can become really successful, but then lose themselves because their spirit is dead.
Yes.
One question I was going to ask you is, what if you're already very grounded and you're already very spiritual, and then you find success. Can that spirituality and groundedness become even more grounded?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, that's what we teach the 1%. It's not like you move away from your success. Success, as you awaken, starts to become, say, or the money or the level of wealth that you have starts to become an indicator on how awakened you are. In this reality, or the way most people look at it, is that one, I'll become successful and then I'll find myself. It never works out that way because you've already defined yourself in your success. And again, you always separate yourself. The second aspect is if you flip it around and you find who you are, the more you understand who you are, because at a deeper level, you are a powerful being, you are a limitless self, right? If your spirit was awakened here in physical form, you would not have any limitations. You would not have, say, short changes or shortcomings, or you would have, say, problems, but you could easily solve those problems or challenges, so to speak. So the more, so the more connected you are with yourself, the more money or the more goodness or the more joy will start to flow into you naturally. Without sacrifice. And that's really the key. So absolutely.
And just, I know you probably don't have that much time, but
yes,
I think I've lost a lot of my identity because just various things that I've experienced in my life. For one, I'm first generation American. My parents had no idea how to raise somebody in a different country for the first time. And then over time, like I've been rejected from corporate America probably 500 times. So
I know
I just
how
decided
you feel, buddy.
so now I'm an entrepreneur. I have like 3 businesses. I'm working on the 4th.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me talking a little bit about it.
Just a minute.
It's basically a healing business it's like the Airbnb for healers and seekers, ultrahealers.com. And I'm focusing heavily on that. That's why I'm at this expo.
Yes.
I love to meet people like you.
Absolutely.
So
you, again, are trying to help others. Like most psychologists, they become psychologists because they want to heal themselves. So that's what you're trying to do. So stop by my booth tomorrow, have a session, I'll work on you, and you'll go, shit, that's what I'm really looking for. And then when you're doing your healing business, people will get attracted to you and go, damn, that's what real healing is about.
I definitely will stop by. I saw when I first came, his booth was the first one I saw, but I was like, I'll save the best for last. So I'll definitely stop by.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I don't know where my booth is compared. Oh, I think it's that way. Thanks, guys. We don't have time today because we're going to be leaving, but tomorrow, guys. Okay. At least pick a card. I don't know if we have cards. Do we have cards today? Do you guys have cards? Okay. For those who want cards, they'll give you some cards. They'll bring up some cards for you if you can't make it. Okay. What we do, by the way, is thank you. Yes. So it's a card that looks like that. We do 18-day meditations, and they're hyper meditations, which help you transform yourself in 18 days. So thank you so much. Bernardo, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mas Sajady, always phenomenal. Hope you guys enjoyed it from home. Those are watching it here live as well, and hope you felt his amazing energy. So I'm going to bring a guest on very close to my heart now. She's called Michelle Patterson. She used to run the California Women's Conference for many, many years. And for me, she is just, she's a beacon of light. And the reason she's a beacon of light is because she's been fighting cancer for quite a few years now. And, she's just been an inspiration to me and so many other people because of what she's done, what she's achieved, and who she is. She's here to present some amazing technology that's available that they're launching, and they're just literally announcing it here for people that have cancer. Now, cancer is one of the biggest killers. We know that 1 in 3 now is expected to have cancer at some point in their life. And she's created a platform that will enable people to really understand and really tap into so many ways for people to be able to heal, to cure themselves. So this is not a small subject. This is a very big subject. And again, what she's launching here today is something that I think is phenomenal, that will change the world because it is really a combination. And I don't want to give a lot away, but she is bringing with her platform is all based on AI and ChatGPT as well. So it's just a great platform. But one of the things that inspires me about Michelle, and one of the things that I love about her and her message, is obviously this whole idea around, kind of the reality of our mortality. That's just a fact. We're all born with that. We're all born with this idea that we're here for a limited period of time, yet we think we're going to be here forever. And what Michelle brings and what she has done for me is to be that, is to be an inspiration, because she's kept fighting. She's beaten it a couple of times, and to see her always smiling and going through this whole process of healing and becoming better and still fighting is just an inspiration. I remember quite a few years ago, she was doing the California Women Conference and it didn't work out. And I remember she went through a really tough patch. It was a really tough time professionally. And I remember talking to her at that time and really sharing this whole idea of what, of basically what we go through when you're an event promoter. You have to have a certain, you have to be made of certain material in order to want to promote events. And I remember that I've always felt that, if you work with someone that has run events to whatever degree, you really get to feel, what they're made of. So I remember at that time I was there for her to go through that. And it's always been great for us to be able to connect and discuss this whenever we've gone through similar periods. So I'm going to invite Michelle Patterson to join us in a minute. And for me, the whole beautiful thing about Michelle is that smile that she continues to have. So I hope you join me. We're going to be back in just 2 minutes. Please stay tuned because Michelle Patterson is going to be joining us. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
People from all over the world are seeking inspiration, looking for answers, looking to become the best version of themselves. The Best You series, we will feature the best speakers, coaches, authors, podcasters, and mentors, leaders in their own right. Innovators, influencers, inspirers of the 21st century. Available now on the Best You TV.
My name is Victoria, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am Ando, and I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Christian Inyako, and I'm on Silent Voice.
My name is Irabna Atta. My name is Veronica.
My name is Felicity.
Emmanuel Emisakra.
My name is Isaac.
My name is Chidera, and I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
I'm on Silent Voices.
I am on Silent Voices.
My name is Michelle Dewsbury, and I am a survivor.
And I'm on Silent Voices.
I want you to think about in your business what it is that we want. Be seen, be heard, be paid. What needs to change and shift now? I believe every woman should start creating her own economy. I believe every woman should have her seat at the table. If nobody's inviting you, create your own table. This is not about paying your bills. This is about you leaving a legacy and having more than enough. It's called abundance. Your true calling comes as you begin to move. It's time for a shift because I want more millionaires coming out of this room.
The Best You TV, a TV channel with only the best business leaders and influencers ready to help you rise to the top. Available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google Play. Learn and grow from in-depth interviews, documentaries, inspirational talks, and motivational masterclasses from the world's biggest thought leaders, speakers, teachers, authors, coaches, and highly successful business gurus. The Best You TV is now live.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
The Inspiring People interview series is a collection of exclusive interviews sure to inspire and motivate you. I'm Bernardo Moya, the founder and Chief Inspirational Officer of The Best You. And in this series of interviews, I'm in conversation with industry leaders, thought leaders, self-made millionaires, Olympians, and global sports personalities, the influencers of today's world. I find out about their start in life, their early days, their rise to success, and both the good and the bad times. We discuss their opinions on education, business, money, and just how to be happier. Join us to find out more about these fascinating and inspiring people.
Mics?
Yes, I can get you.
Okay, perfect. Hey!
You owe me lunch.
Oh, I do! He won me at a raffle,
Did he?
right?
Won you a raffle? Wow, seriously, very lucky you. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to pay attention to this. I don't really care what you're doing right now, but you need to stop for a minute. You all need to come over here and listen to Michelle Patterson, please. And just come, just step forward,
Hey,
okay? Listen, with love
Eric,
to each and every one of you, okay?
Kim.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello? Everyone over there, those that are talking over there, thank you. I need your attention. I need you to listen very carefully, and I need you to come forward and sit here and listen to Michelle Patterson, because there is probably nothing more important and relevant than what she's going to be sharing here today, because we have all lost loved ones. And we have a lot of us have probably lost someone who is loved, very dear, that we lost them for cancer. So, you know, this is a very important subject. Now, at the end of the day, you might think that there's something more important, you know, whatever it is that you're going to do, whatever it is you're talking about. Let me just tell you, it's not. It's not. So having promoted over 1,000 speakers and having had 100,000 people attend on my events, let me just tell you something. For me, this is my highlight, okay? No, it really is. And it's really my highlight because we've known each other for a long time, okay? I remember when I met you, I think it was some burger joint somewhere with Gail Kingsbury.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I
We
met
love
you,
Gail.
and Gail said to me, oh, you got to meet Michelle Patterson. She runs the California Women's Conference. She's big. And she's done this amazing musical gigs. I mean, you can't even imagine what this woman has done. And I instantly fell in love with that smile she has. I fell in love with that phenomenal, energetic, beautiful, you know, soul that you have. So we instantly had that connection. And then obviously as promoters, we're brothers and sisters, aren't we? And we know.
My heart goes out to anybody that takes on 150,000 square feet to build a vision is my hero.
Yeah,
I mean,
mental.
truly, I want to give a shout out.
Thank you.
You know, I mean, this is somebody who created this vision for all of us to experience.
Yeah, thank you, hon.
This.
But I just wanted to say that for me, it's an honor that you have. Because we wanted to play for a long time, and then you got a bit poorly, then you got better, and then kind of I was away, then I couldn't get into the country. And here you are now. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, and I appreciate that too. And you know, when you have those conversations with people and you go from that superficial to right away, you're talking about life. And I was sharing my diagnosis, and you were talking about going through a breakup.
Yeah.
And we shed tears. I mean, you cried.
Yeah.
We shed tears together that first burger, you know, time that we met at a burger. And those are the people that I want to run with. Those are the people that are not afraid to show up and say, you know what? Like I don't have all the answers. I got a couple ideas that I think will work, and I want to participate. I want to be in the game. And that's how you show up, Bernardo. I mean, you show up for people, you show up for your industry, you know, being a fellow promoter, producer, you know, you show up for other people and get their message out there. It's beautiful.
Well, thank you, but it's all about you, okay? Let me just make that very clear. Now, this lady is going to be sharing something today that I think is of phenomenal value, because your legacy is beyond, you know, and what difference do you make? And you've tapped into so many industries, you know, with CBD and the music industry and all these conferences, and what you're bringing now, and I am so honored. I remember when we spoke about it, and you said you were going to launch it here. The service that I think you're about to put out there, I don't think people even realize, because like even with ChatGPT, with a lot of them now thinking, oh, what was Google? I don't know, because I just use ChatGPT. But what you're bringing with the industry, with cancer, is just phenomenal. So I don't want to give a lot away, but just give us a little taste, because I know you're going to explain a little bit more detail. But what are you going to be sharing here today?
Yeah, so I would actually even wage a bet that what I share with you today will be probably some of the most valuable little nuggets possible that we're going to be talking about. And if you haven't heard about human and open GBT, have anybody heard about GBT? Just out of curiosity. And that doesn't surprise me. You guys are all at you know, Best You EXPO on a Saturday night. So we're actually what people would refer to as, you know, we are the science geeks. You know, we love this kind of stuff because anything that's out there that helps us, you know, be better and just show up in life. And I think what's happening now is this OpenAI and ChatGPT, where we're able to bring that together. My co-founder, we've got Connor Kupferberg. Where's Connor's right in the front row, and he has been just a true visionary. And for 4 years now, we were doing everything manually to be able to go ahead and become the #1 resource for people that were diagnosed with cancer. And it's a very, without giving the whole thing away, but it's, when you're told you have 90 days to live, you have this mindset that it's, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do first? And to be faced with that type of dialogue that I had to have with myself, I decided, you know what? I don't want to go out this alone. And I know really awesome people. And see how technology works with us and doesn't work with us.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that they didn't realize that Michelle is an anomaly, okay? You're an anomaly. You're a beautiful anomaly, okay? But anyway, listen, I'm going to leave you here. I know you want to invite some guests over, but I just want to thank you so much for being here.
This is very, very awesome.
I'm very proud of you, and I love you so much.
I love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't wait to see you at the Masquerade Ball, April 1st.
I'll be there.
Yes, we're doing a mastermind during the day, and then I'll see you at night. So, all right. And at this time, I'd love to have, you okay? You sure? Does anybody have some water? So, you guys want to hear something funny? Tell me your full name. What? John Blakemore. So John Blakemore runs over to me as I walk in and says, "You owe me lunch." John won me at a raffle. He won lunch with me at Scott Duffy's mastermind at a raffle. So I had said, I've already Aspen, there was 2 raffles, and Aspen won one of them. And then John won the other one. So I've already had my raffled lunch with Aspen. And in fact, I met his brother as well as his brother drove out to have lunch with us as well. And they introduced me. It was the cutest thing. They talked about their mother the entire time. It was the cutest thing. So, and does anybody have the time? 5:02. All right. Well, I am actually going to go ahead and kick this party off. And I'd like to go ahead and ask the people that are in the back, do you like your seat back there? Because if you do, sit right in that seat, enjoy that seat. Because we are going to have a conversation that I'm hoping that I can have with as many of you as possible and really have a dialogue. And what I want to do first is I want to share with you and put you in a thought process of what if you started feeling like some aches and pains, and the aches and pains just was kind of like annoying. It was like, is this like an injury? Is it is it a bad cough? Is it, am I starting to get old? I'm going to be turning 50. Well, at the time, 49. I was going to be turning 50. And I just started feeling like these aches and pains. So I go into the doctors, they test me, and they said, "Oh, you know what? Go home. You're fine. You just have a pinched nerve. That's it." So I head back, and at that time, we're opening My Jane, and I am just having literally the time of my life. I didn't know that business could be so fun until I started working with my best friend, who became my best friend. She first was my business partner, and she became my best friend. And we literally rocked the planet on the business front. I mean, we just had the wildest, most awesomest ride working with somebody that you could just glide with. And Kim Kovac, she'll tell me, it's like, when I was diagnosed and having to tell your business partner, you've got stage 4 breast cancer and the prognosis doesn't look good. And her response, she comes over to my house and she walks in and she says, "This is where you're going to heal." She goes, "My sweet bestie, my sweet best friend." She goes, "You already did your job." She goes, "You already did it." She goes, "It's kind of like being pregnant." She goes, "It's like you're bedridden and you can't get out of bed and you're just bedridden. That's what this is going to be like. You've got to just rest." And it was the most awesomest thing because she made me feel like, you know what? It's okay to come off the hamster wheel. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to own your wellness and say, you know what? This is what I need to heal. This is what I need to be able to go ahead and get through, arguably could be the biggest crisis of my life. Or I could turn it into the biggest blessing of my life. And the conversations that I ended up having that I thought were not even humanly possible. It's so funny. Is there anybody that can turn this off, by the way, over here? If not, they can't. Oh, it is. Okay. If you guys can hear me, I have a ear, both ears that are plugged. So it really does sound for me like Charlie Brown's teacher. So it's like, wah, 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 wah. It's like I'm adding into it. All right. So where were we? We were talking about your plus ones in your partnerships and who you choose to do life with. And so the first thing that I did when I was diagnosed and told I had 90 days, anybody want to take a throw out? What was the first thing I did? What do you guys think? Literally, I'm looking at you guys going, all right, you're part of my team. What's the first thing? I just gave you a little hint. The first thing. I put my team together. I put my wellness team family together. When you have a WTF moment in life, that is when you need to have your wellness team family together. And you really want to do it, not when you're in this state of flight and fright. You want to do it when things are going good. Because when things are crazy and you are in flight and fright, that's when it's really, really difficult. I mean, it's super, super difficult to be creative in that space at all. And so that's one of the things that I did is I put a team together and I thought, you know what? I don't want to get to the pearly gates and have God say, okay, Michelle, what'd you do with the gifts I gave you? You are a connector. Kim would say this as partners, I would go into a party and be like, I want to meet every single person that's here. And she's like, how did you meet that person? It just, I really love that energy and bringing people together and combining efforts. And so team was extremely important. And it was also important for me to go ahead and show up and just be authentic. And so my core values that I really held on to was love, really asking myself, am I showing up in love or am I showing up in fear? Because if I'm showing up in love for myself first and really truly owning my wellness, I was able to make decisions that were going to benefit me in taking all of these doctors. And it was the craziest thing. Can you imagine? I was having Zoom calls before Zoom was even a thing with COVID. I was putting the doctors together. Connor will tell you, we were having the real share, and we were bringing these doctors together and asking these questions and bringing information back, these remedies and these therapies back from Germany and Mexico. And I mean, and what we were able to collect over the last 4 years and what we're publishing through touchpoint.com. And let me tell you, one of the biggest things in having the 5 to Thrive is being able to go ahead and tie that into this human firsthand testimonials of what we've been doing. And I'm excited because I get to be this catalyst to be able to share my experience in the hopes that others will then share their experience. And what we're seeing is it is just literally, it's what we dreamed about. And that was to do the biggest share to hit the planet. Like, what if we did the biggest share ever, where we really truly paid it forward and we pushed it forward and we shared that little nugget, recognizing that individually we don't have all the answers, but collectively we absolutely do. And when we start coming together, it's like, okay, we have a healing center now that is in the works. We have all of these different, assets that we come together as this omni-channel with Touchpoint and utilizing emerging technologies and actually making it work with us and utilizing our firsthand experiences of what we want to create. And that's the beauty of this. I mean, I would look at too as, I'm looking at the room and you guys are my family. I mean, the majority of the audience right here is who I've been doing life with. And for the people that I don't know, it's, I look at how awesome that you ended up here. Dr. Richard, I've known you for over 15 years now. We've been running together. I mean, I could go through the room. And what I want to do right now is I want to share with you my wellness team family and show you how I've been setting it up. And then how you too, it's like happy cells, how you too then could have your wellness team family. And then I'm in your wellness team family, you're in my wellness team family. Mandy and David, we've been couple dating them, and she's got an amazing healing center, and David just published an incredible book about conversations, and I want you guys to know each other. I mean, it actually, when we start coming together, and our tagline for Touchpoint is joining geniuses and crowdsourcing miracles. So what I want you guys to all do right now, because I love interactive, I love it, love it, love it, as my first two in the hot seat for my wellness team family, if I could have them come up to the audience, is my mom and dad, who are celebrating 55 years of being married and are my best friend. My dad, if there's somebody that could grab his camera, because my dad and not his camera just doesn't happen. He's like all about the camera. So my mom, if somebody could help her get up on stage with my dad. And I want to actually put on the spot, and I know he is the last person to want to be put on the spot, but every day I wake up and I think, thank you, God, for giving me the most incredible man on the planet to do life with. I mean, I could not ask for a better husband, a more loving, a more courageous, more sexy, freaking, oh my God. Like, when you think it's the last time that you're going to have sex, trust me, it gets better and better. I'm like, this could be the last time that we do this. When you think that you only have 90 days to live. So Eric Patterson, if you would be so kind, and he's got the camera, so pass that camera back to Mark. If somebody could grab that, or Cheryl. And Eric Patterson, who I just celebrated 25 years of marriage, could take the other seat, the throne. So this is these are kings and queens. And what I want you guys to do is say to your neighbor right at this point is, I am a genius. Okay. I want to hear that to your neighbor. I am a genius.
I am a genius.
I am a genius. Okay. So I want to start there because when I was growing up, like we had our stuff, definitely like any family, but I am the kid that everybody wanted to have as like their parents. Like my growing up was, I want your parents to be like my parents. In fact, people literally claim them all the time. Like the neighbors across the street, you have B. I mean, B is like, he's my dad. I'm like, everybody claims you guys. So it has been one of the most amazing experiences. And I know we brought under the table here is, I want to just like get right into it and give you a little bit of backdrop. So I'm the oldest in the family. My mom and dad got married. My mom met my dad when she was 16. So really young. My dad was 19 and they got married 18 and 21 and then had me at 20. So we have been 20 years apart growing up. And so we've always been really close too. And when I was 7, these people helped everybody. I mean, we had foster kids that were at the house, 5. So I was like in charge at like 7. I've always been that in charge. And so it's interesting when you look at breast cancer and then they say left breast, right breast, masculine, left breast, feminine. You learn all of these different things that are out there that are being discussed and talked about. And when I did have the diagnosis, I thought, you know what, I don't want anybody ever going through that initial feeling of shock. The internet I didn't feel safe when I was looking at the internet. I felt like I was being sold to whenever I would look at ads or anything about anything with my health. And so I really relied on putting together my very own team of doctors. I tapped into California Women's Conference, which is celebrating its 40th year being around, 40 years of doing what Governor George Deukmejian talked about. And he talked about setting up an organization that would bring resources and services to women that were opening up businesses. They were failing at a rapid rate. And my dad actually worked for Governor George Deukmejian. He was Attorney General. And so he had got elected governor, and my father set up, do you remember that, Dad?
Yeah.
So my dad sets up me in the 8th grade to interview the governor of the state of California.
Actually, he was the Attorney General at the time.
At the time.
Yeah. I worked for him in the Department of Justice. And I think it was during the holidays and families were invited. And somehow or another, you finagled your way into interviewing him. Yeah.
Yeah, those were, in fact, we had an opportunity to do a press release at his house. And he lived in his same house in Long Beach for 5 years until he passed away. The very first house, and then passed away. And so I interviewed him. And when we were interviewing him and doing a press conference, we called my dad. And it was awesome because we weren't talking about politics. We were just talking about how he inspired this 12-year-old kid let her know she had a voice. And my dad, they laughed and they talked about their gray hair, how they were completely gray. So they're very, my dad, kind of give you a little backdrop. We were laughing earlier because we were talking. I had no boyfriends growing up because my dad literally was the guy that would say, have you seen my gun? Like, let me show you my gun. And, he obviously, he didn't go as far as showing them a gun, thank goodness. But there was just this rumor out there that my dad, it was just not even worth talking to me. And so Eric and I go to like our 10-year, it was my 10-year reunion. And I see this guy that I had a crush on. And he's like, oh yeah, I really wanted to ask you out, but I never did. I'm like, why did you not? And Eric's like, I'm right here. Like, we're right here having this conversation. I'm like, wait, let the man speak. Why did you ask me out? He's like, nobody did. Nobody did. He goes, your dad was like a crazy dad. Complete crazy dad. And my dad was. So I was student body president of my high school. And my dad literally watched my posters, and he wore like stakeout uniform. He looked like a security guard. He didn't look like my dad. And so sure enough, these kids were going over the fence.
Yeah, I was, some of the kids were coming over the fence at night and tearing down posters. And of course, a lot of them were Michelle's posters. She had more than all the other candidates combined. And so I was wearing a dark down Parker, looked like a linebacker for the Steelers. And it was at night, it was about 2:30 in the morning, and I'm just sitting there contemplating my navel and looking at the stars and leaning up against this tree stump. And here comes this car, pulls up alongside the fence, the high school, the fence that went around the high school. Two kids get on the roof of the car and jump over the fence. And they started tearing posters down. So I let it go for a few minutes, and then I got up and I started walking towards them. Well, one guy was walking backwards while he was talking to the other kid, and the kid that was facing me saw me come out of the shadows, and even I could see the color drain from his face. And he stopped, and I said, I don't think Michelle would like it if she knew that you were tearing down her posters. So it might be a good idea if you all leave. Okay. And they got out of there so fast, skid marks. And I guess the next day, the word at the high school was,
Oh yeah, everybody was talking. Michelle has security, and it was multiple security. It wasn't even, I'm like, oh my God, that was my dad. That was my dad. Don't say anything. I mean, literally people thought that I had like full-blown security. It was pretty hilarious. So my posters never got torn down. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So this gives you a little bit of a backdrop into like my family life and growing up. And now I'll like talk about my mom, because she was the one that taught me about like, you get to be in choice. You get to own your wellness. You get to decide how you want to experience life. And it was so awesome because we started going through treatments, and even the healthy treatments, don't always feel so good. And taking a holistic approach and working with Hoag Hospital and doing everything for your immune system. And that was the choice that I made, but it's still going in and getting blood transfusions and IVs. And so I literally, I'm in bed and I'm telling my parents, like, they're driving up to go and have Wellness Wednesdays with me every week. And I'm there in bed and just crying. It's like, I don't want to go. I feel crappy. I've been throwing up all morning, and I just don't want to go. And so my mom is like, you know what? We're going to make it a spa day. We're going to make it like so fun, and we're going to go there and just be completely pampered. And your dad's going to be our chauffeur, and he's going to drive us. And so they brought up the car, when he brought up with the top down, and it was the most magical like ride and experience of just being able just to like have this time. And we've been doing stuff like this every single day. Every single week we have these things. April 15th, we're going on a hot air balloon ride. And in doing all this stuff, it's like we've been in this just creation mode and really pulling like awesome, cool experiences together. And so with that, we started going down this path. And I had shared with you that my dad, former narcotic agent, DEA. And so here, his daughter starts working with a company because California Women's Conference, we had so many brands that were out there that were wanting to exhibit at the California Women's Conference. And I started looking into cannabis and all the things that it does for sleep, pain, stress, and all the different things that this plant medicine does. It was like, this has to be looked at. And so my dad and I started talking about it, and I felt so good, Dad. We had a rocky road as part of deciding on the treatment, but my dad was always in favor. I'm saying that really lightly.
Yeah, she didn't want the treatment that I thought she should get.
Yeah, so it was pretty harsh. I'll never forget this. I've seen my dad cry up until this point, like probably 3 times my entire life, and it was his birthday. I'll never forget this. It's May 30th, and it's his birthday, and he's on the phone with me, and he's telling me, why won't you take the chemo? I'm like, Dad, he's like, why won't you start treatment? And I'm like, Dad, I did start treatment. I started a cannabis protocol, and it's helping. I know it's helping, and it did. And that's what was so cool is we cried like we're crying right now. And he's very in touch with his sensitive side, my dad. He's like, this has changed all of us, for the better. I mean, as a family, as just really communicating. But that experience.
Cancer affects the whole family. 4 years ago, we were all different people. And we appreciate each other. We appreciate time together. All those little things that you take for granted because you got plenty of time. You got the rest of your life. Well, when you get a scare like this, her father and I were born to have this child. We were born. This was our best work. And I cannot tell you how proud we are of Michelle. She has a way of making you feel special, making you feel that you're the most important in the room. Eric is my hero. He comes to her with whatever request she wants, and it's 24/7. We show up, once a week and bring her to doctors, and he's there all the time, my hero. And you don't know how great your partner is until you're sick, until you can't get up. And their love is beautiful, and it's taught this entire family what real love is, and you don't know that until you're tested. And I just want to thank all of you for being here. I hear about all of you so many times. This kid talks and talks and talks about all of you. And God bless you. You're walking angels. You're angels that are put here for the here and now to help us all through. I love you, Michelle, with all my heart, my baby. Sorry. I'm the mother, that's why.
I asked her the other day, I said, Mom, I need my mom. I said, I was getting a IV and I'm all set up and doing the transfusion and everything. And I just started crying. I said, I need my mom, I need my dad. They when we go and have these at Hoag Hospital, when we do these transfusions, they have to rotate because they only have a spot for one person. And then one of the visits, we just forgot to swap with my dad. My mom and I, we were so engaged and so talking. And I just kept telling my mom that I feel this need to just be and share, the experience that this blessing has brought me. And it's been, it's really truly been my biggest joy is when you get to do life with people that are in your energy field that lift you up every time they're in your energy field. For me, in order to stay on the planet and to know that I was doing the best I possibly could to keep me on the planet and to do what my family was showing up for me, and the best way that I could love on myself was by loving on my family, is truly taking care of myself. And that meant putting myself around people that lifted me up. And also too, when my dad, as we love each other so much, and I know why he was saying that. He wanted me to stay on the planet. He wanted me to do whatever is needed. And it was really hard for me to say, Dad, it's probably the first time in my whole entire life, being very much this people pleaser and wanting to definitely get approval, from my parents, still at, this age. And just recognizing that, what, with me really just being at one with my mind, body, soul, spirit, and just really dropping into the fact that I trust my core, it feels so awesome. And we all have it. We just gotta trust it and believe it. No, there's no accidents. Why we're even sharing space right now. And if your heart is being tugged and you're wondering, I want to explore how to get involved. They sound like they're really having a good time. We're really living life to its fullest. I want to ask Eric a question, and that is, like, you and I going through COVID together and literally working like 12 feet from one another every single day, being together 24/7. I mean, it's been really, really awesome to see how we argue and love with each other. And I just, I learn from you all the time of how you are with our kids and how you have taught me how to have the tough conversations and make it okay. It's okay. It's okay to say no, that I am owning my wellness. And this is what I want for myself. I mean, that's the way that I was able to become my best friend. And that's what I needed in order to heal and stay, going through this grim diagnosis of 90 days and experiencing bone cancer, which they say it's, the most painful. And so what my dad and I say, we call it happy tears, I tell the kids. And then we also say it's a tickle, like if you feel the pain. And one of the things, so my dad's the director of medical services.
Yeah, I gave myself that title, and it doesn't pay very much. Actually doesn't pay anything.
So going back how you and Eric started, it's been really cool to see the men in my life, with Chase and just helping, Jacqueline, I know, my daughter, and Alan, her boyfriend, in that second row of just, how a family comes together. And really, my dad says it. He says, when the shit's hit the fan, we circle the wagon. We help each other out. It doesn't matter what's going on or who has a bone to pick with who. It's like, that's what we do. That's how we roll. So So Eric, we're kind of an intense family. Been married 25 years.
So what was the question?
Well, how about there is no question? How do you feel like you got roped into this, or are you coming willingly?
Well, of course. I mean, to be up here, well, that I feel roped into, but but in terms of the ride that we've been on over the last 4 years, it's been amazing, and it's obviously challenging. It's difficult. It's all of those things, but it's been inspiring to see you do what what you've done, and if you believe that illness and disease comes from patterns and things in our lives that that result in illness, that the way that you have committed yourself to understanding and working through and changing patterns, and those things have been inspiring, and it's been an honor to be able to be with you during that process. I've often told people that and I've often told people that I've never seen Michelle more alive over these last 4 years than she has been. And when something like this gets your attention and you decide to live on the edge and live without that, to live all out, it really does change you. And I feel honored to be a part of that. I feel and I feel like that has been contagious for me, and I feel lucky to be a part of it.
I love you. I am so pro having that +1, and it's funny too because I'm thinking Kim's in the audience, and Eric and I were having a little tiff, and I called Kim and I said something like, I complained about Eric, and she's like, seriously, he's perfect. Like, are you thinking you're going to get any sympathy from me, Michelle? I got nothing. I was like, that was the funniest conversation. It's like, she is so like your sister. And all my friends are just really, he's never lost his cool, not once. And when I say that, can you imagine, a night where you wake up and you're, 4 a.m. projectile throw up because it's on a nerve, and you've woken up in mid-sleep, and you're trying to get comfort. And meanwhile, you're throwing up everywhere, and he's up helping and putting me into the shower. And it's every time it was awful. I mean, it's one of those things where, you're at your most vulnerable state, and all you can do is just receive and let yourself be taken care of. And that's really hard to do. Could be hard for people. It's just to receive. I think, for many of us, and you guys are, you hang out with me, so I know you. I know we share this. It's just this feeling of giving, and having a hard time receiving. And so that's what I've learned over these last 4 years is, my business partner, Brandy, said that to me the other day. She's like, I think this is all about you learning how to receive, So it's, what do you need? Joining geniuses, crowdsourcing miracles. We have the technology to do it. We have the resources. We have the tools. We are looking for volunteers. We're looking for people to buy tickets to our fundraiser for Global Women Foundation. We've upped We've changed, and we've now became its Global Women Foundation and our Band of Brothers. And I want to say I'm so excited. Brandy is heading up our events with California Women's Conference and president of the conference and the events. So I want to give her a round of applause. And we've also got my co-founder and partner, Connor, who also has his company and also has Touchpoint and is part of Touchpoint and has just been an incredible visionary, humanitarian, thought leader. Just I joke with him that I've had the opportunity to work with two of the greats, and no wonder it's your mom. The shoe doesn't fall far. Truly, Kim, who's a couple seats back, my life 10x when I met her. It taught me my value. Taught me my value. Taught me how to stand in my strength, do my genius, and go for it, and not apologize, not be fearful, and just go for it. And you know what? When you're doing that, it's so amazing. I could be in any state. I'm going to give you guys a really, really big secret. And my dad actually taught me this. And when we talked about pain, and we talked about the fact that, there is no place for that. We can go on this experience, but it doesn't have to be a situation, where you're in pain. And so we did look into a pain specialist, Dr. Nguyen, and Jody, who we meet with every single month, just like we meet with Dr. Greg, who actually got the award. It was so fun. We were giving him the award for Oncologist of the Year. Incredible. And so we just go around. There's some amazing people that have really played an impact in my wellness team family, which consists of the purpose that I have is with Touchpoint and really having that human and open AI platform. And Connor, I just want to say, this marks a date. This is the official launch. So I said it once before, but I think it's worth saying again. Is this the official launch? These guys have been watching us do this for 4 years. Kim was, helping to flip him a couple bucks and help subsidize, but yeah, we're like, okay, you know what? We're ready to do this and go out and start pulling in sponsorships. And we've brought in Brandy Gray to work with me and Kim. Imagine us going into some boardrooms talking about reallocation and sourcing funds and resources and where things need to go. And I say that, if you have an opportunity to hear our first speaker on The Real Share, Kim Kovacs, but what she's doing with hemp. And I want to set that date because you're moving mountains. You're really setting the pace, not only for women. It's so awesome when you start working with humanitarians and people where it's human beings. And that's what we're talking about. It's really a lot about why we wanted to go ahead and have our name with women and men. And one of the things that I learned with Touchpoint was when we had 18,000 people sign up to be a speaker at the California Women's Conference. So imagine this. I said speaker, and there's speakers that are actually out there in the audience. Without naming names, Dr. Richard, and there's ones that are out there right now. So this is an opportunity for us to really share our message. And I feel like I want to be a catalyst in sharing what I figured out and having these wellness plans where you can pick and choose and customize and personalize your own wellness plan. And so if you go to touchpoint.com. And if you you can see also our site, which is, I'm going to have actually Brandy go ahead and I'm going to introduce her. And she's going to go ahead and share with you what sites to go. We also have some cards that we want to get you on board with. And so this is the thing. If you listen to me talk for more than 20 minutes, you're signed up for something. And trust me, it's happened all my life. My parents will tell you. We've been doing this our whole life. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to go ahead and kind of go back, is Mr. Patterson. Anything that you, I know I didn't come up with I was going to give you a question, but I was going to go back to that and ask you, so what, like, I've spent more time with you than anybody in my entire life. Like literally, we passed the mark. You know when your like age passes the mark where you're married longer than you are alive? Like that's so crazy. Right? And I will be honest, I did go through that period of time where I was like, I have this awesome family and this hot husband and this like, he's totally like my Superman. He's amazing. And he's got this beautiful soul. He's gorgeous on the inside and outside. But here I had this amazing family, and there was this feeling of fear of like, I don't want to give this up. I don't want to lose my family. You know, I love our life together. You know, it's like we're at this place where our kids are adults, and it's like we're all friends. In a time where we can share stuff that's intimate with one another, and having, you know, not only authentic conversation, and you know, I want to give a shout out to Jim Bieber, because he had taught me when we talked about the conference is how important intimacy is and how much we miss it, and how having technology, how it's a block, you know, to be intimate. And so you and I have like shared energy. I mean, what is that? How does that feel? And you're a gamer too. I mean, what's the thought process on that? And I want to answer that. And then my dad, the last question I want to wrap up with is cannabis. Is how did you feel being a narc,
Can I just share one quick story? This past Wednesday, we brought it to the doctor for an infusion. Okay, we packed all the water bottles, the juice bottles, the backpack, phones, everything you can imagine we packed in the car. We're helping her in. We get her into the car. She gets out her bag of CBD. It's a big bag. It's big. I'm in the back seat. Her father's driving.
It's actually called the Volcano, and it's from Germany.
It's big bag.
It helps the carcinogenics come out. It makes it so that it's in its purest form for cannabis.
So she leans back in the chair. I let her sit in front because of her long legs. Let her sit in front, and so she's got this big Volcano, and the whole car. It started where you couldn't see the road real good. So we get to the front of the hospital. I jump out with all the stuff, and we get around to her. I open the door. Literally, the smoke just filled the sky.
We are
right
all
over
like
the
crying
car.
and laughing. The three of us are crying. My dad's like, this is like Cheech and Chong. We're all like crying, laughing. The smoke's coming out. Eric had just filled, he constantly is filling, like putting them together. But yeah, it was definitely
We were happy. We were happy people.
Well, I will tell you, so Dr. Greg Anguis, so our oncologist, I'm going to give you guys some of these numbers, I go on this cannabis protocol, prayed about it, and literally had it where it had gone from the PET scan to the PET scan in 2 months. Of one PET scan to the next, it showed that it had a 40% deduction in the original tumor, the breast tumor, and then what had metastasized reduced 52%. And so Dr. Greg, my sister, is that huge? Like, that's a huge pause. Like, that's like literally like, get up, shake it. All right, get up, shake it, shake it, woo! Like, that's like one of those where you do that because literally those are good numbers. So Dr. Greg comes in and he says to my dad and my sister and my mom and everybody, and Eric's there, and he's like, we need Michelle to keep doing exactly what she's doing. And my sister brought up, oh, let's have her take Ibrans or let's have her do this. And it's like, no, we need her to keep doing exactly what she's doing. When the numbers are going, in a positive direction, that's what you do. And so this is information that we can share without the stigmas and the fear tactics. And also I think too, I'm encouraging to put out there as we're interviewing partners, and if you know of some good people that are familiar with raising capital, with also supporting organizations that are looking at plant medicine, and there's just a lot of opportunity where we can bring, starting with being the number one resource if you're diagnosed with cancer. And what I'm asking from all of you is, I'm going to go ahead and have Brandy actually share with you a couple of the sites. But if each one of you could go to, and I'm asking this request, I'm asking a commitment, and so do one of these things, but sign up. Like, actually sign up, give me your email, let's connect, and let's talk about how we can run together and how we can play together. I am having the time of my life, and the projects that I'm working on are incredible. And they are like the most amazing projects with this healing home. We've got 41 acres, and now just adjacent to that, 27 acres. And it looks like Joshua Tree right out of LA. And that's our Ascension project that we're doing. And Brandy Gray is now spearheading that with our events. Our California Women's Conference is scheduled for October 14th and 15th. And then the event that's coming up that I would love to see each one of you at is our Masquerade Ball. And right before that, we are having a mastermind, and we're talking about how we can be better together and really join efforts and be a megaphone for what's working so that we can share that information with one another. And I'm amazed at how many people already have written notes and have come back and said, you know what, Michelle, thank you so much for sharing that information that you found, from all these doctors. And, Eric and I went to Mexico. I mean, we literally spoke to hundreds and hundreds of doctors to the point where they were calling me the Trojan horse. Some of them said to me, do not advertise or tell people because I don't want to be shut down. I want to be able to keep doing what I'm doing. And so we said, absolutely, let's have individuals that have great resources also be vetted, but then they can be anonymous. We need these resources. And what's happening too, it's very easy for my family to get up here and talk because this kind of stuff is happening to all of us. Each one of us has a cancer story. So, Brandy, if you could come up, I want to go ahead and just tell the group.
Yeah, no, thank you guys very much for being here. Michelle is just such an amazing, amazing person. I just want to say, in working with her, someone that has been diagnosed with cancer, instead of just sitting at home and, getting better, she immediately goes out and tries to find solutions for her own illness, but at the same time building a platform to be able to help other people that have the same kind of diagnosis. So her dedication to just helping people has been unbelievable. And
I want to just share too, I feel really, this is like an intimate crowd with our family and friends, is Brandy's mom was diagnosed at 49 with stage 4 breast cancer, very much like myself, and passed away 4 years later. So it would be this year that she had passed. And we've been friends for years and didn't even know that until really just a week ago. And so it's just been very serendipitous of how we're coming together, especially with veterans. I mean, she was able to go ahead and help with her organization, with Ascension, 40 veterans off the street with her work. I mean, it's just amazing the work that you have been doing. So you inspire me. And it's awesome to see the type of people that are gravitating towards working together so that we can do some of these projects together.
So in addition then to building this platform for other people that are diagnosed with cancer, now she's even helping me with our grassroots organization that for the last 2 years, we've hosted events, and with the funds raised, which has only been about $15,000, have helped assist in about 40 veterans, moving them off the street, some into temporary housing and some into permanent. But it's been an amazing difference that you get to see. So being able to see these veterans and provide them housing, it's I don't know, there's so many stigmas I think that were around this situation when I first started. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but in the Brentwood area around the VA, there's was in 2000 and 2001, there was about 40 tents with flags on each and every one surrounding the VA. And I drove by, and I just, the first, few times I drove by, I thought, you know what, there's got to be someone else should be working on this. There's so many billionaires that live here and that are driving by it. Surely someone will handle this. And then I drive by again, and I think, you know what, all the stigmas come up, like, okay, is everybody on drugs? Does everybody have some place they can go? Because surely they do. And then finally, I just decided to just stop and ask for myself. And we brought them, the first event we did, we brought them 15 kits, and we were able to hand out those kits to each one, but ask them really, what can we do? What's going on here, and what can we do for you? And the number one biggest thing that each of them said was, we just need hope. And as I kept working with them, and for this last 2 years, I've really seen that to be true, because when you take people that are at the bottom of the worst situation they could be in their whole life, and they feel super alone, it's been not so much a matter of, I used to think you had to have like $1 billion to make any kind of impact in the world, but it's really each and every single one of us can make such an impact just by caring about other people. And that's what I've seen be more effective than anything else, is going out and talking to them and just showing that we really do care. And they're able to make their own progress towards housing and towards the things they need once they understand that they have someone else in the world, somebody that cares about them. So we're joining together. We have, through this process, we've come up with 41 acres of land that's currently in a nonprofit to be able to house them. What we're looking at doing is we've been providing retreats out to this space as often as we possibly can with the funds that we've raised. That seems to be amazing and helpful. I try to combine nature with community and physical activity are 3 things that I think makes a really big impact on somebody when they're suffering the most. So we have like a rock climbing course out there.
And Brandy, just finish that too, because that's they've got to go. But I wanted to say, hey, can you guys see how amazing she is, though? Like how I'm so excited to work with you, and you just are such an awesome addition into the Touchpoint family. You are, just a best friend of mine, and you're freaking awesome at what you do. So cheers to you. But yeah, we're going to be doing the mastermind. So you guys want to hear more about this? April 1st, come in. We're doing the mastermind during the day, and then the evening is going to be the masquerade ball. So be my guest, be my guest, be my guest. You are officially invited to it.
We're looking for volunteers, sponsors, whatever. We have little flyers. You can have the link tree.
Perfect. So it's on there. And if you don't get on, that was the commitment that we made, is that we're going to connect. Thank you, love. And I feel like Eric and my dad have something to say.
It's time to go.
Oh, it's time to go. All right, you guys. So
Gotta pull
awesome
the
meeting
plug.
you. Awesome meeting you. And thank you. Thank you for coming. Woo!
The Best You has firmly established itself as a leader in the world of personal development for over 10 years now. As a leading global brand, The Best You has created and delivered many unique opportunities that have helped and supported so many people in achieving their dreams and aspirations. During this time, we provided our customers with essential tools, skills, knowledge, and wisdom that is second to none. We have taken personal development to new heights, reaching hundreds of thousands of people from around the world, helping them discover their true purpose to ultimately becoming the best version of themselves. Since its launch in late 2020, we have built an amazing TV network where we share the best of the Best You, which is built with an impressive library of content that has been produced over the years, like the Best You EXPO talks, with all of the amazing speakers that have shared the stage. Inspiring People interviews, where I interview top world leaders, speakers, athletes, and entrepreneurs. Such people as Baroness Michelle Moe, Alistair Campbell, Dr. Richard Bandler, John Amici, Michelle Patterson, James Arthur Ray, and so many more. Our NLP Live Talk series features talks from world-renowned NLP experts. In addition to NLP Live Talks, we launched our new TV show, The Best Series, where I interview some of the best coaches, speakers, mentors, and authors. People like Smita Joshi, Fiona Campbell, Erica Faye, Dr. Cheryl Wood, Barbie Layton, and the list goes on and on. Plus, there's a variety of other TV channels like the Rethink Academy, from renowned expert Paul O'Mahony, who teaches people how to make money with social media, how to nurture your list, how to manage social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, and so much more. We're also very excited to announce our Mas Experience show. Mas Sajady is an expert in transforming lives the fastest way possible. His methods break through the limitations of psychology, self-improvement, and even gene therapy. We have a number of these episodes streaming live now on the Best You TV. You can also watch Dr. Fabrizio Mancini's Thriving in the New Normal. Dr. Fabrizio Mancini is America's #1 healthy living media expert, a world-renowned chiropractor, Hay House International best-selling author of The Power of Self-Healing. In his show, he interviews world leaders like Jack Canfield, Nick Vujicic, Joe Vitale, John DeMartini, Brian Tracy, John Assaraf, Les Brown, and so many more. You can also watch Barbie Layton, You Are Amazing, where she interviews amazing people like Naveen Jain, Ken Honda, and Diana McKenna. What's exciting about the Best You TV is how we attract so many experts, leaders, well-being brands, and doctors interested in promoting their products and services. This is because they're able to target new and exciting markets by leveraging the power of TV apps like Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, iOS, and Google Play. With engaging adverts with QR codes, information on the programs, and call to actions on their adverts. The Best You TV will soon be streaming hundreds of live events through its network. So act now. If you think you have what it takes and you're ready for the next level and becoming an instant recognized leader, then contact us today.
Are you a speaker? Are you an author? Are you an expert? Do you have a message for the world? Are you crazy enough to think that you could actually make a difference? Well, at Top Talent Agency, we're looking for you. We want to help you publish that book, get the publicity you deserve, and actually monetize the message that you have to help other people. If you feel like you need somebody working in your corner to publish you, to publicize you, to promote you, to market you, to book you on stage, to get you featured in the media, then we're what you're looking for, and we want to talk to you. Go to toptagency.com or reach out to us today. because you deserve someone to manage your talent.